person and on our live stream. As you know, the budget is one of the most critical discussions in higher education. Each year, this hearing allows the board to ask questions to gain insights into resources allocated to each of our 4 public college and university systems. Let me remind you, the board's budgetary responsibility is both constitutional and statutory. The authority to approve the budget is specifically granted to the board under revised statute 3932.1, which states the budget proposals are subject to approval by regents as well as the individual management boards. The board will meet again tomorrow, Wednesday, September 24th, to review and consider acceptance of the financial year 2025-2026 operating budget. At that time, Regent staff will present statewide summary of information for the board's consideration. This month's actions will complete the final step of the financial year 2025-2026 budget cycle. In October, the staff will update prepared budget requests for the financial year 2026-2027. God bless you on behalf of all higher education. As the chair of our finance committee, I'll preside over today's hearings. It's like the 3rd or 4th time I've done this. This is so much fun. My favorite day of the year. I really love this. Even though this year is not as fun as some years. We will begin the budget hearings with a presentation by the Commission Administration, Taylor Barra, and economist Greg Albrecht from the Legislative Fiscal Office, followed by an overview of the Board of Regents budget. Then we'll have presentations from LUNCON and LASPA, and each of our systems will present their respective budgets, and we'll have time to ask them about what's going on, about the responses in the letters we have, about specific research we've done and discussions we've had. We all know about some very troubling things when it comes to federal resources, come the NCAA settlement that's been, difficult for everybody and devastating to some. And so we're looking forward to hearing from you, Mr. Byron. Thank you so much for being here, our former Speaker of the House. And I guess I'll turn over the floor to you guys. And tell me, thank you so much for coming. It's a pleasure having y'all here. It's an honor to have y'all here. We want to hear, hopefully, find some good news. I know y'all kept us at a stable state budget. Sadly, lots of other factors are playing a role here as well.
Correct. And thank you for that, Blake. Great to be here. I think we were here last year with a lot of newness happening with this administration. So it seems like a lot has happened since last year. On this presentation, we're going to do a couple of things. I'm going to ask Greg to, if he wouldn't mind, giving his economic overview, and I'll talk a little bit about what our 3 to 5 year projections look like that we've shared with the Joint Budget Committee. But just so you get a feel for the revenue buckets that truly make a difference as we forecast going forward. And Greg is one of the best economists on our revenue estimating conference for many years. He just reminded us he's been at this for 40+ years. So I'll let him give his comments, because I think a lot of what I say about the budget will tie in closely to some of the overview that he'll share. And thank you for being here, Greg.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you all for having me again. It's been a couple of years at least since I've been here, give a presentation to y'all. I would really rather just listen to Taylor and I'll just nod my head. It's all good. But I've been in retirement. I've been called back to kind of help do the REC function for I'm being, so I could hit the ground running. So what I've got is a 30,000 foot overview of the kind of stuff we think about for REC purposes and overall revenue forecast. And I think in your books, there's a handful of pictures that Chris told me about, and it starts off, I don't even have a title page. It just starts off with a picture like that. It's total. At least got it numbered page 1.
Yes.
But it's total. What it shows is Louisiana payroll employment aggregates, some history, because we kind of start there, and that's sort of a big number from which a lot of other things flow. And it just shows two basic payroll aggregates. Payroll means, well, they say non-farm employment. This is payroll. It covers a large majority of workers in the community. The top line is the employment, total payroll employment. It just has private sector plus government in it. Bottom line is, the red line is private sector. The gap is government, roughly 300,000 people, of which 60+% is local. So I say 10% federal, 27% state, just to give you some idea what that breakdown is. But you can see, oh, and I do show the seasonally adjusted, which is the one that any analyst is going to look at, but I do show the non-seasonally adjusted data, which kind of very, just to show people It does, we use seasonal adjustment for a reason. Month to month, there's differences, the story's the same over time. It takes the noise out of the data, gives you more signal than just noise. So I show those two lines and you can see for the 18 months prior to February 20, we were essentially flat in employment growth in the economy. Now, there was a very small amount of positive growth, but visually it just looks flat. So that was my baseline. And of course, the big event is COVID. When I first started my job, the big event was the oil bust in the 80s. And I compared everything to that. And I've had shocks. As shocks have occurred, I moved forward. But here you can see big drop off, 2 months, 280 something thousand jobs lost. And then we begin to climb back. And you can see the state, it fairly rapidly climbed back. But in both lines, I mean, it's approaching that, I'm going to say zero line, it's approaching the pre-COVID baseline. Total employment, roughly 2 million. We may actually go a little bit above that. Eventually, we do have population growth. We do have increased workforce growth, et cetera. But roughly $2 million is our, what I look at and call it our maximum potential employment, 2 million payroll jobs. And we are approaching that. And once the dots, the month-to-month dots stop, those are quarterly projections by Moody's of where Moody's thinks we're going to go. And just to show you, my point here is we're not going to burst through 2 million and just keep climbing. We've never burst through 2 million. We don't have the population. We don't have the labor. Unless we get some surge in labor force participation or population, we're approaching our max and we're going to cruise out relatively flat, modest growth. And when I say modest, it was less than 1%. That's why it doesn't even look like growth in the first 18-month period. And that's what we've achieved that. When we hit the private sector mid-2024, total employment late 2024, and we reached our pre-COVID onwards. And that's where we're going to kind of, we are flattening out.
Do we have a graph that shows, because we continue to have a low participation rate?
I do, but I don't in this pattern.
Okay.
I mean, I routinely pick up stuff.
That's a question.
Yeah.
Labor force participation. The state is 10 points below the US, always has been. And actually for the last several months, our labor force line's been falling. Percentage of the population in the labor force. But it does vary. I mean, it's not this permanent trend, but right now it's been weakening. So that's why I say, unless we get some big change in that kind of structure of our labor market, that's not going to happen overnight. We have hit this 2 million level and we're going to coast along at that. And we may go over a little bit because we are actually a little bit bigger from 2019, 2020, but it's not going to keep going. But we can't. We just don't have the bodies.
That question would be that $62 billion of economic development assistance since 24, tens of thousands of jobs associated, direct jobs associated with that, indirect jobs, I gotta imagine are 3 to 5 times that. That drive any of this, it doesn't seem to show.
To the extent that's happening, has happened, and is going to happen, it's going to be in these fields. But nobody's coming along and adding 50,000 jobs to some level. There's a lot of churn. And this is we lose jobs or we gain jobs. The net was really very, very small. There's a lot of projects in the pipeline, some of which will not come to fruition, some of which will. I look back specifically at construction. Because, okay, you're going to see this big surge in construction, right? But not really. We have a little bit modestly growing construction. Right? That's another chart I could have put in. I could give you 100. You know, we moved 5,000 workers in the project, but they were working some other project, and they're just constantly moving them between projects. And these numbers here are just snapshots of body count in every month, and it's not a +5 net gain every time.
So to change these numbers, and this is an example that is kind of elementary, but we would have to become a Texas. We would have to become a recruiter of people into our state, more or less. And I was hoping that your numbers would reflect the fact that we do have all these billions of dollars worth of investment. I was expecting it to be higher. And so not that I'm disappointed now, I hope it will come to pass. But
Well, those who know me, I am usually the wet blanket in the room.
yeah, that's okay. We need realistic numbers. That's
Probably the low guy. Remember, if you flip to the second page, This is LSU's economics department for it. They've got an economist over there, he's been generating forecasts, and I just pulled two of the things. The left side is the total employment number, and the right side, he's got real state gross domestic product projections, just to show you that the page one is consistent, or page two is consistent with page one, their own projections. Actually, over the next year, his employment numbers are actually a negative 470. Now, that's 470 out of growth of 2 million, so statistically, it's flat. He's flat. Real gross domestic product, 1.1% growth. That's the projection out of LSU's economy. So I just wanted to make sure I had it, I wasn't out there to lose somewhere, and everybody else had it kind of, get it stored. I can go pull, there used to be a projection out of, Southeastern, but I don't think, the guy does that. Does he? I just take it with the LSU. Just to give you some idea of the projections right now, we've re-achieved pre-COVID, and we're gonna coast along at pre-COVID level, and we may actually bump above it a little bit. Payroll employment, page 3 is a little bit of a worrisome graph. This shows payroll employment change by major sector from February 2020 to August 25 data. I just picked up the other day. You've got 14 major industrial sectors, not including the total in the private that are in there as well. So except other than that, you've got 14 separate units. Half of them show less employment still in February 2020. Every one of them has been adding jobs from the drop, the April 2020 low point, except mining. Mining is actually smaller today than it was at the bottom of the COVID shock. It's not ever even come back to pre-COVID. It didn't come back to the bottom. It's never going to get back. But and that's the highest paid wage sector, average wage sector in the state. The other ones you can see: information, retail, leisure, hospitality, which surprises me, government, construction, finance, wholesale. All of these major employment sectors that are not back to February 2020 pre-COVID. This is 4.5 years later. Now you do have, then the ones on the bottom show the percentage change from that base point going up. The biggest growth number is in education services, but it's relatively small. That's why I put that column, the share of pre-COVID peak employment. So you can feel how big is the sector. Big jump, small base to begin with. You've got some pretty good wage sectors that are still lagging behind. Now, to be fair, you change this number from month to month, and the little shares will change, and maybe wholesale will go negative in the next month, and one of them will go pop up positive. But this has been going on for months. For a long time, I've been running this picture. We got nearly half the sectors just not back to pre-COVID, even though the total is, because we do have some that have exceeded pre-COVID. You jump to page 4, which is a little bit, this is called a momentum graph. Each one of these bubbles is one of those 14 major industrial sectors, and the size of the bubble reflects their share of the total employment in the economy. But my point here is, almost always I see these bubbles clustering around the origin. The left axis is short-term, quarter-over-quarter percentage change. The bottom axis is long-term, year-over-year, just arbitrarily defined long-term, short-term. If you got momentum, you're at least above the 0% line, and if you're in the upper half, that particular sector is. You'd like everybody to be clustered in the upper right quadrant. That means they've got long-term year-over-year growth, positive, and short-term quarter-over-quarter growth. They got momentum moving. We have a little bit of that, but when they're clustered around the center, I'm always worried that we're looking at, could be positive, poised for takeoff, or vulnerable to collapse. One of your numbers, long-term or short-term, is not consistent with the others. Summarizing at the bottom right side, you can see sector of the 14 sectors, those sectors that include 57% of the total employment in this analysis here, were improving or expanding. That's good, but that implies that a material 43% are not improving or expanding. Now, again, quarter to quarter, those little percentages can change by, 5, 6, 7 percentage points up or down, but it just keeps going back and forth around this 50-50, improving, expanding, and 50-50, 50% not slipping and contracting. We don't have, we haven't been firing on all cylinders, even during the recovery when we were adding total jobs. We still have sectors losing jobs. We're not coming back strong. Get it in context with page 5, context with the rest of the country and the region. Here is total Louisiana employment index back to February 2020 for Louisiana, which is the red line. The US is the blue line, and that top line is supposed to be green, but it's not. That is the South. In the South, to the largest extent, pulls the US. And I did list down here the states that I took the Bureau of Labor Statistics Southeast region, so I don't cherry pick the states that they're comparing us to. Although honestly, I did add Louisiana back to that Southeast region because they don't put us in the Southeast region in their division of the country. And I put in Arkansas. I do not include Texas. It's comparing us to another country. Right. But you can see Louisiana, we went down a little bit farther. We lost a little more jobs than the US as a whole in the South. And we've lagged in recovery ever since. We've never caught.
So in the South, Louisiana is in that number.
Yes, that's in that number.
And so in effect, we're dragging that number down.
Yeah.
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 And it's still way above.
Yeah, I've had people say, can you pull it out? And I have it. Visually, it's not even material. You can't notice that we're not in there.
What worries me is on the previous page, we have these children that we want to be educated, and I want them to stay here. I want our young people to stay here, not only my own kids, but young people. And
Come here.
and to come here and for us to be able to do that, when I see education in that upper right quadrant, that's great. And for employment and all the others, but what we're doing with those kids through education and the people that serve in education, I want to see those children remain in Louisiana instead of finding a better opportunity in Atlanta or Chicago or Dallas or wherever.
That kind of movement is almost entirely about employment opportunity.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Absolutely. And no, that's great. Thank you.
My point is just put us in some context. It's not like everybody else is lagging.
Right.
No, we're lagging.
Yes.
And if you'll notice, the gap between the Louisiana line and the other two lines has widened over time. We're lagging, we're lagging farther. We're not catching up. Wages and salaries, page 6. This has gotten to be, to me, going to become the core of our revenue baseline and what's going to drive our revenues. This is what I put this in here just to show you not only what's currently and what's projected going out, but the back part of this. The first on the left side, you can see the second to the middle line is wages and salaries in Louisiana, just total quarterly annualized numbers. The top line is personal income. And the bottom line is transfer payments from the federal government support, most of which is unemployment insurance, but it can also include some private insurance. But it's usually federal support programs, unemployment insurance and other kinds of benefit programs, food stamps, et cetera. And you can see we lost a little bit, and I got the numbers up here. But the kicker here is that when the federal government supported us at COVID, they put in 4.5 times more than we lost in wages and salaries in the CARES Act. They come along in 2021 with the American Rescue Plan and did it again, 4.5 times the loss from the year when the COVID was. I mean, that's what's carried us this entire recovery period. Huge injection of federal support. And that our revenue, our state revenue is disconnected from income. We make a forecast based on income that's flat line. And then we're collecting huge amounts more because there was all this, in effect, outside money that wasn't in wages and salaries, which is the core really for a lot of the projections around like wages and salaries and labor and proprietary individual business owners who pay themselves for it. That's the core earned income. So that's what drove us. I just put that in there just to show y'all the magnitude of support was just off the charts. Okay, since then, we have had steady growth. And actually, if you casually notice, the wages and salary line and consequently the personal income line at the top has a steeper slope than before COVID support was pumping. So we have been growing, the economy's been growing faster, wages have grown faster than inflation, us too, US level, et cetera. It's actually projected to flatten out a little bit, but my point here is once you get, we're now 4.5 to 5, we're looking at 5 years and 6 years beyond the support payments. That stuff's gone. And I didn't even put a graph in here of excess savings, which was a big chunk of literature about that immediately. Didn't spend money, got a bunch of support payments, had a huge amount of excess savings, they've spent that down. That's all negative now at the US level. Never seen any state level data on that, but nonetheless, all of this COVID support is playing out. I want to say it's gone by now, but we've still had pretty good revenue collection. So there, if people, and we have a little faster wage growth than we had before, and that supports spending. And I can particularly look at it and see the sales tax level and at the income taxes. That's where we tax the income and then we tax the spending of the income. But going forward, COVID support, federal support's over. It's going to be wages and salaries growth for the most part is a major driver. And it's got relatively reasonable growth rates. I think I've got them up in here. 3.8% wages and salary growth over the forecast, all right, next 2 years, 4.5% for total personal income. Those are typical Louisiana, actually a little better than typical. As long as those hold out, we'll continue to collect money. I don't see any sort of negative picture in terms of a collection. But just to give you, what's going to support us now going forward is income growth, not federal support growth. Although we've always been a big transfer recipient state. We have a poor population, just going to have no transfers. Page 7 gives you the REC's revenue lines. Top line is total tax, and we call it TLC, tax license and fee, which goes way back, predates being REC. And then the bottom, the red line is general fund, take up various dedications. These are the main REC, and you can see the long run history, FY90 to FY2005, that was actually kind of predictable, forecastable lines. Then Katrina hits, Katrina and Rita, and we've never been the same. And then we did, the building boom, ended, we cut taxes, oil prices collapsed, et cetera, and we fell below the pre-Katrina trend, and we never caught up, even when we raised taxes in FY16 and 17. John Bell's first term came in. And look what it took again, a worldwide pandemic. It took a regional natural disaster catastrophe to push us over the long run trend. And it took a worldwide pandemic catastrophe to push us over the extrapolated trend. That's what it takes to move the economy as reflected in state tax revenues. Now we're doing tax changes in there as well, but you can see, I mean, it's clearly associated with those gigantic shocks to us. We are from FY25 forward is forecast. I do think we're going to have a little bit actual collections in 25 and a little bit higher than the forecast. That will give us, a little bit higher basing our projection going forward when we do our next REC meeting, which will be in the next few months. Those lines have returned. We've returned to more or less pre-COVID, but back onto long-run trend, which we were below for, unless we get some big negative shock going forward. And that's kind of the aggregate outlook in the general fund. The general fund is just we forecast total tax, and then the general fund is the subtraction from total tax of 40 plus dedications, almost all by formula. The statutory formula, constitutional formula, or just a long history of agencies is going to allocate this amount every time based on their processes. So we don't forecast general fund. It just comes out of after if you have a structure of dedications. That gives you an idea, and we change those all the time. We got more changes coming potentially. The last slide in number 8 is just a pie chart. We have over 40 revenue sources, total tax authorities. Here I'll put them in 10 slices because it gets to be kind of ridiculous. I have 2 more slices than this. Main points here, the case has always been for many, many years. The sales tax, which includes motor vehicle, that's general motor vehicle, and personal income tax make up 60+% of our tax receipts. So if we're once we're back to wages and salaries, income as the driver, we're going to see it in here. That's why those 2 taxes, what drives them is so important now. And we're going to get back to connection, I think, between income growth and revenue growth. And then you can see the other pieces of the pie. I wanted to point out, I put this graph together from fiscal year 26 projection, because we've done some big changes in November. Even in fiscal year 26, we won't be fully transitioned, but I didn't want to go too far out in the forecast, right? And what's the next year? This is what the shares will approximately look like. And I compared them to FY24's actuals, which we know to be actuals. We expect that sales will be 38% of the total, 26. It was 29%. So 10-point increase in share tax. It's going to raise the tax rate and base in November. Personal income was 20, we expect it to be about 24% of the total in FY26. It was 28%. We've cut the personal income tax. So the share goes down. And corporate, we also cut corporate. It was 11% share, and now it's going to be 8% share. And in Italy, that share varies more than the other shares. This corporate is so long, but it's been very strong. I have to say, who knew a worldwide pandemic would be so profitable? It just amazes me how much money is coming in corporate. Income and franchise combined. Now, we've eliminated the franchise tax, and we're going to be transitioning out of it. Theoretically, that should be the most stable part of the corporate income and franchise tax. I think we're going to be left with the least stable income component, but we did cut its rate too, so it's flat now. I think it's three. But it's, so the share gets smaller. I did put mineral revenue in there. It was the only other share that went from a material change in share from 6% in 24, FY24 to 2%, and that's all on gas price production. Production is a long run decline rate on oil, especially gas too, even though we've got a big vertical or horizontal gas surge, but much of which we don't tax. And so we're getting out of the extraction business in oil too. And then price is what drives the whole estimate. Production's relatively easy. My concern here is long run, we may have reduced the overall growth rate of the economy because we're relying more and more on sales, less and less on income. Income is more responsive. Income taxes are more responsive to growth in income. We would say they're more elastic. A 1% increase in income would generate more than a 1% increase in tax. But we've eliminated the progressivity of the two taxes that are based. We've eliminated the franchise tax entirely, and we're left with more sales tax, which is typically not as responsive. 1% growth in income, 0.75% growth in sales. What we've done is raise the sales tax rate and expanded the base. And that's why we have a big step up in sales tax, but it's not about income spending. So I'm worried about the long run growth, but that's the structure we've changed to. We're going to find out. It's a terrible question on big risk going forward. I put it in various slides in here, but they haven't mentioned it till now. Weakening U.S. economy. That's our big risk. If the U.S. economy goes south, we're going to go south. No doubt about it. While maintaining these growth rates, this won't happen. We will go negative. We're just this. When I first started here, we were 1.4, 1.5% of the U.S. economy, no matter what metric I looked at. Now, I'm lucky if I get 1.1%. We've got smaller. So we're not a driver, we're a center by far. So anything happens in the U.S. level negatively, and it is weak. So that's my kind of risk factor going forward. Nobody has a recession built into their national macro forecast. You don't have a recession built in, but when it happens, and they do happen, we're going to go south. That's probably, I think, our biggest risk factor. But so far, right now, everything's great. More than we expected. Already said we do try to stay conservative.
Wait, you said you were the wet blanket. So,
I know.
Overestimated it.
yeah, that's right. I was sitting here kind of gloomy and it was like, everything's great. Okay, all right, we're good.
I assume Speaker Barrow's gonna give us all the good news.
That's right.
Back up.
I asked him to go first intentionally. And to quickly transition, and thank you for following this landscape. If you go back to page 7, I think if you go all the way to the right and you see state general fund, lagging around our trajectory line, there is kind of where we are. We're required in the division, from our Office of Planning and Budget, to update our 5-year forecast to the joint committee, on a regular basis. 5-year forecast for the last 4 or 5 years, legislature's been liking it because the trajectory has been up. I think we clearly sent the message last year that, through the tax reform exercise, that we would be tapping the brake on some of these revenue buckets as a result of what I think in the long run is good reform for us. Not that it would not need to be tweaked over time, but lowering our personal income tax rate, lowering our corporate tax rate, eliminating the franchise. You are hoping, as you've seen happen in other states, that is the impetus that drives some economic development interest. I'm not sure that had anything to do with Meta or the Koreans, because we hadn't finished it at that point. But our natural resources drive a lot of that, the river for one. But I think what you'll see is what Greg described is certainly a more level, not as many peaks over the next 2 or 3 years. Our 5-year projection actually shows some negatives over the next 2 or 3 years. Now, that's subject to change every time we have an RAC meeting. So, the 5-year projection at a snapshot in time is only that. But I will tell you that we're gonna approach it from let's assume these red bullets on state general fund there on the far right of the page. Our reality, we are hanging with what we have today. Personal income, you will see and hear some legislators talk about, we went to a lower rate, but we'd like to go to 0. And, I'm like, could y'all take your time on that one, please? Because if you can adjust the expense side of the ledger at the same time, we'd be okay. But it's a great goal to shoot for, no doubt. It's what a lot of the most successful states have enjoyed. But our population is different, our makeup is different. I have a son that lives in Dallas. The size of Dallas and Houston, either one of them by themselves are bigger than Louisiana. So put Texas into context, that when you shave a penny or move a penny in Texas, it changes a lot. That's the reality of what you do with personal income tax in Louisiana. Whether you compare it to Florida or Texas, it is truly not an apples to apples correlation. Love the idea, love the goal, but without a workforce that's fully functioning, without the availability of the population to join the workforce, you gotta take all those things into consideration. And that's what we're kind of hope to be the voice of reason as we go through that exercise. This was an attention grabber for certainly our tax rankings and those type things, but you also see it has to be practically applied. Does that bring anybody into our state? Does it make a difference at the end of the day? I think what you're seeing with these economic announcements is showing up in the sales tax. I mean, construction, my parish back home, we have a first solar construction site that our school board doesn't really understand what they need to do with their new sales tax. It's 500% above collection. And I reminded the school board president the other day, it's short-lived. The plan is finished. Don't get too excited about that number going forward. I think you have those opportunities to spark. I mean, that will certainly increase some employment numbers in and around Acadiana, as will, the construction jobs happening right now up with the Meta construction. But you have to assume that those are not forever circumstances. So what I tell you, as we, I visited with the governor about this 3 weeks ago, just on what we thought we'd look at from a budget perspective, and we start meeting with agencies. They are putting those budgets together leading into the November 1 deadline, mainly on certainly what you have today, you need to plan on working toward. What I ask of the higher ed community is where you have the opportunity with many economic development opportunities that get presented to you, whether it's research, whether it's workforce, what LCTCS is going to do in Donaldsonville for the Koreans is kind of a one-off, what that looks like going forward for the future. It's those kinds of opportunities within higher ed that we will certainly take into consideration in budget considerations one by one. If there's one that I would probably, certainly your list of improvements, I call agency, wish or desire list would be, as we look at a budget, this is what standstill would look like, but these are the 10 things we'd like to have if there's room. And in our calendar, what normally happens is we will have likely a December REC meeting, which is probably the first quarter of collections in our new fiscal year, or at least 5 months of collection. The REC meeting in April, whether it's positive or negative, tends to be the more meaningful REC meeting because we have a lot more months of activity in the fiscal year. The Senate loves it because we normally have the meeting just before they get the budget. The House doesn't love it so much. I lived in that world. We held that budget as long as we could, praying for an REC meeting, but that can work the opposite too. So we would send the budget early when we knew there were cuts involved, and the Senate can handle that. But I will tell you that from although we're projecting possibly a dip in revenue over the next 2 or 3 years, based on what we know the law has changed the collection rates to be. What employment numbers do to that, what new announcements do to that, certainly are not built into those projections. So, the doom and gloom is we have a little bit negative 3 to 5 year projection. My hope is as we see, revenue forecasts going forward, there's some goodness in a lot of the activity that's happening. Small, but heading in the right trajectory as far as that goes. One of the things, and in fact, talking with the legislature leadership over the last couple of weeks, a combination of things, and you touch all of them, not necessarily every agency has that opportunity, but particularly as it relates to your fiscal plans, that the legislature over the last 3 years has been intricately involved in a lot of your deferred maintenance, for lack of a better word, neglect that has happened for many, many years. A $75 million injection last year, a $25 million injection. This year, our Office of Facility Planning is working closely with all of the systems to see those projects through and make sure we keep spending the money. The worst report we could give to the legislature is that their $100 million is not moving. So we are focused on that. I tell you that from a deferred maintenance pot, as we get to physical construction in the capital outlay world, new buildings, new facilities, new labs, new dorms. I think that's where you may see the legislature can we maybe tap the brake on that a little bit, because we have some campuses doing some incredibly good things. And as I mentioned, some of the one-offs, an opportunity for a chip plant up in Ruston. That appeared to us last year for the first time. It's an opportunity that we certainly wanted to take advantage of. No different than, what the Koreans dropped on or CTCS saying, by the way, we need a facility to train our people. So you have these opportunities that we certainly want to react to quickly, but at the same time, not discourage investment on the other campuses that are, maybe not having those opportunities. I think as a general rule, and had this conversation with the Senate President recently, as it relates to capital projects, that if we could correlate to, campus growth, student level growth, expenses are hard to predict with inflation doing what it's been doing. We can say standstill budget all we want. Inflation will change that for us by next week. So we tend to, I can't say ignore the expense side. We certainly don't want, 15 to 20% growth in expenses. But when you have the availability to, if you have 3 pertinent projects that need to happen on your campus, we're asking that we do a standstill review of the budget. Certainly include those 3 projects that are most important to you, understanding that when we sit with the legislature, you may get one of those 3, and it may be the smaller of the 3. I mean, I'm preparing you for what that deliberation could be. So carefully think about maybe the 3 you put on the table, because I think if it's classrooms, that would be a priority. It's a baseball field, it might not make the top 3. So I mean, just be cognizant of that on our behalf. We don't want to be the bad guy, but we usually are. But we sometimes shift it to the legislature and allowed them, take the black eye every now and then. But I think what you'll find the governor is supportive of is research space, classroom space, those types of things. You know, the nice to haves are the ones when we get to these kind of projections that we need to proceed with caution. That's coupled with $100 million of deferred maintenance that we're spending on an ongoing basis. And those are continuing to produce what we're hoping they would. And it's beginning to show. You know, and I'll pick on the LSU system real quick. They have a significant size library project that is going to be a game changer on that campus. What it's meaning for the rest of their projects is, you know, at $150 million project, you know, can we strategize what we do with the rest of your projects on campus? They have done a phenomenal master plan. They've done a great deal of that evaluation themselves. So we're not having to guide them too strongly, which our facility planning group is loving because they've taken that into consideration. You know, any new building that you construct, if there is any possible way that you could demolish one to go with it, we get rid of a utility bill, we get rid of all kinds of things. So when you say we want to keep the old one because we want to remodel it, then you're really building two buildings at that point. So I just ask you to walk through that guidance as you're going through the budget process. I don't know that the legislature would ever say you can have one, but you got to demolish the other one. But I know that's how they're thinking through how do we prioritize these. You know, all of it comes under, you know, bond issues that the state goes into debt for to do the construction, you well know. And we work within those parameters. The disadvantage that you have is when we look at the ownership of facilities across Louisiana, higher ed owns at least 70% of them, and some days a little bit higher than that when you consider all of the non-classroom activities that are happening. So it's a big burden on you. We understand it, which is why I think the legislature quickly agreed on the deferred maintenance program, because when you have 70% of it, certainly there's some that's in disrepair over the years, and that's been a challenge. So if I had to give you, you know, from an agency perspective, certainly what you had in your 25 budget should be what you consider the beginning of your 26 budget. Now, what we're telling the executive department agencies are, they're also going through a what we call the Doge, Louisiana's version of the Doge exercise on efficiency. So they will have a meeting tomorrow on what their projections are on their attempted 10% efficiency reduction in their agencies. And they will be instructed to take their standstill minus their efficiencies and use that as their number going into next year's budget. They're loving that exercise, as you can imagine. You know, the efficiency though, and how you find that is a lot of the efficiencies, whether it's selling vehicles, you know, getting rid of a contract that you thought you had, didn't need anymore, whatever the case. As you go through that exercise, the efficiencies kind of jump out at you periodically. Smaller agencies have had a hard time reaching maybe that 10% number. We're going to continue to work with them. But you have an opportunity, you know, a 10% for an LDH or Department of Corrections is almost a sneeze sometimes. But we have to walk them through the exercise. They have many other priorities besides looking for efficiencies. So it's been a great exercise. We will see the fruits of that tomorrow. But I say that to you in that you know, didn't pertain to higher ed, but maybe the mentality is there that, you know, if we can gain efficiencies with, you know, what we do with vehicles, what we do with equipment, what we do with buildings, does it make sense before we design the new one, which one are we going to demolish instead? You have that opportunity. Our facility planning group, many times we'll get a refurb. We want to redo our chemistry building. And by the time we go through the price of redoing the chemistry building, it is actually cheaper to build a new one. For various reasons, you know, the banker in me still struggles with that a little bit, but we on the price of what we've seen with inflation, I've been convinced a number of times. So I ask you to walk through that exercise. You know your academic world the best. What you need in classrooms, what you need in instruction, is the part we will likely never debate with you. When it comes to physical plan, deferred maintenance, you know, the elephant in the room is probably athletics for a lot of you. We willing to help you kind of walk through what that has done to your, strain on state general fund, which you can use in state general fund toward those efforts. That world has changed, no doubt. Problem is, one size fits all doesn't work with the school arrangement that we have. So, if that is a challenge for you, certainly in the budget exercise, let us hear about that. It's stuff that we certainly will pass on to the legislature as we go through that budget exercise. And, as it turns out, you'll get a request in April on a campus that has an economic development opportunity. We've already presented the executive budget. It's likely already made it through the House. So, we sit in the Senate and say, okay, have we got a deal for y'all?
Yeah.
So those will happen. They happen every year, sometimes 3 or 4 times a year. So we want to be your partner in this, but at the same time, the governor, I think, based on the 5-year projection, stand still is the word everybody hates, but stand still with the opportunity to talk about what you think your top 3 priorities are. It could be academic, it could be research, it could be facility, but let us know what those are because we want to talk through those and see if we can get them to balance in what we're doing going forward. I'm thinking, some of our agencies will come up with 20% efficiencies that we can share with other people. We'll see what that says tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna be pretty optimistic about some of that. Love to answer any questions for you. I know that doesn't give you a lot of specifics, but I feel what you are dealing with, the uncertainty at the federal level. We're doing it with LDH, we're doing it with our children and family services. What that looks like going forward. We just went through it with broadband. And, there was a stop broadband, then they, took their foot off the brake. And we're, I think, back in the broadband business again with some tweaks to it. So I think we will see that in every agency. It's just taking a while to come and establish that. But I can see where that would affect you in a great way as well. So we wanna be cognizant of that as we go forward. We will present the executive budget to the legislature. January 23rd is the last possible date. It has to be 45 days before they convene on March the 9th. So Friday, January 23rd is the last possible date. We'll see when they schedule that hearing. Which means, November 1, we review an OPD, which you're requesting. December, we'll have considerably many budget meetings, hopefully before Christmas week. And then come back in January with any adjustments that we need to do before we get to the executive budget presentation. So a good bit of, dialogue in the meantime. But as you go through that process, we will have members of our Office of Planning and Budget, particularly those that work with you in higher ed, that will pop in periodically during the day to just hear what the conversation is. All of you know my Deputy Director, Patrick Goldsmith. For those of you that may not have seen, our Office of Planning Budget Manager, Teresa Hutchinson, was recruited by the Senate. President Henry and I had a discussion about it, but Teresa was the deciding factor. She's moved on. I think Colleen Leo is here, our new director. Colleen, if you would stand, please. She is the new Teresa Hutchinson, worked for Teresa in that area. We're glad to have her on board, and her and her team will be available to you. And we'll take care of President Henry down the road. Have sights on a couple of his employees. So with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Commissioner Mara. I'm sure we had some questions here. But my first one would be, you talked about maybe isolating it, maybe planning for a standstill type budget. And then isolating some 1 or 2 or 3 priorities that would have the best return on investment for the state. Is that something you would want the Board of Regents to help? 'Cause I know there's always some people who come by themselves. Systems are opposed to the legislature. It might be a belt tightening type year or 4 or 5 years. So how would you like us to talk to, we're about to talk to everybody here today, so tell us what we need to tell them.
That coordination would be helpful. In fact, it's one of the conversations I had with the speaker and the president, because they will see it late in the session, like I need $8 million to do such and such. Didn't know it when I did my budget. That happens a lot. I think what you may hear from that leadership is it go back to y'all and say, which one of these is your priority? You know, if it's economic development in nature, it may speak for itself, but not always. One of the things y'all have done, and y'all have done a tremendous job with it, is as it relates to capital outlay. The system submits to y'all help with the prioritization. It saves our facility planning group a great deal of time when we know what your top 10 or 20 projects are statewide. You know, certainly I would think the systems, if they're doing their job, are going to disagree with that ranking. But for the various reasons, we like to know what you think those priorities are. And certainly if left to us, it will be with enrollment increasing, with increasing classrooms, those are almost given exercises. But at the same time, if it's adding dorms with steady student growth, or you demolishing a dorm that you don't need it. So, you could help with evaluating those exercises. I think we would assist you with that. Left to the legislature, it's the last phone call before they take that vote as to, they may disagree with the way we prioritize. And so, I sat on that side, I know how it can happen, but I think with your input, I showed them y'all ranking last year of capital outlay projects. I mean, we're into the number 15, number 16, number 17, number 18. We're making some great progress there. Looking at what that ranking is when you go those requests this year is certainly helpful. And I think on the economic development opportunities, y'all input on what y'all think of the priorities would certainly help. Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Chris,
How are you morning? Thank you. Great presentation, and I appreciate your pragmatic approach to how you're advising us in the higher education community to look at budgets and revenue and things like that. Two questions. One is that what is the state's policy on work from home and that? What is that and for us as higher education?
So, July 1, the executive order was, everyone returned to work 5 days a week. Now, the caveat to that is prior to, COVID, there have been flexible work schedules that are allowed through most of our HR areas. So if somebody wants to work 4 10-hour days and have a day off during the week, that is truly a day off. It's not a work from home opportunity on Monday or Friday or whatever day they choose. So there are some flexible work hours that when you become employed, you can choose what you want your work schedule to look like. 8 to 5, 7 to 4, 8:30 to 4:30, 4 10s, you have that flexibility. The work from home exercise, I think in the governor's rendition of it, he felt maybe lasted a little bit longer than it should. Quite frankly, politically, he didn't want to do it in 2024. So he waited as long as his itching would let him and made it effective July 1 of this year. So effective July 1, and the Claiborne building was a good example of that. We have DOE and a number of departments that have people working from home. The parking lot and the cafeteria do no longer look the same after July 1, trust me. The lines are long and the parking lot is full. So we did have some exceptions that we reviewed in the executive order as it relates to handicapped folks possibly still being allowed to work from home, depending on transportation, parking, those kinds of things. In the case of DOE and some of the agencies, they have regional people whose domicile are outside of Baton Rouge. We also have some who are domiciled in Baton Rouge, but serve regional efforts. In other words, they don't drive into this office every day before they go out. So there are some exceptions that it's considered work from home, but they're working in a regional area to begin with. So for all practical purposes, without those exceptions,
98% of everyone else is back as of July 1.
As of July 1 this year.
Correct.
Okay. And the second thing is just as approach, I'm still kind of new. I ask a lot of questions. Still new. But you see, the empirical data is what it is. And we know that, the cost of delivering the services on these campuses continues to increase. All costs, salaries, and while you articulated about facilities and what we can do, bring one on, bring one off, I do still sense that a lot of campuses are bringing on new innovative programs, but we're not reducing the number of programs at the same level, not whatever it is. But when you look at the enrollment data, I appreciate Dr. Dillon and the Regents staff. I'd love to see this dual enrollment because I think some campuses are using that to push numbers up just for PR wise. But how do we work with this Doge mechanism? I hadn't met them yet. Love to talk to them. To look at how we do some efficiency at the campus level. Because again, go cut ribbons and building, it look good, everybody's happy. But then you still got these other facilities on the campus. You don't see the number of buildings coming down or things like that. And we know that deferred maintenance numbers continue to go up if we don't do something about it.
And in fact,
How can we help you?
it was a conversation with President speaker weeks ago as it relates to online studies. Is that truly equally, partially empty classrooms or empty classrooms?
Absolutely.
In fact, a couple of them said we both have college age kids. Both of them are taking, online courses. In fact, one of them said, I asked my daughter, like, when are you going to college? I think I paid tuition. Oh, I haven't 2 online courses today. So he's like, I'm trying to equate that to what that looks like, which is a challenge for any campus. I mean, that online population could swing from semester to semester from year to year. So it's hard to correlate that directly to a physical plant classroom requirement. But at the same time, is that trend really growing? And how do we plan for that accordingly? Because I think if the legislature decides to ask for those kind of statistics, it may equate to, do you really need this new building? If enrollment is steady or online courses are increasing, take all of those dynamics, and I have a feeling every campus is doing that. But what does that growth or lack of growth look like? Absolutely. A critical evaluation that I think you could get questions about at the legislative level. And we will evaluate that in our budget as well. Like, when you make the budget presentation, are you seeing benefit from that? Is that something you tend to expand? Does it help on the property costs at the end of the day? Or does it require technology that's going to cost money? And there's a lot of components to that. But I think it's a value exercise because it looks like that model may not be going away, And if that allows a campus to attract students that would ordinarily physically couldn't attend their campus classroom, I would encourage you to go for it. Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
you look at this, again, just looking at what I see, I go on campuses, 5:30, 6 o'clock, back in the day, you have a whole different group of adult learners or people who are in the workforce going, yes. Community college, you feel pretty steady. But some of these 4-year campuses, it's like a ghost town. And I know that it's online delivery, dual enrollment, all those numbers look good. We articulate part of our master plan. I get it. And we're trying to make sure everybody has good connectivity to do that. But do we still need the same number of law enforcement working at night? Do we still need 10 buildings, temperatures that's 60-something degrees, blowing air conditioning, certain things like that? I mean, who's looking at that, at those efficiencies? That's my interest.
I think, yeah, all of the above, it is what we have asked the executive party department agencies to do is exactly that evaluation. I mean, you'll get into a state agency
And, you know, there are 10 or 12 empty cubicles as you walk through and where those people, have they moved somewhere? I mean, it's those exercises required to go through. Fleet and vehicles will blow your mind. It could be a full-time department statewide. When in fact, I would guess that we're chipping away at it. But, you know, you have a department that says, oh, we don't use those vehicles, we don't trust them for anybody to drive them. So my next question is, why do you still have them? You know, surplus them, get rid of them, do something with them.
If I give you another one,
It's
give you
that-
another one.
It's that exercise that is
And I
critical
know
component of management.
unused state-funded fax lines. Check it out.
And so we're gonna talk about efficiencies all day today. Commissioner, I think, Chair Cordell has a question and maybe, Regent Sterling. I know you got a hard stop.
This is probably one that you may or may not be able to answer, but maybe you can give us a little bit of guidance of the funding formula. That's gonna be something that comes up today. As you well know, unless we have new money that comes in, we can't run the funding formula that we recreate. What is your advice there? How do we ask for that new money so that we can run the funding formula? What are our odds of getting it? I mean,
Yeah, so what I would suggest is, I mean, because as I explained with the revenue forecast, you know, I don't remember, and we probably have done it over the years, but that at a December revenue forecast meeting that we grossly increased the revenue forecast. We've probably done just the opposite a number of times, actually. But, you know, again, the April meeting, everything's pretty much printed by that point when we see it. I would certainly give us the caveat of what a funding formula would look like if you had X number of additional dollars. Whether that comes to fruition or not is something that we need to have available to us so that we could quickly, you know, or the legislature could quickly make that adjustment. I mean, without a what if, because I mean, you would have to prepare it at what we know today, you know, after the December REC with basically the same formula. But what would you do with, you know, 30 million more, 40 million more, that kind of thing? And what that would mean to your universe. I think is probably the best what if you could give us at that point.
And-
Yeah. And in all fairness to the campuses as well, that they can see, you know, if indeed we make no adjustment at the April REC, that may not come to pass. But, I mean, because I know our other agencies will be waiting. Same thing, come the April REC. And you know, one of the things I failed to mention, and Greg touched on it a little bit, is budget stabilization fund. I think everybody knows what that is. If, you know, there is a projected deficit, we have the opportunity to go to the budget stabilization fund. There's a new phenomenon out there called the revenue stabilization fund that was actually passed by the legislature in 2016. But they didn't start making deposits to it until 2021. And they have made some significant deposits to it because it comes from corporate over collection and franchise tax, which Greg mentioned went, you know, a little off the charts, the recovery period. Those deposits look like they will start getting smaller and smaller. In fact, the franchise will go away next year, so those deposits won't be made there. Corporate collections over a certain dollar amount go in there as well. So you have revenue stabilization, which you've seen the legislature do. Withdrew 700 million out of it last year, withdrew 1.2 billion out of it this year. They have focused on infrastructure, badly needed infrastructure on both years, plus a little of their extra pet peeve projects they wanted to do. But for the most part, it was investment in infrastructure. Not to say that on a significant new economic development effort, I mean, a lot of that withdrawal went over to LED for specific opportunities. So you still have that bucket out there. The warning I'm trying to share with you is the deposits will be not what they have been over the last 4 or 5 years, and justly so, the withdrawals will likely not be. But I mentioned this to both the speaker and the president, that one thing to consider is as you go through inflationary, whatever the case may be, but more significantly, if the feds would ever make a significant funding reduction, whether it be in Children and Family Services, LDH, I mean, it could, you know, throw a budget wrench, which would maybe require, some type of budget stabilization effort in a future year. But more immediately is if there is a significant change, it's the benefit of having a revenue stabilization fund. By definition, it's supposed to be to help stabilize revenue buckets. Tease the legislatures, that's not exactly how they've used it the last 2 years. That's their vote, not mine. But I think you have the luxury. When I left the speakership in 2020, there was no money in the revenue stabilization fund when I left here in 2020. When I got back last year, I'm like, what is this? Where'd this bank account come from? So it's an opportunity, but it's also can be an emergency opportunity if we need it. So I think as you go through it, give us that caveat. Because if it means something, pretty devastating, if the funded formula gets affected that greatly, having the ability to make that adjustment before we, take the final vote on the budget, I would certainly have a scenario out there for that opportunity. Yeah.
Sure, we've got this up. Really quick question.
Yes.
Sterling.
Thank you. You made reference to impending LDH cuts. We know that with the current forecasts, our healthcare partners would potentially face some significant cuts. They've been our academic partners for public-private partnerships. Can you give us a little bit of insight from your crystal ball on where you think?
And don't have the update, any recent update anyway. I know, talked to Secretary Greenstein yesterday, awaiting a little bit more information, on what they think that will look like. He didn't seem overly concerned. One of the more recent developments, and I think they're putting the final touches to that, is as relates to rural hospitals and their reimbursement model, which was a critical component. I think everybody was as worried about that one as they were about the other one, and that what seems to be coming together pretty well from what he shared yesterday. I think they feel like, what they have is something they could plan for, unless it's a little bit bigger than what the numbers have been at this point. Not a concern, but what they're planning for now is when you hit 27 and the work requirement things kick in, building that infrastructure to manage that system as intricate as they would like it is a consideration that they will likely be making next budget year. So yeah, I wish I had an updated guess of what that range looks like. I think, funding formula changes are making it look like, there will be cuts to the programs. But I think it's the changing in the funding formula, as we talk about formulas. I think Bruce was in Washington last week. I think he's making his appeal from, not all states look like Louisiana when it comes to our level of poverty and our population. He does a great presentation in that regard. So hopefully it fell on friendly ears as he was up there. So we'll wait and see what that, we don't have that picture yet. His budget hearing will likely be an interesting one. Hopefully he's got a little bit more about that.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
y'all.
And please, if you need us or the Office of Planning and Budget, we will do what we can to help you do the research if we need. But yes, any prioritization you can give will certainly help us, but it also gives them some direction as well. That would be most beneficial.
Thank you for that advice. We're gonna take that advice. Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna jump into the next one. We're about 20 minutes behind. We're gonna catch up real quick. Next, we'll hear from Deputy Commissioner for Finance Administration, Elizabeth Bentley Smith, and Chris Henry, the Associate Commissioner for Budget and Administration. And after that, we're gonna jump into LumCon, and with the commissioners' blessing, we might just skip the break and do a
Okay, I'll try and do this in 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. This is a Cliff Notes. You want to hear this. This is the
Presentation, we greatly appreciate it. And
This is important. You need to know this to be able to ask the right questions the rest of the day.
Correct.
Okay, so we always like to provide a quick overview of what we look and where we stand nationwide. You can see here, we're unfortunately a little too far to the left. We always prefer to be a little further to the right when it comes to appropriations. And of note, this does include state and local support, as well as student financial aid. Here in Louisiana, we do not have local support similar to other states. So I just want to make sure
Local
that.
support mean local taxes, right?
Right. We definitely have your local support. Next is the net tuition revenue. This is less student financial aid. Again, you can see Louisiana is on the left, and the US average is a little leaning toward the left as well. Some of our counterparts within the South that are further to the right include Alabama leading the pack. Then we have South Carolina and Kentucky, as well as Virginia. Yes, Virginia is in the South. And West Virginia, and Mississippi is just to the right of the US average amount. All right. For a quick overview, this is higher education in its entirety in comparison to last fiscal year and current fiscal year. Of note, our general fund increase was minimal, about 4.6 million across all 4 systems and Board of Regents. Whereas you'll see there was a significant increase in budget authority request for self-generated revenue. That came predominantly from the LSU system, as their enrollment has significantly been increasing. I do want to make note that 9 million in federal funding, that is to correct an error that occurred during the fiscal 25 budget process. You are very familiar, I know, with this slide. This highlights how we have switched places with state funding support and our net general fund revenue, our tuition and fees. So as it stands right now, state funding is the blue line, and net generated fees and self-generated revenue is the red line. It is at present 49 to 39%. With the state financial aid amount at the bottom of remaining pretty flat at 12%. For this slide, we're looking at degree granting institutions only. So that excludes our ag centers and Pennington. And you can see the lines diverge a little bit more, with tuition and fees at 53 and general fund at 84%. So what all was included in our budget for this fiscal year, for current year? You'll see various system enhancements, the LSU First Health Plan, which is a mandated cost for them. We received an increase in the Patriot Scholars Program, which is huge support for our Louisiana National Guardsmen and the work that they do. This is how we give back. In statute, there is a required inflation increase for the Health Science Center, Health Sciences Cancer Center in Shreveport. You'll see here the reflective non-recurring adjustments of about 42 million, some top swap, our mandated cost adjustments, which was actually a savings to our institutions. And I do want to make note of this preamble: personal services across all state agencies. We were required as per HB1 to decrease our personal services within all 4 systems, as well as Board of Regents agency. And the total of that cut was almost 2.5 million. Additionally, we have some statutory dedication adjustments. The Campus Revitalization Fund, actually that 10.5 is primarily funding for our graduate assistantships across all of our 3 systems with graduate studies program. Our HERO Fund, which supports our healthcare workforce, minor increase, million in for first responder, and a little bit in the self-fund. The self-fund supports our salaries and benefits for our faculty and staff at our institutions. again, just some TOPS fund. We have to align, of course, to the REC, as Greg Albrecht noted earlier. A decrease in the support fund to align to the work that we are doing in there, as well as some other changes due to REC alignment, as I noted above. So this is how it's broken down within our expenditure categories. You'll see that a significant amount is, of course, personal services, following other charges and operating expenses. Of note, our scholarships are within the other charges category. So that is what that predominant amount. And then here it is by our degree granting institutions. And of course, mandated costs, as you'll see here, we return about 60 cents of every dollar back to the state to pay for mandated costs. And we always like to provide this information. So we have been meeting, Chris and I have met with all but one of our CFOs for our systems. We always do that to see what their needs are, just as Commissioner Barra noted. So we provided a couple of topic areas in which they've discussed with us, and we'll of course be working with y'all to develop our budget request for this coming fiscal year, which you get to approve at our October meeting. So Regent David will be very busy for the next month as well. All right, and that concludes this. Real quick, before we get into our agency presentation, I do always want to take this moment to thank our finance and administration staff here at the Board of Regents. They work behind the scenes to really do all of the work you are about to see on the PowerPoint. So if they're here, if y'all could just give them a round of applause. They work behind the scenes, right? That's it. Yes, we are very proud and of all the work they do, and we just couldn't be here without each and every one of them. So I just wanted to take this moment to say thank you to all of them for the work they do. I do have just a couple of staff members. There's the audit team, the HR team, IT.
Wait, there's a special member of the team here. Where is Harold Butte?
It's right over there.
Yes.
Harold. Stand up, Harold, stand up.
And I thank y'all for moving behind us, because truly Chris and I and Chris Herring and all of the associate commissioners and assistant commissioners on my team, these are the people who do it, and these are the people who make us successful. And so thank you so much for having our back every single day.
Harold, I did tell your lovely wife, every person that walked up to her is like, how are you? Where is Harold? So she
I
was.
just want to personally thank all of y'all for your prayers and the support. The surgery went well. I didn't know I had a tumor. My son really saved my life. He came down and demanded a scan, and that's how I discovered the tumor. When I went in on August the 1st, it was a 1.5. When we got to the surgery, it had grown to a 1.8. So it was very aggressive. Only 50 people had the rare cancer that they found in me. So I'm blessed to be here. And again, thanks for your prayers and your support. And it's good to be home.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank y'all. So happy to see you, Harold. So happy to see you. Walking miracle. That's it.
Thank y'all. While we wrap that up, I guess we'll call up Dr. Brian Roberts. Oh, sorry, Chris, go ahead.
That's okay. Okay, we just want to talk about Regents so fast. It'll be 5 minutes as well, Regents. I mean, here.
I don't quite know how to follow Harold, but I'll try to keep up the pace and just give you the quick highlights of what's going on, specifically in the Board of Regents agency. Just to kind of give a little history lesson, again, when we talk about the Board of Regents as an agency, we like to reference Act 314 of 2016. That's the act that incorporated the Louisiana Office of Student Financial Assistance and Louisiana University Marine Consortium into the Board of Regents. So we came the three programs in one. As you'll see on the screen, 671-1000 is our Board of Regents program, 2000 is LOSFA, and 3000 is LUMCON. That's kind of how we determine everybody in the accounting system with those big, long numbers there when we want to isolate and report on everything. Just looking at the agency as a whole with LOSFA and LUMCON included, this kind of gives you the same snapshot comparison of where we were at this time last year versus where we are now. You're going to see a few reductions kind of across the board in the means of finance. General fund was down about 3.7 million, statutory dedications 6.9, just under 500,000 of interagency transfers. Our one plus up was in fees and self-generated revenue, and that was about 20,000, and then no change in federal. The expenditure changes there, they're down a little bit. Personal services, that's our payroll and our staffing, for about 1.8. Operating services, just under 2 or just over 2.1. And then other charges 6.7 and acquisitions at 284. And the story behind all of those changes with our general fund, there's really a lot of net movement. 2.3 million, as Elizabeth mentioned, was the plus up for the Patriot Scholars Program that brought them to a full $6 million for the program. We lost the 5.2 million from the top swap just to kind of align what we have a need for and what's going on with our REC with the TOPS fund, which you'll see on the bottom as well. 950,000 was the mandated cost adjustment. That results from the savings. Most of that's primarily from our change in retirement contributions. That's the driving force really of the mandated cost decreases that we're seeing. Then the FY25 carried forward, that was funds that were actually appropriated in FY24. We brought those over to FY25 and they're removed from the budget, just standard operations. And then as Elizabeth mentioned, the Board of Regents agencies cut of the 2.5 million, which was just under 60,000. So we were fortunate in that regards, but still monies that we could have put to good use. The other significant changes, these are in the other means of finance. Elizabeth did mention the HERO Fund that we had 1.3 million added on here for healthcare workforce, aligning our TOPS fund to the REC projections. Same with our Board of Regents Support Fund, the Louisiana Postsecondary Inclusive Education Fund. There's no money currently appropriated from that fund for the current year. However, there is some legislative changes where we may get some money into that program. We're waiting to see once REC recognizes that. That may be something that changes as the year goes a little further along.
And that program allows students with intellectual disabilities to enroll on a college campus and get life skills. And so there are legislators who've been very interested in making sure that more of our campuses are offering that program.
They've tied the potential we have a recurring revenue stream this from the sports wagering tax increase.
Yeah.
And then last but not least is the about 320,000 less interagency transfers. Those come from the Department of Children and Family Services. It's not really a reduction. We're kind of aligning potential need with actual spending patterns that we've seen the last one. And then I'll jump specifically to what's going on in our program. We have a general fund increase in the Board of Regents program. It's about 2.1 million. That's not really new money. This is the consolidation that we did with audit and fiscal teams from LOSFA and LUMCON, which you'll see corresponding to personal services increase down at the bottom. So there wasn't any new money added to the agency. This is just us kind of rearranging some dollars and personnel within us to bring those under the Board of Regents program umbrella. The statutory dedications reduction, that's that net change really between support fund and HERO fund. Interagency transfers, the 175,000. That's our racing commission money. We're kind of tuning that to what we usually see in collections. No change in self-gen, no change in federal. And then just kind of how we spread the budget, you'll see those little bit of reductions in the net personnel. And here's the significant changes. Most of those I've already talked a little bit about, but they're itemized as well. And then last but not least, just to kind of give you a couple snapshots of some initiatives that we have at the Board of Regents program. This is a couple of many that we have. And we always like to remind people that we do have about a $90 million budget, but a lot of that is just passed through. We give that over other programs, other initiatives to campuses and things like that. But we always talk about Lonnie or Louisiana Optical Network Initiative, which is about $12 million. Some of that goes toward network operations, some of that goes toward cybersecurity, which is SOC, Security Operations Center. That is a partnership that the Board of Regents, it's our initiative, but we contract that through LSU and they run that, house them over at the main campus and at the A&M campus. And then the Louisiana Library Network, Lewis, they've got about 11.5 million within our budget. The vast majority, 9.6 million plus interagency transfers. That's the memberships, dues that those institutions are paying in for those services. A little bit of federal grant money and a little bit of self-generated revenue. You can see really the significant impacts there that Lewis has had on students and on institutions by consolidating that kind of power into one entity to do better deals on textbooks, to do better deals on services, provide those across the state. And that is a very quick rundown of what's going on in the Board of Regents agency and program.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions? Thank y'all so much for doing this, and we're gonna jump right into yes, ma'am. Oh,
Let's ask one quick question of Simone. Since Harold is here, and I know he's not working, he just came so we can see him and hug him. Do we need to
We'll go-
switch so you
go
can
box
get
up
back?
first.
home?
Yeah, you can go first.
It's totally, you decide.
I think you went back to.
I don't want him to overdo it, so you decide.
Seated, so I
Okay,
think you.
okay. Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure, because I know she brought him here for us.
Dr. Roberts, all the incentive he needs to be quick too.
Major surgery, walking here.
Thank y'all.
That time, okay, dude.
Hey, guys, you only have a few options for flair. You got your ties, you got your socks. That's really what you got.
Thank you, Dr. Brian Roberts. Lumcon, why don't you give us your presentation if you can.
All right, I will do so. I always like to start just, highlighting that while we're part of higher education, LumCon's mission is very unique in the state in terms of the fact our education outreach programs are geared from pre-K all the way to gray, we like to refer to that. And so I always like to start with a brief collage of some of the different education programs that we've had, highlighting particularly ones that we've done at our new Blue Works facility. And I want to highlight our usage here. And so when I talk about the education and outreach numbers that are presented in this is the participants in a LumCon education and outreach program at our facilities. This doesn't include large events or when we take people out and participate in other activities that were here. And the thing I want you to take away from that is that we're seeing this uptick here. Obviously everything went down during the pandemic and we've seen a significant increase here to our highest numbers in at least the last 7 years. I can tell you from the new programming we have going on at Blue Works, this first quarter this year has us on a trajectory that's even higher than it was before. Our scientific usage, that is the number of people that use our facilities. So when researchers come, our research team comes and they use either our grounds, our facilities, go out in our boats, we categorize that so we can basically show the impact that we have. And I break it down in terms of the total number of person days and those that are in the consortium. And you see we have about 500 consortium person days using our facilities. This is mostly down in Cocodrie per year. And then we have our self-generated and vessel activities. You can see about $250,000 in cafeteria, residential, and marine education fees. And we're a little under 5 million a year in vessel operations that are self-generated funds. As I mentioned, we don't highlight our large events that we hold. We held our Meet the Fleet event at our Homa campus this last spring, and I wanted to bring us to your attention now, getting it on the calendar well in advance. But our next open house, we alternate every spring doing an event in Homa and one in Cocodrie, is March 28th. It will not be the last time you'll see this date from me. You're obviously all more than welcome to come down and see the things we have going on down in Cocodrie. Our vessel operation numbers are very encouraging. The RV Pelican had 185 operation days this past year, which is the highest we've had in several years. That makes it the most heavily used research vessel of its size class in the National Research Fleet. It's a really important platform for us. Our Acadiana is our 58-foot research education vessel. It's used a number of days in both of those capacities. We've actually already exceeded our research days from last year in this current year in the first quarter of it. And then our small boat usage is also extensive. We provide small boats for a lot of the researchers from around the state and outside to come and do their field work because of where we're located in Coventry. That was obviously the wrong button. Just a few updates on what's been going on the Homa Maritime campus. You all know that we opened the Blue Ridge facility in December of 2023. Our large boat slip and bulkhead project was completed this summer. This will be one of the 2 home ports for the new regional class research vessels that are being built by National Science Foundation, as well as our research vessels moving forward. Our Marine Operations Center is a capital outlay project, which over the last several years has gotten all the funding it needs to be completed. The request for bids is being released this week, and the anticipated completion for that is next fall. The RV Pelican replacement, as you know, the RV Pelican has been the most heavily used research vessel of its size class, but it's also now 40 years old. Actually, this summer marked the 40th anniversary of its first research cruise. Was on the same day as we had the kickoff meeting for the construction of its replacement that's being built through capital outlay funds. The shipyard was selected. This is Thomas C. Marine Constructors LLC in Homa. It's being built right near where our Blue Ridge facility is. The contract was awarded in May. They're about to start cutting steel next month after they finalize all of the shipyard designs, and the contract delivery date is June 16th of 2027. So we don't have an exact date yet, but there will be a joint ceremony for the keel laying of the Pelican too, as well as the groundbreaking of the Marine Operations Center. That we're hoping that that's going to happen early December. Stay tuned. We'll get you the date as soon as we get that finalized. But that whole event will take place on the Maritime campus in Homa. You combine the research vessel and the Marine Operations Center with the bulkhead behind it. It's over a $65 million investment the state has made in marine operations that we're very happy to be spearheading for the state. A quick update on, I mentioned the regional class research vessels that are being built by National Science Foundation in Bollinger in Homa. There are the third one of those off the line will be operated for the Gulf by ourselves in partnership with the University of Southern Mississippi. The delivery delayed dates for those ships has continued to slide. The third one, which is the one we're receiving, was supposed to originally be delivered by fall of 2023. We are still waiting on delivery of the first one. Right now, the third one is scheduled to be delivered mid to late 2027. Bets are on whether the Pelican comes in first. We'll see. Give you a quick update on where we are in terms of our external funding. When you look at, our state general allotment is about $6.4 million. That's less than a quarter of our total spending authority, with federal and self-generated making up, the majority of the rest of that. And so a lot of our revenue is coming from these external sources. We have 3 main components to this. We have the grants that are for LUMCON itself, vessel operations, and then the Budgetary Territorial National Estuary Program, which we are the state host agency for in a federal state partnership with EPA. It should be noted that vessel operations, most of the revenue is a result of invoicing, not from grants. So the grants are associated with National Science Foundation funded cruises, that we get those billed through grants, but the rest of it we invoice on the day rate for the ship. And then BitNet also has a large, they're in the fourth year of BAL funding at $900K a year on top of their regular allotment. That is a 50-50 state federal match. So they get $850,000 a year in the state general budget. That is out of our $6.5 million. The LumCon grants, the other thing I want to point out about this is that, so that $6.5 million in LumCon grants, over 85% of our research grants involve collaboration with researchers from at least one other consortium member institution. In total, that $6.5 million is part of over $55 million in federal grants that is coming into state institutions in Louisiana that we are play a part in. So trying to go quickly here, talking about where some of our critical needs are. So at the Marine Center, we've done a lot of organization, as you read in the materials that I provided. You know, we've gone through a lot in the last few years, sort of predating some of this efficiency, trying to how do we best structure the way LumCon is designed and managed and operated. And so we've sort of come up with a lot of that in our strategic planning process. The main needs that we have down there are really in terms of the continuation of IT upgrades, as well as hurricane repairs and implementation of flood mitigation measures that I'll talk about in a moment. The Home and Maritime campus, obviously Blue Works opened. We're going to have an overall increase in operating expenses as more and more programs come online. Additionally, as a lot of the warranties for a new building sort of go out, now you start to have some of the maintenance contracts associated with that. But the big one is really the fact that the boat slip is now in operation. So we're using power and water associated with ships being in there. But when the Marine Operations Center opens, that obviously is an increase in operating expenses. And then you have the added insurance associated with that. Our insurance bill is a little under $600,000 a year at this point, and that is likely to not go down in the future. Let's say that. As I mentioned, BitNet is a 50-50 federal state partnership that currently requires an $850,000 state match in the core funding per year from our state general. And then the National Estuarine Research Reserve, we are still in the process of working towards designation of that, and we're hoping that will take place in 2026. That is a 70-30 federal state match. So that currently requires a little under a $400,000 state match in core funding that is built into our budget. Staffing needs, we are in the process of recruiting faculty. When we expanded with the build out of Blue Works, we still have one more position to fill there, and then we have a replacement as well. With the expansion of these new facilities and resources, we have not expanded IT or facilities. But there's a big strain on those departments. So those are current ones that we're trying to fill. And then in our long-term goal, in order to facilitate what it is that we need to do, consortium coordinator and communications coordinator are ones that have been identified in our strategic planning process. I've already talked about the operating expenses, so I don't want to dwell on that and how those are going to increase as we expand our facilities and our facilities get older. So give you a little bit of update on some of the deferred maintenance projects that we talked about last year when I was sitting at this same seat. The Marine Center septic tank replacement project was completed in the spring. That was a little over $400,000. The upstairs wet lab concrete repair project was a little under $200,000. That was accepted last fall, shortly after we had this meeting. And we had approval last year to begin the process of renovating the heating, ventilation, AC, the HVAC system for the facility. This was actually the original HVAC from when this building was built 40 years ago. So it's been had a lot of upgrades and repairs, but the conversation happened earlier. Sometimes it's easier to rip off the Band-Aid and build it anew. This is where the process we're at. So that's a $3 million project. The construction documents have been finalized. In the process of preparing for this, there was identification of a fractured underwater piping And so that is an additional $400,000 that we're working with FP&C to conclude the assessment so we can move forward with the overall project. So, and then we look about the future, about what it is that we need. Cocodrie, we've done a lot in the last several years to enhance our resilience being down on the coast. There are a few things that are remaining. The underground utility support for the maintenance building to the main building needs to be upgraded. The stairwell windows, if you've seen the tower, you've got this beautifully tall tower and you've got this sloped windows, which is not exactly the best way to seal and keep water out. So that needs some replacement. And there's a few other things there. There's some smaller projects. The other thing is when this building was built in the mid-80s, the elevator is driven by a system that is underground in the area that's prone to flooding. So we've gotten estimates for what it costs, about $300,000 to actually reverse that and have them be actually operated from the roof. And so you can keep that, all the mechanism out of the water. So that's one of the big ones that's there. So we always get asked, about our location on the coast and what it is we've been doing for that. The recent deferred maintenance projects, the new storm shutters, the re-roofing projects have been really successful. Minimal damage associated with those, with the recent hurricanes that we've had. The priority is now improving the resilience on the ground level. So this is some of the damage. I showed you some of these pictures last year because Hurricane Francine happened the week before I was sitting across from you. And so we've done several things to do this. Donna Longer, who's over here as my deputy director, has been working a lot to try to see what kind of external resources exist. So we actually have a new grant from Hazard Mitigation Grant Program to actually fund some of those renovations to get some barriers for the openings to try to minimize the flooding that makes it in there and create some of the damage and a few other things that we have there. We're also working with CRCL, the Coalition to Restore Coastal Louisiana. They install a lot of oyster reefs and they do a lot of these things, to protect shorelines, but their demonstration projects tend to be very remotely located. So most people don't get to see them. We're actually doing one right on the edge of Lum Khan's property, protecting our marsh. It's actually directly visible from our tower cams. So in terms of being able to show the people how these projects work, we have the ability to really do something that's extends our outreach, but also has a pure benefit for us at the Marine Center. We're putting another barrier in there to cut down on wave energy and slow down the erosion right next to our facility. And then working on some of these other projects as well. In the long term, Cocodrie is outside the levee system. Working with some of our partners down in that area to see what can be done about trying to get the highway elevated, constructing elevated parking, as well as access boardwalks. The building itself is in incredibly great shape. Its main floor is 19 feet above the ground. If you had a way to be able to park, have a boardwalk, access directly into the second floor, which they do in a lot of Coast Guard stations around this country, then you can actually deal with the fact if you have an increase in the flooding that's existing. So those are the main things I believe that I had. So I'll take any questions that you might have. Any questions?
I can imagine y'all are more susceptible to cuts in federal grants than most. So how does that outlook look for you and for the customers who use your boats?
Yeah, so I mean, that's a really good point. And, so far we've been very fortunate that everybody's heard about grants that have been cut or pulled back. We have been fortunate that in this last year, we haven't had any where we received direct money that got pulled back, but we have been parts of some that we were indirectly getting money. There were trips that were going to be using our facilities, things of that nature. That climate future is a big unknown. We're going to see a lot when we actually see what the finalized budgets are, but it's something that we've been talking about for several years, that we need to be diversifying our portfolio and working. We've done a really great job of diversifying our federal funding portfolio over the last several years, where if you look at, I see in some of the materials show you the different agencies that we've been getting funding from. but it's working with our partners, trying to see what we can get external that we can actually do that's not a federal source, working a lot more with industry on trying to develop partnerships in that vein, I think are the ways that we're gonna move forward. We're gonna be competitive for the federal grants that we can get, but we're also gonna have to continue to look and seek other sources of funding. I mean, it's one of the things that also, our role is also the head of a consortium and trying to build the opportunities that exist. So an example of one of the things that we've been able to do very successfully is, I've worked with the Brown Foundation, and currently we're funding a research proposal call that's open to all pre-tenure faculty across the different systems. We just closed the applications this Saturday. We got 15 proposals from 9 of our consortium institutions representing every single one of our systems. So the LSU system, UL system, Southern system, the LCTCS system, as well as the independent college and universities that were present in there. And that they're basically providing funding where the winner will get a $150,000 research grant, and the 3 other finalists will get $15,000 each. And because we've gotten this great interest in this program, and the fact we see this as potential for something to build on, Brown Foundation just told me yesterday they're going to bring it up to the board to fund this again the next 2 years. So if we can do things like that, where it's like some of that, and the idea is that they're doing research that's affiliated with LumCon, using our resources, doing other things, but it's also an opportunity to jumpstart the early career stages of some of our faculty members throughout the consortium. So if we continue to come up with new ways of thinking about things a little bit outside the box, I think that's where the future is going to be. Then we can find these opportunities that can help not only our core operations and budget, but also the consortium as a whole.
Any questions for colleagues?
Appreciate your work.
Thank you, Dr. Albert. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
And now I think we're gonna move on to LASPA. Dr.
Blue book
Oh yeah, we all have some good graphics here.
underneath your binder.
Thank you for being here. I know you have a recovering husband,
Yes.
and we are still quite a bit behind. So if you can just do it in 6 minutes, it'd be perfect.
Very good. We have, Karthik, you ready to interview?
Thank you, Dr.
And thank you to Karthik for, I think this says who lost it is very succinctly, then we can take your questions or just do the challenges, whichever you prefer. Right. I've got some reasons.
Oh,
Oh, you have.
so yeah. Good dance.
We were dancing when we were.
Sorry.
You need to, look, it's in my back.
Sorry.
It's in my back. No, the blue back. The blue back, where the actual presentation. There you go. Straight to the source.
I want to double down on what Hickson said about everybody saying, "Oh, Swan, is Harold here?" I can see Swan, but what about Harold? Harold.
He is a walking
Right.
miracle.
Oh, he really is great.
I'm very proud of our dynamic team.
So like watching your head bob and your feet. Tapping. I tell you, I'm enjoying this, so.
With them, you have here just to take away, when you talk about who is LASPA, we gave you a visual glimpse of who is LASPA and what we do and the numbers that we rack up. So I think efficiencies would be something that we're very familiar with. We actually have, this is one of the lowest outreach budgets that we have this year by about $1 million less. And yet, when you look on page 10, you have one of these here. If you skip all the way to page, not 10, yeah, you're going to see that they went up. Events went up by 60.6%, and individuals we reached rose up by 48.5%. So we're doing those and addressing those efficiencies and those obstacles with targeted outreach, a mixture, a triage of the way we work with individuals. Do you have a simple question that an email will work? Do you have a simple question that a phone call will handle? Do you have something that we're going to have to look up? You can't have somebody having a queue of phone calls and then researching an issue. You just can't. It does not work. We tried it. It doesn't. So then we've got that middle tier that says, okay, your problem's going to take a little bit more research. And those complex cases that you see that have reached in the thousands are what had happened was. And those are the ones that you're not going to just research, solve that individual's problem. You're going to follow that individual as long as they tell you you need to follow them. Some of them will say, I'm good now. You don't have to hold my hand anymore. But can I call you back if I get in trouble? Yes, you can. And so it's 3 tiers of services and 3 types of outreach. Some things are individual. You're not going to talk about that in a large group. Some things are very small groups, 8 or 10 people. The adult learner that you saw featured and who's featured in this publication is actually one of our MJ Foster recipients. And we have an amazing video of her telling her story about how our student network groups and the social worker, we have several social workers on staff. We have financial aid folks on staff. So it's a mix of talents because when you're dealing with a holistic outreach situation, you need a mix of talents. She talked about how that person believed in her, still believes in her, and how that's helping her cross the finish line. So that's how we deal with the efficiencies, our START program. We are going to reach 2 billion with a B. We were at 1.6 as far as your numbers showed. We're at 1.8 now. We're at over 88,000 account owners. But the system that operates that platform, which was designed just for START, we now have START. We now have START K-12. We now have ABLE. We have the same system that's over 20 years old. As you can imagine, that's a problem. So we know that if I would say what's our major acquisition, that is a major software change that we're going to have to do to be able to do capacity. When I talk about staff that we have to have, we need dedicated customer service for phone calls in START. You got 88,000 people. You saw those huge numbers up there that we field in phone calls and emails and chatbot assistants. Okay, those same people can't do the targeted questions and answers for 88,000 when you're accessing somebody's account. Security wise, you don't need everybody doing that. You need very specialized people looking in someone's account and helping them. So we're thinking if we could have 2, that would be great, to be dedicated to technical assistance. The other, we had technical assistance dedicated to our 16 scholarship and grant programs. During the merger, we lost that. We need that back, and we don't need that. I can do other things and I can help you when I can. Schools don't need help when they can't. If we have a school that's not billing for a program, or we have a school that's billing with errors for a program, or we're seeing, wait, hold up a minute. How many students did you not bill us for that were eligible? That isn't if you can get to it. That is we need you right now down there to see, like MJ Foster is about to run out of money. Why haven't you sent your bills? Oh, so-and-so's out, nobody else knows how to do it. So dedicated technical assistance for our scholarship and grants. Our programmers, that's another position. We have successfully, with 3 additional crackerjack programmers. We were an agency where individuals in IT kind of grew up in IT and were self-taught. Okay, that was in This Is Now. When we were just tops and maybe start, not the start suite, that worked fine. Where we are now and the data you see generating in 16 programs that are not all the same. You have to have crackerjack programmers or you're going to spend a lot of money on contractors. Whereas now, if something is not working with 16 programs and people depending upon their financial aid, you don't have time to write a contract, research, or have somebody get to you to fix it. You need to be able to do that in real time. And so we're asking for, I think, one more to add to that at that same skill level. We've been able, for example, we had $110,000 contract this year that because those programmers were brand new and we needed it operational within like a month, they had like a bazillion other priorities. We have to pay that 110 this year. We don't intend to pay it next year because they've already started to build out those reports and say, thank you very much, we got this. Right, so you keep that now, next year you take that out and do that, something else with that, that's a person. When you think about it, that's one of my other people. If I can reduce dependency on outside contractors and handle things in-house. Our video that we produced today, handled in-house. This, handled in-house. So this is, that's just a collection of the efficiencies, our challenges. I would say our major budget challenge this year, TOPS is going to be very tight. We're at $1 million short right now.
That's our changes, making the 10-point grading scale. That
Yes.
puts some people.
And we were at $1 million short before all of that passed. So now we've got, this is going to be a wait and see. So once those bills start rolling in closer to October, we can tell you by October, November, how, if that million's going to work. I could probably, I can't take $1 million out of summer. Summer's not $1 million, right? So we're going to be watching that. Our bigger elephant in the room, bigger than that, is MJ. Okay, so you saw those statistics. This just ran last Thursday night or yesterday. We are in efficiencies. We knew we didn't have enough money. So last year we got an additional 7.3 that was left over from year 1. That was a gift. That gift didn't keep on giving, all right? And we ran out of money in spring. This year, because of the tight fiscal times, we're level funded. I don't think we're making it through October. We're going to be blessed if we make it to October 1 because we instituted a system that said, okay, tell you what's in the gate. All courses that start from July 1 to August 31st, send them in. Because you have to level set expectations. You cannot be telling students that you think you're going to fund them in the spring if you know full well that that money is not going to make it to that point. It isn't fair. So then we said, okay, after that, got any money left? September through October 31st. We're in the September through October 31st phase right now. So that's send in your pre-bills. And then when your census date comes, right? Not the first day they attend class or the first they were supposed to show up. Then you can push those bills on through. So we've got that tiered system. Next up is November 1st through November 30th. So we're in the middle tier and we have $3.6 million left. This week, subtotal, we paid 5.69. So, I mean, you do that math, that's pretty easy. Right, if that's our last payment last Thursday, or then 3.6 million could be up within the next week, meaning there will not be unless really some manna falls our way, which you still would have to have budget adjustment to accept it, or people just, oh, I don't want to go to school anymore. That's not what we're seeing nationwide. You're not going to make it to November, so there will be no MJ, as what we're calling it, for the spring, and there very well will not be MJ for the second half of the fall. So again.
But how does that work? Do we promise something that we're not delivering or?
Well, that's why we did the phases, because the funding, that 17.3
Students, yeah.
did not materialize. So now we have 9.975 to work with, and you have 3.6 of that left. So we're trying, to your point, not to promise something to students that you can't deliver. The program is popular. There isn't enough funding. So again, that's why we said in phases, so we can basically let folks know, if you're not in the gate yet, then you probably are not going to get in the gate. You need to be doing something else to address those students, as opposed to putting a credit on their account that we cannot make good on. So I would say that's our biggest funding challenge.
So the challenge with that, as you know, to Sawan's good point, is wildly popular and very successful. And we, as she mentioned, had $17 million because of the leftover funds. We asked for 23 to 25 million, and believe we have a very strong case for it, for adults getting the credentials they need to support themselves and their families. The last report, I think Tristan's in here, the average earning increase for the MJ Foster participant was $36,000 increase in income. So it matters, it makes a difference. We need to make sure that the legislature actually picks up the pace in terms of funding for it. And so LOSFA is basically saying grace and managing the dollars they have in the program sent to them. They use their data to provide persuasive justification to say this is working, do more. But the other thing I will mention is that there is uneven administrative support for LOSFA. Some programs, maybe one or two, allow for some admin.
Most do not.
Most do not. And so there's not an increase there as well. So the 2 points that I would just want to make sure.
2%, our admin costs run 2% of that budget. And the majority of our programs, for example, TOPS has 0 administrative dollars. All right, so you don't get that. You don't get it out of TOPS, you don't get it out of GO, you don't get admin out of that. Our money comes in the gate and out to students, and that's who we are. But that means that as you expand, because our people do a very good job, you're taking that same rubber band, right? And saying, I want you to run the programs, and then I want you to do the tiered outreach for folks, which is what we do, our bread and butter. But you're faced with doing that with the same individuals. And as your audiences expand, as more people get interested in technical certificates and credentials and short-term offerings, then yes, it becomes a challenge, but it is one that we would like more if there is more. But we feel like we do an excellent job with what we have.
Okay.
Thank you. The other questions?
So yeah, MJ, Go Teach, and Chafee. And those are very, very small.
So
Those are the only 3 that we get admin for.
Have admin.
Yeah. Okay.
And TOPS is actually 5 to 6 programs if you look at it, because you have Opportunity Performance Honors.
And now
Excellent Tech and TOPS Tech Early Start. Counted as one.
Thank y'all.
We encompass it as TAs.
And if we're down more than $1 million in TOPS.
Yes.
As the year comes, you said go to legislature, ask for more money. How does that work?
Okay. It could work a number of ways. The way the law reads, if we're down, right, and that million that we're saying 286, right, and we got 285, if we don't get that and you exceed it, pro rata will take place in spring. And that's all y'all, except the National Guard. Everybody's cut.
Oh, so
Everybody's, oh, yes, everybody's awards are
that I
cut.
did not know.
That happened in
Everybody's
the general
stipends.
administration,
Yes,
and
it's-
lots of smart students. I know their parents told me like,
yes,
they're out.
we're out.
That like,
Very.
we got a promise that we're getting our tuition, we need to get our tuition, they'll go to.
That is what the
Texas,
law
wherever.
says.
Unless the
So,
legislature intervenes.
if we wave a flag and say, because remember tops long time ago, used to have language called more or less in the budget bill, right? Which means if you need more, we're going to put more. More or less language exited the building under the general administration. I'm not pointing a finger, I'm just giving you a time frame, right? So that language is no longer there. So there is no obligation to give more. That is when pro rata came in shortly afterwards to say, this is how you're going to handle it if you have a shortfall. So what we will do as those fall bills are coming in, by November, you got the bulk of your fall bills coming in. If we see that more than half of that money is already taken up by fall, then we know Houston, we could have a bit of a problem during the spring. Now, you have a little bit of grace that fewer students go in spring than in fall. And we kind of know historically how much that would be. But if you have an overload of students coming from home study, now it's the same ACT score. CLT, we have not seen a big uptick of that. Your excellence award students is about 1,560 that are been determined eligible thus far. Now we've got to see, are they going to show up and enroll? That's what those bills will tell us. We'll wave that flag and say, think we have a problem. What would you like us to do? Or is the legislature gonna say, okay, we're going to find money to fill that shortfall, or do we go into pro rata? So it's not a doomsday scenario, it's just those are the facts. That's what the law says do unless the legislature intervenes. So we're gonna, and we will adjust again in January.
We all the time, so just keep us posted.
Before September. Oh, we will.
My misunderstanding was that the state was obligated to fund this program no matter what the consequences were. And so that is an eye opener for.
I was here and I got the call from all the parents, like, are you kidding me?
That is,
You promised me this and I'm not getting it. Why in the world do we turn down the scholarship to Alabama and Ole Miss? for
Yeah,
LSU?
exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's almost like a bait and switch.
Yeah.
We're gonna bait you in
Yeah,
to
those
this
are used.
program. We don't fund it. And now it's like, I've already turned down something else, and that's just not a good example.
Trends, that's what you see tops going down.
So
Yeah.
let me just add that, we're in the same building with the division. We talked to Commissioner Barra.
Sure.
And so we will work to find a solution before we have a problem. But I think it's important that we flag that we potentially do have one.
The boss is in-house, so we'll get, we'll
Yeah.
hear from you guys all the time. Regent, Aubrey?
I think she answered my question.
Okay.
Because we are hearing there may be a special session.
Yes.
Yes.
And it would, as I articulate that the campuses and the systems need to provide more early alerts, I would rather we err on the side of saying, this is out there, this is what we're seeing, put them on notice. So that we're not the bad guys holding the bag saying,
Well, it's a pretty easy explanation when they changed the rules after the budget was made to put more people in tops.
Right.
Make sure we fulfill that
I'd
promise.
rather we tell, I'd rather tell.
Absolutely, because we want to hang on to our students and we don't want parents to panic or students. But we need to make sure that we're communicating.
Regent Spine, real quick.
So there are different divisions in tops, right? The opportunity, performance, honors, excellence. Is there a breakdown as to?
Yes, sir. That's in your book. Yes, sir. The acceptance rates, will see right after, let's find that.
Well, excellence brand new, so we don't know acceptance rates for excellence at this point. If you
Not
look
billing,
at,
but you know.
pages, starting on page 20, you'll see the top slides. Or the top information.
And you'll see the projections. So you've got
It changed. It used to be.
20, you're going to see who we process and who's eligible. And notice this year, we've got in 24-25, we are 13.6% increase in the number of students determined eligible. Even though we have smaller incoming classes, we've got a before we were below. So we went 1.5 in 2022-23, 2.6. This year, 13.6. So your denominator, potential students that can come up is already at 13.6% higher. Usually TOPS and TOPS Tech have an inverse relationship. If TOPS, OPH and E go up, TOPS, or then they go down, or if TOPS Tech goes up, it goes down. This year, they both went up. So this means that we've got a 21.8% increase in TOPS Tech eligible. Now we're on to the waiting game, which is when the bills come in, that tells us, did all of those students who could show up? And are we paying them for the fall? That's why we said we keep a close eye on that fall billing. The commissioner gets an update every month. If it gets tight like MJ Foster, she gets an update every week. And so with those billings, so we have the capacity to do that.
And what you're seeing is if secondary education's doing their job, which we had the best, joint board last month, then you're gonna see more higher achieving students. And, that's what we want. We want kids that are achieving, and then we want them to come to stay in the state of Louisiana, so.
I guess I'm not seeing, I was asking for a specific dollar amount that's spent on the 20 to 23 students.
Oh, you did expenditure.
If you look at
Expenditure is over
22,
2.
it shows you the different breakout by award, also by system. Now that is 24-25 because we don't know 25-26 yet. We're currently in it and we haven't received any bills. But if you look at 23, that will tell you the projection going forward, what we are thinking will happen based on the numbers of
See on
previous
22,
and eligibilities.
look at opportunities, so that was 118 million,
Yeah.
right? Performance at 78.5. Remember again, like as you said, excellence isn't there yet. That's a significantly higher award. One thing to caution about excellence, you're not going to get a true picture of excellence, we feel, this year. Because when you think about it, if you're a high achieving student, you got above a third, you got a lot of people looking at you.
Right.
That was passed in June.
Right.
You got your offer letters
Way ahead.
way ahead of that. So the likelihood that you said, oh, right, I've already decided what I'm gonna become, I'm gonna change it. So we're saying you may see some, but your true test next year of excellence is, do those students, now that they know, those 25, 26 graduates, they know excellence is there. Now they have something to compare it to when they get the out-of-state offer, which was the intent of excellence, right? Then that decision will not have been made.
So
So
they're-
that's when we think there'll be a lag.
This will be the first fully informed group going forward.
Exactly,
Right.
the class of 25, 26.
But you've also got to realize that if unfortunately it does have to go into pro rata because money would not be there, that starts affecting it immediately because those students are saying, do I want to take that chance?
Right.
Yeah. So you can see when we went into pro rata becoming a thing,
Right.
and when we decouple tops from tuition,
Right.
when you look at those numbers for acceptance rates and the like, you can see the downward trend, and then comes COVID, but that was pre-COVID. So you can see that just as our Regent David said, hey, if you don't know if your money is good or not,
Right.
or if you're gonna fund this and I'm gonna go with another state that's going to tell me that, oh, we got you.
Right.
We don't have a problem. So again, we are rebounding in the number of eligible students. That's good news, even with a shorter class or a smaller class. And then that goes back to what the budget projections and the fund said revenue estimating. If you've got fewer people in the state, you're going to have smaller high school graduating classes if you do. But good news is they have a larger percent are eligible. So that's great. They're achieving.
One last question. Just one last question. Last time that there was a pro rata, what year was that?
16, 17.
16,
Okay,
17,
so,
yeah.
okay, that's what I'll be clear. Yeah, thank you.
Thank y'all. Make Harold go home.
Leadership has given me to go ahead and keep plowing forward there, so we're gonna call for the LCTCS group to come up right now, please.
It's flashing that break up
That
there,
was
they
a
just
break.
blow right by.
No, we just.
Sorry, we're misleading you, Regent.
Yeah, it's been. And then we walked out the door.
Yeah, it seemed like the budget was still upside down.
16. That'd be the.
All right, we're gonna now get started with our system presentations, beginning with the LCTCS system. We're joined by System President, Dr. Bonnie Sullivan, Vice President of Education, Dr. Chandler LaBeouf, and Chief Financial Officer, Joseph Barrett. So thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Regent, David. Thank you to, Chair Cordell and to each of you as members of Regents. Thank you for your service to the state of Louisiana. Always enlightening to hear the conversation that goes on. I think it's important, that all of us are in that mindset of understanding what's coming, right? Where are we headed and what is the impact going to be? On behalf of the members of the Board of Supervisors, Chair Party is unable to be with us today as he's billing hours, as most attorneys should be. Right? Regent David, I appreciate that. So certainly here to represent him, our 12 incredible colleges, about 140,000 students that we represent each year. And I have to tell you, I could not be more proud of what I believe is one of the nation's premier community and technical college systems. That is not simply spoken by a president about his own system, but is instead in the data, in the numbers very clearly. Over the last 25 years, we have transformed from 56 campuses with administrative overhead in each of those locations to 12 solid, financially sound, market responsive to your colleges. Each of you know those colleges in your own communities. You understand what they do for your community. You also understand what they do at a statewide level. That group of colleges, those 12 colleges this year, not only represent an opportunity for us to have 38,000 new taxpayers, which is exactly what we saw this past year, and 38,000 graduates. Again, a record number of graduates. This past year, prior to the 38,000, it was about a 35,000 number. So about an 8% growth in 1 year. So moving from 35,000 to 38,000 this year, we fully anticipate continuing along that path. We're seeing growth in specific areas like healthcare, where we've seen our healthcare graduates go from about a 4,000 number in the COVID year, 2020. We saw that number grow to 8,000 by 2023. That number is just short of 10,000 this past year, about 9,600 healthcare graduates. You can imagine going from 4,000 to 9,600 anything graduates, engineers, educators, anything is a tall order. That's what these colleges were able to do. Not only are we able to deliver the 38,000 graduates, but I want to talk to you a little bit also about efficiencies. You know, when someone says Doge, we don't dodge. There's a D missing there, right? We don't dodge. And in fact, there are two metrics that I would show to you today that I think tell the story of efficiency in community and technical colleges. Yes, you can look at the map of the 56 locations where we had administrative overhead that we were able to cut. We pushed that dollar right back into the classroom. That's the only way you're able to see continuous growth across time. In 25 years, so in the early 2000s, I see Kim sitting here in the early 2000s, right, Kim? You were at the LCTCS. You were here, but you had just left the LCTCS, right? And at that time, we were graduating about 1 in 10 students that enrolled with us in a year. They graduated in that year, 1 in 10. Today, this past year, that number is 1 in 2. For every 1 student that enrolls, for every 2 students that enroll, 1 student completes a credential. 46% of the students that enroll in a year complete within that year. That is efficiency of time, because the number one enemy of student success and momentum, as we talk about in this organization, is time. The longer someone has to span through an associate degree program, a bachelor's degree program, even graduate programs, what you're doing is open the door for life to happen to these students. And so it's important for us to make sure that as that student enrolls, they also have something that they walk away with, something that allows them to be able to make a living, something that gives them that $36,000 bump that you talked about just a minute ago from the the MJ Foster Promise Award. These credentials are aligned very closely with the jobs that are in need in Louisiana. I don't have to tell you, healthcare, manufacturing, IT, energy, construction, many other sectors that are impacted here. I think about the great work that has gone on from our friends at Entergy. You have been seminal to the state of Louisiana in many regards over history. But particularly in the last year, you have changed the face of the state of Louisiana. I want to make sure to say that publicly and to thank you for your leadership, your commitment of resources, and also for the great work in delivering and following through, not just the start, but you've made this happen from an economic development point of view. You're an incredible partner. Thank
Been a
you.
great partner.
Thank you. Not only have we seen growth across our sector, but we've also taken on 2 new missions. Think of that for a second. 2 missions that were added in 25 years. One of those happened in 2009 when we added the Adult Basic Education mission. Now, there's been a lot in the news about adult basic education of late, but from 2009, when that responsibility moved over, there were some state dollars and some federal dollars that moved with us. But what we're seeing now is that federal dollar potentially is going away. And so now the question becomes, for Louisiana's adult population, about 600,000 people with no high school diploma, what happens to that group? You know them. You see them in the grocery store. You run into them in all sundry different places, right? But they don't have an out. They don't have an opportunity to get up and out of the circumstance that they find themselves in. The second mission that we took on was beginning in about 2015, where we took the workforce mission and standardized it in a manner that allows us to be able to know that the CDL program taught at Fletcher Technical Community College in Houma is the same as the CDL program taught at Northwest Louisiana Technical Community College. That way there's commonality across the state. There's commonality in price point, but there's also commonality in the value and the end result that the student receives. That's the important part. That's how we know we get to that point of knowing that the income is worthwhile. The time spent at the college is worthwhile to the student. So as you think about that first factor, efficiency, of going from 1 in 10 students completing a credential in a year to now 1 in 2 students completing a credential in a year. Let me also share with you the total cost of a credential. If you go back into the early 2000s, and particularly around 2005, we saw a spike in the cost of a credential. Now, that cost of credential is calculated very simply by taking the money that is provided by the state of Louisiana, the money that is provided by the student, putting that together and dividing by the total number of credentials that you produced or graduates that you produced in that year. That number went from 40,000 in 2005 to 9,200. 9,200 in the 2025 year. That means every time someone graduates from one of our colleges, it's costing collectively the state and the student about $9,000. Now, what happens to that individual? Let's just take the 36,000. On average, they're probably earning somewhere in the 20,000 range to begin with. Give them their 36,000 boost, they're at 56 grand. They're driving back to the state of Louisiana $5,000 a year in property tax, personal income tax, and sales tax. We are growing a tax base for the state of Louisiana. That's essentially what your community and technical colleges are about. And so when you think about that number of 36,000 added to whatever they're making today, it's the difference between childcare, transportation, housing, food. It's all the basics of life. That's the transformation that is happening every single day with our colleges. Think of that. An efficiency factor that goes from 40,000 per graduate to below 10,000 per graduate in a 25-year picture. And guess what? That number is continuing to fall. We're going to continue to find ways to make sure that that number drives downward by increases in the number of graduates, but also by becoming more efficient. So we will continue to work with our colleagues at Louisiana DOGE to make sure that the story of community and technical colleges and how we have found a way to become more efficient and to become more productive is a story that Louisiana DOGE can point to as an example, rather than as having DOGE done to you. We want to make sure that this is an example that people can look at. And when all is said and done, we can talk about the numbers. I would, thought about a number of times bringing students to the budget hearings, but I think that's probably a little bit more than the schedule would allow, right? Probably so. Bobby. But I do think it's important that you put faces with these stories. These are individuals that have gone from zero in life, oftentimes, very difficult circumstances. You heard Suan talk about it a few minutes ago, where you need those wraparound services, where someone to help you figure out life, figure out that next step. Do you remember the person that helped you to know that you had to go to college? What if you didn't have that person? Most of our students don't have the person that you had in your life that said, you need to go to school. Instead, life taught them that they needed to go to school and create a better life for themselves and the people around them. What these colleges are doing is changing Louisiana one student at a time. This year it's 38,000. Next year it'll be more than that. Soon it'll be 40 to 50,000 graduates a year. Louisiana is a 2 million job state, roughly 2 million jobs. When you think about the production of new graduates at 50,000 a year going into the market, we are meeting the basic churn of the marketplace at 50,000 on 2 million jobs. That's where we're headed. Now, how do we get there? We get there by focusing on self-generated revenue. The reality is, we just heard the commissioner a few minutes ago say, we're not going to see a whole lot of new money. And so what have we done? Joe and his team, give a great deal of credit to Joel Watkins, who built for us a self-generated revenue dashboard. First day of the fall semester rolls around and you're at Louisiana Delta Community College, you're a brand new chancellor. That's a real circumstance, right? You walk in and you're Dr. Hoggart and you've got to figure out, where am I in tuition collections? I know that I only get about 40% of my revenue from the state. The rest of it's coming in tuition, and most of it comes in the fall. How much of it is here? We didn't rely upon the parking lot to tell us that. We now have a dashboard that says, here's enrollment, here's the revenue that's collected, here's the revenue that's outstanding, and here are the sources of each one of those. It's no different than what you would do in your private business. That's what we're doing as community and technical colleges to ensure that we have a strong future ahead of us. We're not coming here today to ask you for more money. I'd like to, but I don't think it's worthwhile. I don't think it's the appropriate ask at this point. It's just not. It's not the right time in the state of Louisiana to ask for more dollars. But I can tell you this. I heard, as you did, that MJ Foster Promise needs new dollars. I know for a fact that we need more workforce dollars, but I'm not asking for it for LCTCS. I'm asking for it for Louisiana. You don't have to give it to LCTCS if there's a challenge there. Instead, make sure the dollar gets to the individual so they're not suffering. We saw this past legislative session where, instead of funding higher education equally and across the 4 systems, some folks chose to do it differently. And that's okay, that's their prerogative. But the reality is, the prior 3 years, we had seen huge amounts of new revenue coming in the form of $25 million in healthcare dollars, 10 million in reboot, another 10 million in reboot. We've seen revenue for short-term training. That dollar has come in, and that's much of the reason we've been able to create this change. My point to you is simple. We have a job to do. You and I have a job to do. The dollars don't have to be at LCTCS. We just simply want to be able to serve students. That's all we ask for. With that, I'm glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for being, and we did, there's so many good things to talk about. So I'll start with that. So when it comes to regional workforce needs, collaborating with the Meta deal, with Hyundai, with our port, the LNG facilities, broadband, what are y'all doing, seeing what you've done in the past, what are y'all doing in the future to address some of those needs and collaborate?
Great question. We are very thankful to our friends at Leaders for a Better Louisiana. In fact, I know there's good crossover in this group and Leaders for a Better Louisiana. You've seen the presentation of the mega sites requirements. Mega site requirement, not in terms of total employees, but in terms of only the construction aspect. We've watched this movie before. This is not new. 2014, 2012, 14. We were dealing with a circumstance where LNG had just become a thing, pretty significant in the economy. And we're going to begin to see many of our companies down the river change their feedstock to make sure that they are able to take advantage of the lower cost. Excuse me, I'm dealing with a cold, I apologize. Lower feedstock cost as a result of the LNG. During that time,
you had multiple projects that were rebuilding. Those multiple projects required 15,000 construction workers. In that time frame, we worked very closely together with the construction industry, and we hit the mark. Louisiana won the Construction User Roundtable Heisman Trophy for construction. Now, here we sit today in 2025, approaching 26 very quickly, and we have yet another series of major projects that require construction. This one is not a 15,000 construction worker, it's 27,000. So you just ask us to double. We're in the midst right now of working. In fact, next Monday, we'll be in a conversation with our friends from LSU to talk about construction management aspect of this, but also working internally with our own colleges to make sure that we hit the tradesman responsibility. So those are the initial data. If you look at places like Meta, where we have direct contact with everyone from, the construction firms that are involved, for electricity, for heavy equipment operations, for a whole range of those efforts. The unfortunate part of Meta is that it got out ahead of us in terms of the construction before we really are able to get our feet on the ground and get boots on the ground. Hyundai, on the other hand, we're in a very different place. We're in a much better place to be prepared for construction because of the runway. Very different circumstances. When you're looking at LNG facilities, my goodness, there's nobody better at this than Neil Ashmore over at Sewell Technical Community College. No one has been more responsive to the economic needs of their region than Sewell Technical Community College. Remember when Sasol came to town and they said, we want you to double the number of process operators? Everyone's eyes roll back in their head. They're like, are you kidding me? You want to double the number of process operators in less than a year? And what did the college do? They did it. They doubled the number of operators at a starting salary of $65,000 a year. They opened short-term training programs that allowed people with baccalaureate degrees to get in and get expertise in process operator that allowed them to go to work. Those are the kinds of opportunities that we have ahead of us. I ask of you as a board, please do not think of workforce training, and particularly some of the specific construction areas, as being a one and done kind of effort. It is not. In fact, we will see people with bachelor's degrees interested in those training programs. We will see people with associate degrees in other fields interested in those training programs. We will see people that have worked outside of the state of Louisiana for most of their life, lived in Louisiana, but now want to stay home. Those are the recruitment efforts that we're in the midst of now to make sure that that 798 Pipeliners Union that has for years drawn from Northeast Louisiana, we want to make sure those folks get to stay right there in Northeast Louisiana, work and make a living for their families. That's the life-changing kind of opportunity that we have in front of us. I think as we get further into these projects individually, we'll be able to give you more detail about each one of them in terms of what is required.
When it comes to the financial aspects, I see like some of you institutions are having to dip into reserves to make budget this year. That's always tough, but I worry about the future. The federal Pell program, the future of adult education, federal programs. I think it's like $25 million maybe in your budget could be affected if some of that goes away or gets reduced. Tell us what your plan is and how to deal with things like that.
Yeah. So first and foremost, I want to be clear. Adult basic education is not going away. The people themselves that need the service, they're still going to be there. Let's be real clear. What I think may change is the structure of how that service is delivered and the what of what is delivered. Because I got to admit to you guys, I'm not sure that spending $1 billion or so, several $100 million to help someone get a high school diploma when the high school diploma is not going to get them more than McDonald's. I'm not sure that we can spend that amount of money when we have that level of demand in construction, as we just talked about, in healthcare, and go down the list of all the other areas. So what I believe you're going to see happen are those dollars are going to remain in place, but they're going to be used much more for skilling adults rather than adult basic education. That makes perfect sense to send that dollar back to the Department of Labor, which you saw that happen from the administration at the federal level. I suspect we'll see something very similar. We're working with Susie Showen to make sure that that process is one that works for the student, and that Workforce Commission, LCTCS, our college providers are all pulling in the same direction. So I want to be clear, the service itself is going to look different. How do we accommodate that in terms of the administrative kit? It will cost us a significant number of positions at the board office. We have cut roughly 25%, 24% of our total board office employees from June 30 until now. We've already taken these steps, right? We're taking the individuals that are at the board office who are talented people, and we're trying to find places for them at the colleges because that's where we need them. It's not that we don't need the people. We don't have the money to pay them. So let's push the dollar out to the college. Let's make sure the college has as much of an opportunity to survive in this environment as possible. Here's the kicker to the whole thing. Guess what? You do not have an adult basic education. There is one requirement that the federal government says you cannot, if you participate here, you can't charge. So there's no self-generated revenue. And so what we get is $142 per person. As I've shared with this group before, it would be a better strategy to buy a $142 bus ticket to Houston, right? And ship people out of the state. Because we really are not doing a service to this adult population with the amount of investment that we're making. Let's try to get them more into the skills aspect rather than the adult ed side. But look, we're working to solve the challenge at the board office now and do it in a way that's not a big public debate.
Do y'all have some ideas on how to increase revenue?
We do. So one of those ways is common pricing across our workforce areas, offering a higher level of workforce offering. One of the great examples is, if you hire engineers as an example, if an engineer comes to you with a project management certification, you're going to pay them more than if they don't come to you with a project management certification. That's a fact. So beginning to realize that we're not just talking about the bottom end of the workforce, we're also talking about training programs that are also intended for this group as well, which is, by the way, a greater premium in terms of the dollar per program. It is a greater value to the college. So we've got to find ways.
Better completion rate too.
It is, without a doubt. You're right. Now, that's one of the things that I will mention to you about the workforce aspect of this is completion rates. We don't have to worry about completion rates in the workforce aspect of this because they're shorter in term. The students are going directly into something that they really enjoy doing. We didn't say to them, hey, go take this math course or go learn how to use a comma. We said, let's learn how to run a backhoe today. And they get into that. They get excited about it and they want to complete that program.
I want to hog all the questions. Do I have any questions here?
I had.
Yes, sir. Regent Glazer.
You mentioned about taking the money out of the younger students coming up, putting it on the adult. But we're not doing any good to the younger students, because they're gonna be adults one day and still looking for you. We have to start to give the younger ones an opportunity to know what way they wanna go.
Sure. So a little bit of just the data context, just so you understand, there are 40,000 students that graduate high school every year. We have a pool of people that are 1.1 million of our adults that have a high school diploma or less. That population of people is the one that is so difficult for us to help find employment. It's difficult for them to maintain employment because they simply don't have the skills. And so to the point that I was making a second ago, moving away from this notion of help them get a high school diploma, instead help them to get skills so that there are more people in the workforce. I'm not suggesting we take money away from anybody. Please understand.
I understand, but still, the ones that's in the high school have them prepared for a workforce when they get out.
I totally agree with you. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right. There needs to be a stronger emphasis. And look, it's a function of what has happened across time. What we saw was when we heard the notion of this accountability movement in education, we stopped teaching technical education in the broad context. We still teach it, but we don't teach it to the masses. We've got to go back to teaching to the masses. I mean, look, things like reconciling your checkbook. I don't know whether you guys got that in high school or didn't. Yeah. I did in my FFA program.
Absolutely.
If I hadn't gotten an FFA, I wouldn't have gotten it.
I agree. Yeah.
Want to speak to the legislation that passed, I think this year, where if there's not vocational education in the school, that you are to partner with, they are to partner with LCTCS, to your specific point.
Yes.
Talk about what that looks like.
I think, let's put it in the context of a rural school district with declining population, with declining enrollment, declining availability of teachers, a whole range of things. I think about a place like Tensall Parish, just because I'm from that part of the world. I know how difficult it is in those rural communities to find this kind of education. So having the college reach its hand out and say, we want to see more career and technical education offer, not less. Yes, it's important for the kid that has the 32 on the ACT to get a foreign language so they can qualify for TOPS. But it's equally important for that kid who has an interest in industrial maintenance to get that same opportunity. And we're missing as a state if we only fund one of those. I hope that helps.
I know you, Chandler, Joe, others have been working hard at the federal level around workforce Pell. So now it will become a reality. Talk a bit about what that means. Is that a game changer for affordability? What does it mean?
It is without a doubt a game changer. And I think it's a game changer, yes, for the student, also for industry. Look, it's going to be a game changer for a president. I think the award is no longer called Workforce Pell, it's called the Trump Award. Right? So you have a president who saw that this is a positive thing and wants to put their own name on it. Now, the award is really simple. It takes the old context of Pell that we're all familiar with. That Pell requirement says that a program has to be 600 hours in length in order for a student to benefit from it. Well, I got news for you. Things have changed since the 1970s. And you can teach people a lot more in a shorter period of time. Through simulation, through a whole range of different possibilities. And so what we're proposing and what has now been passed is that we reduce that number from 600 hours down to 180 hours. That 180, did I get that right? 180 or 150?
Well, there's a range.
180 is good there. Good. Oh, that was right. So the 180 drives it down to a place where you have a much broader opportunity to do the training and to gain the funding for it. So this will work exactly like the Pell Grant Award. The difference is it has an administrative layer at the state level that the Workforce Investment Council must endorse the programs that are offered. We don't want to run out and offer every program that we teach as a part of Workforce Pell. We want to do it very specifically in some areas like linemen that we think are going to be really important to some key parts of our industry. We know that those people make really good livings, and we want to make sure that the data shows the benefit, as you've already proven it has, right? So Workforce Pell, I believe, will be a game changer in Louisiana. We are a state that recognizes short-term certification. Not all states are made that way. I think if you just think about it, our economy is built in large part on oil and gas, safety-oriented mindset, maritime industry. Both of those have guidelines for safety that are spelled out in the administrative code. So it very specifically says from deckhand all the way to captain, this is how it works. So our economy is built around those shorter term certifications. Expect Louisiana to be an early adopter and one that takes on, I think, a significant part of the whole. I would estimate in the first 3 years, probably we're talking somewhere in the $20 million range of what we believe we could generate from Workforce Pell.
Everyone wants to talk about AI. It's changing law, it's changing medicine, it's changing every industry, and all industries are represented at this table. We don't know what education is going to look like in 5 years, but we know it's going to look a whole lot different than it looks right now at every level. In what ways are you guys trying to be on the forefront of incorporating AI, not only to capture efficiencies in your offices and in your schools, but in how to change the way you teach your students?
So let's go to the front lines, which is our job is we are open access institutions. And so if something is coming into our society that is going to have almost a ubiquitous impact, it's our job to teach it. And so we began very early on, North Shore Technical Community College, a great example. They're in the midst of implementing and the leading AI certification into their English Composition 2. Think about that. Every single student that goes through English Composition 2 will be exposed to AI context, a sense of what the history of AI is, where it came from. This isn't something that's new. It's been around for a while, right? And so making sure that our students have that context is incredibly important to us. Why? Because you want a well-rounded employee. And that well-rounded employee needs to understand where AI came from, how it is to be used, and potentially how it can be used from an innovative point of view. Now, for our students in particular, a lot of the AI opportunities are in how we interact with our students. And that is from student information to financial aid. You saw a second ago, as Suwan talked about that, the chat function, that should be a complete AI tool. rather than individuals behind it. For us, that is the direction that we're headed. So we see this as both a functional impact day to day. The one thing that I do not anticipate is I do not anticipate our faculty going away, as some might anticipate, you're going to lose faculty as a result of AI. I don't see that whatsoever. In fact, I see it as an opportunity for our faculty to engage AI to make life even bigger and different going forward. So I think there's a real opportunity there, both from the youth side as well as from how we're using it within our day-to-day
A
organization.
few years ago, everyone was telling us, you need to get the coding, and now everyone's saying, oh no, AI owns coding now, and they're gonna own it more. But there's gonna be a huge need in the workforce for that person working in that company, to teach that company how to use AI to make themselves more efficient. So I see you guys as a front line for that kind of education.
I was just gonna comment and say, most of our technical labs that are built today already have AI built into those machines. So think about a machinist. The manual machinist is not doing manual machinist anymore. The machine is doing it because they've coded it from an AI standpoint. And so most of our technical labs are already on the forefront of that.
We got to see some of that at Swallow.
Yeah, we sure did.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
yeah.
Which brings me to another question real quick. With our master plan, as you know, we're all focused on dual enrollment. And to your point, Regent Glazier, reaching these students in the K-12 sector is so important. Helping them understand, what do I want to be when I grow up at a much younger age than versus just trying to start trying to figure that out in high school. Or even senior year, usually kids are scrambling, trying to figure out what their major is in senior year. Having that dual enrollment opportunity is so important. And some of your campuses have just knocked that out of the park. River Parishes, Bossier, Swella, of course, and SLCC. They're doing a great job. What are some other incentives that your campuses are doing? Who are the winners? What can we do better? How can we get more winners in that space?
Lafayette, Louisiana. Yes.
I mean, their campus is
108%.
amazing. It's amazing. Yes, it's amazing,
I
for
think
sure.
it's important to kind of disaggregate the numbers a bit, because the general premise in dual enrollment is this: if you can do college level work, you have convinced an 18-year-old, 17-year-old
Sure.
of something that they didn't believe when they walked in the classroom.
That's right.
Because regardless of the level of confidence that some of these students may have, I'm telling you, they walk into that classroom questioning themselves. What dual enrollment represents is an opportunity for people to understand you can do college level work. Now, is that in sociology or is that in welding? So that's what I mean by disaggregate, because disaggregating and teaching career and technical education is one thing. Teaching general education dual enrollment is a completely other issue. So I think it's important that we begin to keep up with dual enrollment, yes, and more of it, but we also begin to keep up with what portion of dual enrollment is technical, because that to me is how we change the tide of the state of Louisiana. If those 40,000 come out every year and there's an appropriate portion of them that are skilled technically, that means down the line, we know that 1.1 million is going to get smaller over time. Right?
And that
Regents,
offering
the
is
legal size
ridiculous.
piece of paper y'all have, it has enrollment.
Yep.
So we're, for your system, I think we're down 3.5% or so for the year. Looks like some schools like SLCC and Bossier Parish and River Parishes and Swella, I think, are way up. But across the board, most of the schools are down in dual enrollment. What do you think's happening there?
So,
Well, one has been pricing. So school districts will say, ultimately, we want it cheaper. We want it cheaper. And our schools are saying, we just can't give it away for free. And so until we get to a point where we agree to a common pricing, that is a barrier I see for sure from an academic standpoint.
So the LCTCS system, I think, is the first system that said, we're gonna set the pricing, we're gonna standardize the pricing. In Louisiana, you've heard me talk about this. We love dual enrollment. The financing is the Wild West, right? And it is based on relationships of schools and community colleges. And what their system did a year or two ago was to say, if you take it on at a high school, this is the price. If you take it at college, this is the price. And that's it. And it doesn't matter where you are in the state. And so some school districts have said, nah, I like my other price better. Right, so.
Let's be honest, not all institutions do dual enrollment for the same reason. That's the fundamental issue. Some of our institutions pursue dual enrollment because we're educating and skilling a group of people. Some pursue dual enrollment because it's a recruitment effort. And that's perfectly appropriate for them to do. We want them to go out and do a great job of recruiting. But I think it's important for all of us from a policy point of view to distinguish between those two.
Yeah, and I brought that up before in terms of consistency, but I appreciate the systematic way you've approached it. This is our cost. This is benefit. And you are absolutely right. I think, and I'm maybe way off board, but I think some schools are utilizing it not only for recruitment, but also to make it look good just for that number. Skews their enrollment, make people look good. But I just want to commend you for some of the work that you've done to put a strategy to address efficiencies. It just sounds, it looks like you're running as a system, not just a conglomerate and all these different things. And I know that could be tough. I know that can be tough. And I would be curious, if you're comfortable, what can we do as a broader higher education community to mimic some of those system success stories to create efficiencies across higher education in general?
Look, when you put last year and this year together, I've said enough about other people's operations.
Well, but you've been
right?
system president more than anybody else.
Sure.
And again, I've seen you when you were enrollment management, ULM, and worked at Grambling. You've been in multiple systems. So I look to you for not that. I'm not asking to get into the politics, but we got challenges and we're adding academic programs. Again, you're at the front line. So I'm just looking for some.
Let me give you one example that I think would apply broadly. And it's not a new idea. It's an idea that we've talked about to some extent, and the legislature's even seen it as an opportunity. And that is today, when we go out and hire a full-time position, call it a faculty position, it can be an administrative position, it can be a staff position. For every dollar we spend in salary, there's 44.5 pennies that follow it that are benefits. I don't know what AT&T's benefits package looks like, but I promise you, you don't pay 44.5 cents in benefits. There's not a company represented at this table that does.
Not a profitable one.
No, not a profitable one for sure, right? In fact, what I hear from you guys is if I'm paying 20% benefits, I'm overpaying, right? We're paying 44.5% benefits. So let me tell you what it causes us to do in terms of our actions. Outsource all of housekeeping, outsource all of grounds, outsource everything that's not directly impacting the student.
So if that changes, that's a system.
That is a state of Louisiana system.
As a state, the division administration?
Yes. So my suggestion would be very simply that the division administration take money off the top and pay the IUAL and UAL cost instead of sending it to us and washing the money. I hate to say it that way, but that's a reality.
Are we the only group that do that? Is that right? It just us?
IUAL?
Yeah.
So certainly, so the debt is the state's debt. Higher education has a significant expense of carrying the debt. And it impacts our ability, as you saw with the mandated costs, et cetera, to have operating dollars to do our work. So if we're returning with 60 cents on the dollar, then it's just sort of, you give it to me, I give it back to you, right? And so we do see part of the UAL being paid down, and we've continued to say, if you can't give us money, just relieve the debt, right? Relieve the debt, because that's a huge impact for us.
Yeah.
Because it is the state's debt. It's not higher ed's debt that we're having to manage.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hope that helps. One of the other areas that we're looking at this time, there are two big push points that we're working closely with our colleges on. One of those is portion of the curriculum taught by adjuncts, portion taught by full-time. I mean, look, that's the mix is not, I mean, I guarantee you that's a healthcare discussion every day, right? Full-time and part-time. And not always in a move of trying to have more part-time. It's the right mix for whatever it is that you do from a service delivery point of view, right? And then the second part of that is we need more of our students finishing programs and finishing courses with an A, B, or C grade. Just that simple. That's not a rocket science kind of statement. More students finishing with A, B, or C means that we are doing our job better. And so those are metrics that we're looking at that are also set alongside with the revenue to say, are we generating the revenue that we should be generating from this number of students?
Significant money and retention of students. We have an all-in approach on student success. Tristan and everybody's been working on that, and I think that's something we have to keep talking about, right? We recruit the student, that meant we saw potential in the student. Now let's work diligently to help the student be successful. And for under-resourced students, that's not just hand them a book, a check, afford a scholarship check or MJ Foster check and a catalog and say, good luck. As Monty said, the amount of wraparound services, but when you invest in people who are under-resourced, it's the sky's the limit, but it's more expensive to support and educate a student who's under-resourced, no
Let
doubt.
me give you an example. Even though it is more expensive, let me tell you one of the things that we're doing from the textbook perspective. You are all aware of a bookstore on the college campus. You can go down and buy your sweater or sweatshirt, whatever you want to buy, and you buy your books. No, that's not where we're headed. We're headed to a place that instead every student has a book on the first day of class, and you pay that as a part of a fee at the beginning when you pay for your tuition. Why would the bookstore be optional? You know what we found? 56% of our students were buying a textbook. 44% of our students were not buying textbook. Do you think it was because they didn't care? No, it's because they didn't have the money. Right? So if you make it a part of a course fee and you guarantee they're going to have a textbook on day one, learning starts on day one. That changes the game. That's all 12 colleges. Yes, we have 4 different, maybe even 5 different bookstore vendors right now. So we're trying to corral everybody into one. It's not easy, as you say, but it's the right work to do. It's driving down the price point for students. It's driving up our retention rate. We did this at Nunez Community College in a spring semester, I believe. They had an 11 percentage point improvement in retention as a result of people having a textbook on the first day of class.
They leave high school.
Right.
Last time where they were in an institute of higher learning was high school, where all of your stuff is provided on day one.
That's right. That's right. So it seems like mirroring some of those opportunities are only going to make us better.
Right.
And one of the things that was mentioned is it may be more expensive to educate some of these students. It's much more expensive for them to have no education.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
And so I know it may be more expensive, but that is a very worthwhile investment for those that have a good outcome, which is one of the things that I've been proud of this group for, is the formula scheduled. We can get the formula run. It's scheduled for an outcome-based program, which certainly would benefit the technical community college system.
We have 1 whole minute left. Everyone has a question.
We're that
Ready?
far ahead.
We're back on time.
You are also. Just one comment.
Yes.
I do want to thank you and your team, because victories we've been seeing in economic development, a big part of that is the work that you do to get a workforce available and ready for those challenges. Thank you.
Yes.
Let me tell you, we got 12 of the best leaders in the country out there doing this work. And they get up every day. You watch Quentin Taylor. I tell you, I've had as much fun watching that guy do this work as I have in my entire career. Because it is just exciting to see him pick it up and put it on his shoulders, run down the field, and all the support that's happening in the community and at the state level. Thank you for that.
You guys are very nimble. We appreciate that.
It has to be. That's it. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Are we just getting a box and sit where we are? Presentation starting with Southern University System. It's System President Dennis Shields and Vice President for Finance and Business Affairs, Glennis McClint. Thank y'all both for being here. I will give you all the floor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Regents, pleasure to be here. I actually look forward to this meeting every year.
Me too.
Then it's visit.
So now we're moving on.
But I'm happy to be here to speak on behalf of the Southern University Board of Regents, my chancellors, student administration, faculty, students, and thank you for the very important work that not only on this front, but many fronts that the Board of Regents participates in and assists higher education across the state. I hope if you have a chance, if you like to see construction, that you'll visit the Southern University Baton Rouge campus. We have a new STEM building on its way up. Welcome center that is going up quickly, new police station nearing completion. An outdoor amphitheater, Susla, we broke ground on a new physical education facility this month. And we didn't have the ceremony because of some outside interference, but a new nursing building has broken ground at Southern University. Well, many of those are fully funded by the state, but some of them are funded by federal dollars. On deck still on the Baton Rouge campus is a new College of Business, a serious overhaul remodel of the College of Nursing. Important to note there, half of the funding to do that is coming from private sources, about $10 million. The new lab school is in the pipeline. And God willing, the creek don't rise, new residence hall facility through a public-private partnership will break ground next spring on the Baton Rouge campus, 800-bed facility that's desperately needed. All in all, this will be approaching $400 million new instruction and building. Probably the largest single investment in Southern University in capital projects in the history of the school, but certainly in probably half a century. I want you to know that makes a huge difference in how people feel about when they see the state and others investing in the campus, when they see those cranes, it's extraordinarily heartening, desperately needed. We've also been particularly aggressive with deferred maintenance because we had a lot of issues. A number of projects on all three land masses are moving forward, and it's had a very heartening impact on how everybody feels about things that are going on campus. I would say about that, that's a result of probably a half a decade of work by a whole variety of people, from the Board of Supervisors, from the Southern University Foundation, to many senior administrators, to the Board of Regents, and a number of members of the legislature. It is a remarkable thing that I think the whole state should be proud of. We visit us in about 24 months. You can see a remarkably revitalized campus system, and badly needed and much appreciated. So that's some of the good news. So the university and all its constituent organizations are grateful for the supplemental appropriations, deferred maintenance, capital outlay funds received in the fiscal year 2024-2025. I'm glad to tell you that at least the preliminary numbers pretty solidly say that enrollment is up across the system, most significantly probably by 400 or 500 students on the Baton Rouge campus, 100 or so. It's much smaller for the body at Susla at Shreveport, and I think Suno, after many years of struggling with this, will at least hold steady with, I think when the final numbers come in, it will be up slightly. So I've been here 3 years. This is the third year that I can report enrollment increases across the Southern University system. That's attributed to much hard work by many people on each of the campuses, on enrollment management folks, and the efforts. More importantly, I think in significant ways, I think for a few years we ceded the effort to attract well-prepared students to others. I will tell you, led by our College of Science and Engineering, a very strong cohort of students, most of whom have 27 or higher ACT scores. 3 years ago it was 6 students, 2 years ago it was 14. Last year it was 26, this year more than 50 students. That's extraordinarily important for us because those students will succeed, they will help other students succeed, they will attract employers. We're already seeing a lot of excitement on the part of business and industry in the state who's very interested in attracting our engineers, and know there needs to be a larger pool of engineers coming out of Southern to populate their workforces. That's extraordinarily important. What I can tell you, at least the preliminary data says that the number of students with ACTs between 20 and 24 has increased by about 5% this year. That's also an important number because it tells us that there's a larger cohort across the board of students that we can fully well expect to succeed. So that's some of the good news. Of course, our campuses in general are focused on student outcome. We have a special mission as an HBCU, as an 1890 institution, to be a point of access. About 70% of our students are Pell eligible, so recent changes in Pell eligibility may have a significant impact on us. And about the same percentage of our students are the first generation in their families to go to school. So we have to be very focused on making sure that we're paying attention to those students succeeding. And that's one of our primary concerns, because we also know that's a large part of the workforce that state of Louisiana is going to be looking for in the near future. We also want to be good stewards of place. That means we want to support the thriving beyond just workforce, but other ways that we can support the activities both in North Baton Rouge and Scotlandville, but in Baton Rouge and across the state. So all of our campuses, all of our landmass are engaged in a number of different activities that support that prosperity. One notable one is the mobile medical units that are both based in Baton Rouge and now in Shreveport through the help of Ochsner that are providing medical support in underserved communities across the state. It's great. It's great for the services that we provide to our citizens of the state, and it's a great experience for our allied health students across our system. So that's our commitment to the state. That's what drives us. That's our strategic vision. I have had 3 pillars since I've been there. One is focusing on student outcomes. The other is being a good student of place, but also diversifying our revenue streams. We know the state's ability to support us may, by virtue of the budget constraints they have, may go up and down. And we know that our students are hard pressed to meet their educational cost. And so I'm proud to say we haven't raised tuition at Southern University for nearly a decade, right? And with the exception of, I haven't been here the whole decade. The only place that we're proposing raising some fees are on the already identified high cost programming that's on our Southern University New Orleans campus. But part of controlling our own destiny is also diversifying our revenue streams. One is by maintaining and increasing enrollment. We're also engaged in a historic capital campaign that has been real promising thus far. I'm not supposed to put a number on it because we're in the silent phase. But I have seen a number of 7-figure gifts rolling in from both alumni and industry, and that sort of support is greatly needed. So priorities, obviously student outcomes, producing workforce for the state of Louisiana, making an impact locally as a steward of place. We now have, I think, finally our economic development district in place, which will provide us opportunity to support infrastructure growth, housing, off-campus housing, participating fully in trying to reinvigorate the economy in North Baton Rouge. I'm very excited about that. We're also exploring and developing opportunities for applied research. Well, I think there is an aspiration to become a research one. I actually believe our niche is in applied research that much of industry and state needs to provide because of our expertise in engineering and STEM fields. So accomplishments, on the A&M campus, we've implemented the student success technology that's important to help our faculty and staff meet the students where they are, see when they're struggling early on and get them through the program. And actually being intentional about that by developing an Institute for Teaching and Learning Excellence. We have in the pipeline, I think you'll be considering later this fall, a chemical engineering program.
which has been roundly supported by the companies up and down the river. Petrochemical companies are desperate for more chemical engineering. We hired a dean of the College of Science and Engineering. Even though we don't have a chemical engineering program, he's a chemical engineer. We've had strong industry support, even belonging of an executive to help us develop that program. So I think in the not too distant future, this body will be looking at that program, and I hope you will support it. We've also been programs in chemical computer engineering and cybersecurity across each one of our land masses had some aspect of cybersecurity in place in the page of place of growth. At least the SUNO and SUPR have accreditation visits on the horizon, and we're busy working on that. The Southern University Law Center, the main focus there, they've had the right size the school, and so the emphasis on making sure that our students pass the bar exam at the appropriate rate. And some of that is going to be done by raising the standards, shrinking the size of the entering class. That was a little painful at first, but we're now at about the right size, a little over the right size. We've right sized the budget to meet that. Really proud of Chancellor Gant at our Shreveport campus, where we're seeing growth in enrollment, growth in programs. I think she did a great job in the last year, working through and developing a new 5-year strategic plan called Reimagine Susla 2030. I've already mentioned both the health unit and the health and physical education facility that's coming out. One of the most remarkable things, they have a very strong health sciences program, dental hygiene, nursing. I can't even say their polysomnography. Respiratory therapy and surgical technology. 100% of our students over the last 2 years have passed their qualifying exams, certifications, which I think is a tribute to the quality of instruction they get, the passion that the students have, support the administration is provided up there. Moving on to our College of Agriculture and Agricultural Research and Extension Center. I think you can't speak highly enough about the kind of contribution the Ag Center is making across the state of Louisiana. We have a presence in all 64 parishes, helping farmers and others through a variety of services. The Ag College has grown by 75% over the past few years. We're attracting amazing talent across the nation, but certainly in Louisiana, in part because of the strong relationship we have with the Department of Agriculture. We received two different scholarship funding sources from the Department of Ag. One's a $1 million full tuition scholarship that we have to match with housing. And then there's the other $1 million is actually the full ride scholarship. Now that's been a bit of a roller coaster this year, because first the funding was for the full tuition scholarship was eliminated completely for this year. Then half of it was returned. The Ag Center did a great job of raising the money so that none of the students that were already in place suffered from having their aid cut in half. Now we've been assured, at least thus far, that the full $1 million will be back in place. I will tell you that those are remarkable students, and keeping them in state if they're from Louisiana, but also attracting these talented students from across the country. And it's amazing where some of these folks come from, right? The SGA president that just graduated this year was an ag major, and she's from urban Chicago. Okay, I met her during my visit here a few years ago. Remarkable young woman who had a special internship with the foreign services arm of the Department of Ag last summer, and a remarkable student. So that program is really remarkable in the quality of students that it attracts, the research that's going on there, and the investment that this state is making in facilities, and the federal government. We're upgrading our poultry production, our meat processing. I could go on and on, but that Chancellor Means is just a holy terror in all the things that he does. So that's all the good news. What are the challenges? You know, I have this experience every year where I come and I throw out a huge number. Everybody goes, oh my God, what's he talking about? I will tell you.
Commissioner of Administration,
What's that?
did you hear the Commissioner of Administration? Okay, just making sure, go ahead.
But I will tell you, and there's been a commitment made both by this administration, and I think the legislature, to find a way to increase our base funding by about $7 million. I think that's real important because of the sort of infrastructure that we need to be able to put in place on an ongoing basis. If you don't have commitment to base funding, you can't hire people, you can't make longer term commitments. So while one-time funding is helpful, base funding is absolutely critical. We need resources to upgrade our IT systems. We're going through a real thorough assessment right now, and we'll be hiring a new chief information officer probably in the next 6 months. We have ongoing deferred maintenance, which if you heard about from the commissioner this morning. And let me just say this, the speaker, the chair of the Ways and Means Committee a year and a half ago visited our campus, and the whole effort to make more significant dent in the deferred maintenance sprang from that meeting that we had with them on our campus. I would praise them for that, and this year we have to do the lift with the legislature to find a way to continue. Because we went from getting about 100 million one year down to 25 million. That's for all of higher education. I know for Southern University system across its campuses, we have over $150 million for maintenance sitting there. And a lot of this kind of stuff you don't notice until it's not working, when roofs leak, HVAC systems don't operate, roads flood, when chillers don't work. You really got to make that investment. So we'll be asking for support that way. We need to modernize our financial services division and the information technology we use to support that. I've come to the conclusion that unless we find ways to automate more of our financial services division, we're going to be fighting an uphill battle on an ongoing basis. On the student success side, you know, I'm an old student affairs person. I know what you do is you save these students, you get them on the right track one by one. And you can't do it by having one academic advisor for every 500 or 600 students. So we know we need to hire more academic advisors. We know we need more training for our faculty and staff in supporting these students. I've already mentioned new programs, chemical engineering and cybersecurity. The things that we're taking charge of, that are challenges of raising money, diversifying revenue, etc. Federal funding, a challenge. We've already identified almost $24 million in grants that have been canceled or reversed. In a nod to Mr. Clinton, I will say that we're arguing about 8 million of that. We may get it back. I told him I'm not counting us as having it until we actually have it in hand. I would say to you that there also is out there in the news that the administration at Washington D.C. is indicating that they want to make a strong one-time investment in HBCUs, which I would welcome, but I'm not counting on that yet since we haven't got the check. Let's see, what else do you want? No tuition with the exception of SUNO, we're not asking for any tuition fees increases. they're all to support specific fields of study that are identified as high cost. Program.
Wow.
Maybe I should pause, see if you have any questions.
With respect to what you just, so the great news is, it looks like across the board, your enrollment is up in all three schools. But the drop in the graduate program, that's the conscious decision to reduce the law school class.
Yeah, yes.
Try to get those bar passage rates a little higher.
Right.
Um,
The other challenge is, we had a 2-year dip in overall graduate enrollment, not the professional schools, graduate enrollment. That trend seems to be reversing itself now. The other threat that I think all of higher education is facing is there are fewer international students coming.
yes, sure.
I'm sorry, I mentioned you.
No, you were talking about student success. I don't have that number in front of me. What's the current across the board 6-year graduation rate?
About 30%. Goal is to get that much closer to 50%.
And what's y'all's kind of plan for that?
Well,
Talk about academic support, I guess.
Well, there's a couple of things. First of all, you gotta make sure everybody's aware of how that happens. We know, we focused in previous years on retention. You can't just keep them in school. You gotta make sure they're making progress. So we're trying to assure every freshman knows that they need to complete 15 semester hours a semester in order to graduate in 4 years. Stay on track for that. We have the software program EAB Navigate so that we can have an early warning system. We're doing the training so the faculty know that it's important to take roll. It's important to use our learning management system to input how students are doing so we can track them and follow up with them. Just saw a report last night that we went from, around 30% of our faculty participating in that program, campaigning spring. It's now approaching 65% of them. Our goal is this semester to have 100% of the faculty participating. Additionally, I developed a program called Jaguar Success Academy, a summer bridge program that brought students in a month ahead of time. Never was able to secure ongoing funding for that. Ideally, if you did a program of scale, that the smallest that group would be 400, and would be those students who are most at risk of not succeeding. So the base funding increase and improvements in our progression rates actually will make it possible to finance some of that forward.
Sounds like a tough year to get more money across the street.
Is there ever a year it's easy?
Exactly. I'm hopeful that there may be some federal funds coming for your system in particular. But looking at federal funding as a whole and how it affects Pell Grants and changes there. This NCAA settlement is the first system we talked to that has a sports program. But we know that the NCAA settlement can be tolerated by some and it's devastating to others. With these challenges, tell us how y'all are preparing financially to deal with changes to the federal funding and change in this NCAA settlement.
Well, it's the NCAA settlement sort of protects us from lawsuits from previous student athletes. It firms up more balance, I think, in the way income is distributed. For example, for many years, you didn't get, for success on the women's side in basketball, you didn't get any reward for that. Our remarkable young women won the conference tournament, and actually won a first round game. So that means revenue for the next 4 years because of that unit they won. And it's not huge money. It's over $100,000 a year, but that's part of the way you do it. We're going to have to do, like a lot of schools like us, we'll have to play money for games for money. And you'll see both our basketball programs do a significant amount of travel in the first part of the year because they can get guarantees that range from $30,000 to $50,000 for going to Michigan or UCLA. That's one way of doing it. We are in the early stage of developing NIL consortium that people can pay money into. Our alumni are pretty enthusiastic. But it's not a lot. We have, I think, about $60,000 this year, which is a drop in the bucket. From the team that needs.
What on the school side, having to pay, maybe don't agree with that, but I thought all the school athletic programs had additional obligations in that settlement.
Well,
Their budget's kind of upside down.
Well, you can't do things you don't have the money to do. So we're working through that. What I would tell you is I'm very hopeful. Southwest Athletic Conference has been pretty successful in attracting sponsors. And there's now a SWAC network that the data shows us there's a market for that, and we can sell local advertising on that. Right now, outside of the sort of pass through we get from the NCAA, that conference made a distribution of about $500,000 to each of its constituent schools this year. They think that that's going to go up every year. We're obviously going to have to go out and raise more money, private dollars, corporate support. And it is what it is. It's an uphill battle.
How about?
We also have the sports betting thing coming down the tracks. I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, that's dollars I'm not going to count until I see it.
And there's a bunch to talk about. One, particularly for your campus, are the safety concerns, for the shooting, for the hazing death. What are y'all doing to prioritize that amid all these other financial struggles?
Well, that's a priority one. We've strengthened both personnel. We've hired more police officers. We've changed our protocols at the gate where we now have a uniformed officer at the gates. We've now restricted access to campus to people, especially after hours. They're either a student and have a pass or they're an employee. We're not letting anyone come on the campus. The residence halls, the majority of the residence halls, you have to go through 2 gates to get to them. We had the speaker on campus last week to sort of talk about how we might want to reconfigure some of the gates. We have legislation from Congress now to support another entrance to campus. We're writing grants to get, we have a lot of cameras now, but give even more security cameras, better lighting. So there's a multitude of things on campus security and safety that we're moving on now.
And from a financial standpoint, tell us what you're doing. I know you'd like to have more money, and I hope that that's a reality. But what are you doing from a budgeting perspective? I saw that SUSLA has frozen some spending. Is that going to happen at your other campuses as well? I saw that SUNO has job order contracting, but maybe not your other campuses. To me, that's an efficiency it's kind of low hanging fruit. Tell us about any other budgeting or budget cuts you're thinking about, or those two items.
Well,
there.
we may outsource some of the things we do, landscaping, might outsource some of the IT. Those are things that we're looking at. The interesting thing is if we do better with students, we'll have more enrollment will grow, and that falls to the bottom line. So, well, it's not a pleasant time. I mean, if you came and said, we're gonna have to make across higher education a $150 million cut this year, that's not gonna be fun. But if we can hold the line, then I think by engaging in the sort of things that we have control over, we can manage it.
Any questions from my colleagues here?
This is a follow-up question from Regent Duffy. Talked about campus security. The issue of domestic terrorism is very different than how you handle, some of the other past events, and certainly the event a couple of weeks ago was terrifying to many in our community. How have you all addressed that component of it, the domestic terror component that is new and seems to be on the rise?
Well, it gives us an opportunity to enhance and strengthen the relationship we have with law enforcement. So the heartening thing about what happened a week ago, FBI was on campus within an hour. In fact, we had a bomb scare yesterday. FBI was there within, I think, 30 minutes. Okay. Baton Rouge Police Department, the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's, State Patrol. Get the alert, they respond really quickly, and we now can even enhance that coordination. We have to have more cameras. We have to restrict access to the campus in ways, you know, ideally you wouldn't like to think. It's expensive to put a police officer on the gate 24 hours a day. That's what we're doing now. I think we have to think about creating more barriers around those entrances. We've eliminated access after regular hours to the other entrances to campus that are on the back. We have to provide better lighting. We have to think about this comprehensive. So we have a lot of different things in the first.
You know that our K through 12 friends regrettably have kids doing drills. Are we doing drills on our college campuses in regards to these types of?
Well, we're gonna be doing tabletop drills, so senior leadership knows what to do in the case of a crisis. And we have had fire drills and that kind of thing in the past, but we're gonna have to do those same sorts of things as we move into the future. It's pretty clear from the threat a week ago that folks don't know what shelter in place and lockdown means.
I think I've asked the commissioner just in the sake of, to really, for us to think about what that looks like across our campuses, to make sure that, you know, from the healthcare perspective, our as-built environment, for like example, any of our new spaces when we're building hospitals has a safe room. We're required regulatorily to drill for people to know where they go in the as-built environment. And so we think about our college campuses and we think about our deferred maintenance and the age of many of our buildings. We have doors that don't lock. We have many of our buildings that don't have a space that would even remotely be suitable for a space to shelter in. And so just thinking about our risk and wanting our students to be safe, I think this is a sobering experience for us to have to really look at our campuses with fresh eyes.
There's no question we need to do more drills to prepare folks. We need to think about all of our buildings and the security that's associated with our administration building on campus. I hadn't really thought about it much, but anybody can walk in and out of there. And so we're doing something about that because that's being remodeled now. So we need to do training and drills. And as we build these new facilities, we got to build the security into them.
So I'll just add that I think 2 years ago, we started a campus safety assessment on every campus. So that work is complete. And so the system presidents and campus presidents will have that. We have to add on top of that, Regent Sterling, to your point, the training. So as you know, we just had a hazing summit statewide. We convened all of higher ed around important topics to train together and focus on the research and the information together. And this is yet another responsibility that we will have to bring people together, to do tabletop exercises and look at what we need to do. But I think to your point, it is both our responsibility, but it is a sobering reality that psychologically we are disrupting students, not just their ability to go to class, but their sense of safety, right, in this country, their sense of safety. And so that is an issue that it is our reality. We have to deal with that, but it is also troubling.
Madam Coach,
Yeah.
just with regard to those safety assessments, how can we just send a reminder to the campuses? You look at President Shields, I mean, in those 2 years, he's had a turnover pretty much in all of his campus heads. And you look at the UL system, they've had the majority of their campus got new leadership and things like that. And just since it comes up, that is true. Even the threats 2 years ago, which were the impetus of that, they're new threats. There are more things that continue to evolve. So if there's a way to not create work, but just friendly reminder to shoot that back to those systems and the campus leaders, I think it would be helpful to keep it top of mind.
Definitely will do that.
I have some questions. Is it time? Yeah. Sure, the Shreveport Law School, is that officially done? Like not being, is it closed or what?
Oh, no, as a site, it should be up and running soon. The repairs to the library, I think, are about done. But it's as a satellite. Now, what Chancellor Washington is doing is commissioned an outside consultant to sort of write the report, develop the information, say what it would take to make it a branch campus or a full-fledged law school. And what sort of resources it would take to have that. But we're still gonna be able to offer classes, so people can finish their last semester, maybe as much as their last year in Shreveport.
Okay, is there a time frame you said?
That is, I believe as soon as the facility is up and running, they'll start that program up again.
The SUNO has had a decrease, a struggle in enrollment for basically forever. What programs or thoughts do you have on trying to increase the enrollment? And I believe a few years ago, we took a tour of Delgado Community College in New Orleans. It had a really high bustling scene population. Are there any programs being done to try to get those students to go on to a SUNO to finish it up?
Yeah, there's an ongoing program and presence at Delgado to try to recruit their students. I think a couple of things. Number one, we have a very strong dual enrollment program. There are high volume, about 1,000 students a semester are involved in that. We target those students as potential entering students on our campus, maybe in bad standing. So that's one approach. And I think historically, they've wandered away from this. The real strength is with that SUNO has was with adult learners. And so Chancellor Bowie, who's not actually new to SUNO, but brand new as the chancellor, is on the ground. They're developing an ad campaign to make the evening and part-time programs much more visible in the New Orleans area. I think that adult population is one that we haven't nurtured in the way that we could, that will attract students, and developing programming like cybersecurity and that kind of thing that are really neat. I'd like to see them. They sort of ceded to UNO, the hospitality piece, but I think there's still a role for SUNO to do that. And that's what Chancellor Bowie's charge is that let's figure out how to make that possible. The other thing that I think is viable, not only for SUNO, but for SUSLA, is they're probably ripe to do a lot more online delivery of coursework and degree programs, which we have not really chased after. So I've asked chancellors of both campuses to think about that, come up with some ideas about how we might enhance our online offerings.
And that's because I know at SUNO we have $2 to $3 million last year. It's like usually some one-time revenue is kind of plugging the holes. Is that the hope to get enrollment up to no more holes to plug, or is there other options?
The legislature did two things. We've had that $3 million plug that hole for like 5 years now. They provide an additional $3 million to help jumpstart the part-time and evening division. And I would fold in this online programming too. So the idea is to get them to the place where they can be closer to self-sustaining.
Reason, I mentioned that when we got the legislative update, and I was asking for someone for Southern to give a little update. So I don't know what happened between the staff communicating. One of the senators in New Orleans called me and said, "Hey, leave that alone. We're gonna grow SUNO. We're gonna help." And I'm responsible for putting it out. So whoever told it on me for asking that question, Senator Harris called me and let me know that he's intentional. about helping pseudo for that. Could I ask a question about the 1.5 for the evening and the 1.5 for the adult learning? So I'm glad to see that there's a strategy about it. And you do have your.
It wasn't me, I didn't.
Oh, it's okay. And your online pseudo is very nice. It's very good. I wanted to mention as far as the athletics, I live in Shreveport, so we're not served by Our Lady of the Lake. But I've kept up with it, and Our Lady of the Lake's made a sizable donation to LSU for their new arena, $15 million. $15 million to University of Louisiana Lafayette's new football stadium. So I believe that should be some money owed to Southern for any athletic improvements that you need should be on that corresponding level. Not disagreeing. And I'll be watching. President Shield, what keeps you up as it relates from a budget perspective? I know college president got a lot of different things, but I know there's a lot of moving pieces. Stability, we're trying to get a formula. We get enough money that we can truly run the formula, but it seems like your government affairs team has really been very tactical, helping plug these holes and kind of get you to where you. But if you could get something else, what would it be?
Well, I think this base funding would be helpful because a lot of our challenges are bandwidth. Okay, if you look at Mr. McClinton's operation, Ms. Thomas's operation, they can't hire enough people to do the work or keep them around, right? And that hurts in a lot of different ways. I think competitive salaries for faculty are really important. I'm a big proponent of merit salary increases for faculty who are actually helping us accomplish the ultimate goal, which is to educate students, get more of them through. So that keeps, at the end of the day, with some support, our ability to get our students through from year 1 to year 4 more efficiently creates a lot of revenue, and getting that concept through the organization is probably one of the 3 or 4 things. And I'll be serious, it's bandwidth. A lot of it's bandwidth. I have probably twice a month somebody come at me with an absolutely brilliant idea of something that might be really good to do. Who do I point to do that? Right. And if you had better, a little bit more funding to fund how we run our financial services, a little more funding to provide programming that sustains our students, it will change the whole dynamic, and we pursue some of those things.
Let me ask one more question. So if a district attorney in North Louisiana called me and asked and told me that Southern University supports another university building a law school in North Louisiana, that was incorrect.
I don't want to get the middle of that fight. Let me tell you what I think, just without naming names. I was a part of a startup law school.
He has made. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you, that was a private equity group, and they dropped $40 million into making that get up and running. And I think Centenary has tried to start a law school and realized how much that costs. That's the real challenge for having a full-blown law school. And if you have to, I think the break-even point is an enrollment of ongoing enrollment about 200 students. And you really got to think really hard whether or not you can attract. That means attracting 60 to 70 students a year, and then the ramp up to getting there takes you 5 or 6 years. It's a lot of money to make that work. So I'll just say that much about it.
Thank you.
Right down. So I appreciate the comment that you were making, President Shields, certainly appreciate the partnership, but the comment that you were making about people bringing good ideas and the capacity to vet the ideas, because Regent David and I were in this conversation yesterday about how the shifting sands now require a level of business analytics finesse that has not been required of all of higher ed before. Traditionally, academic side, looked at academic programs, et cetera, finance side, say you need this much enrollment to make budget or get over, be over budget or, have a little bit of a surplus. But the conversation of combining those things to talk about what's the greatest yield? Where do we put the best dollars? How do we build capacity? Is a level of analytics that is now required in higher ed today. And how do we continue to support that? I think it's just really an important conversation for us as we move forward, because it's a departure point from how the enterprise has run in the past.
Absolutely, absolutely. And when I am talking to someone about this that has resources, that's something I'll say to you. I will tell you, there's one of our major energy companies in the state that gets it. Because the reason why we've been able to move forward that chemical engineering program is because they loaned us a full-time executive to put full-time effort into developing that program. If I had asked my dean of the College of Science and Engineering to do that, it's probably still 2 years away from you guys seeing it, because it takes that long. Now, there's a lot of other challenges to that. You gotta have a facility and all that kind of stuff. But just to do the fundamental things to put it on track to be approved by our Board of Supervisors, to be approved by the Board of Regents, to get accredited by ABET, to get business and industry aligned with it. That takes human capital to do it. And if you don't have it now, my perspective, having been at places like Iowa and Michigan and Duke, one of the things they figured out 70 years ago was how to generate revenue that allows you to chase those kinds of things down, figure out which one's the best, pursue it. And I think you're absolutely right. It's not just Southern, but it's all of higher education now has to figure that sweet spot. That's why I talk about applied research, right? If you want to be a research one and do basic research, it takes a lot of resources to do it. I think in terms of the human capital we have might be able to do that. We could do the applied research and also create a revenue stream by supporting business and industry in the state of Louisiana. It doesn't want to invest in $1 billion research facility, but still needs you to figure out how to make this widget or that widget.
So following up, since you were at Duke and all these places that have figured out how to do that, what would be your recommendation of how do we build the capacity for the higher ed ecosystem to do what you've seen happen in other places?
Well, it would be great if the Board of Regents could fund an office for that kind of development for those schools that are not like LSU. Look, you're not gonna have me come in here beating up LSU. That's not. But they have the capacity to do things because they have these other revenue streams that we struggle. So we have this economic development district. Somebody was bugging me about, well, isn't it gonna be a full-time job to get that? I say, yeah, that's why I need them to start collecting the tax so I can hire somebody to do that, because I can't have Miss Roche being the director of our economic development district when she's got 80 hours other time to do it, or Mr. McClinton or somebody. So there are some opportunities out there that if you had a centralized support network to say, okay, here's the first steps to doing this, here's the connections to business and industry. What I found is there's no lack of interest in those kinds of things. There are a number of different entities that are out there to help support that. But you have to have the human capital internally to sort of do that. The example is the chemical engineering program, where you get somebody who really knows this, can do it. So that may be one approach that might cost some money up front, but at the end of the day, it might end up generating you hundreds of millions of dollars across higher ed.
Any questions? Great.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for not heckling.
Well, 10-minute break. Ready to go.
We work down here, I think. Getting ready to.
Well, if you're doing the
presentation.
Yeah.
Patrick is trying, right?
Yes, no.
And then we've got our next one. We're just here for sweet. Business and education, name of it all. There's a couple days here. To be able to remember.
That's awesome.
Good rest.
It's in the grad school level. This was picked up in. Oh, yay.
Here, all right, take me up, right.
I was just gonna say.
I'm doing the same thing.
Please stand.
And I said to them, okay, which one's less expensive?
Well, certainly it's important because it's some calculus, so they always subject the cheaper. Sometimes they talk about already, there's something that should talk about, we all say. So. Thank y'all for being here. Now we're gonna have LSU, led by LSU interim president, Dr. Matt Lee, and interim CFO, Tommy Smith. Thank y'all for being here, and the floor is yours.
All right, good deal. Thank you. Commissioner, good to see you again. Thank you for inviting us. And Chair, thank you. Good to see you all. Members of the board, appreciate your service. Higher ed, of course, is a very important industry for our state. We live in the middle of it. We're doing a lot of great things. And I'm delighted to have the opportunity to come share with you what we're accomplishing here as we talk about our budget and our related financial situation. I'm going to warn you on the front end, while I'm currently the interim president, I'm also considered the chief bragging officer. So you can hear a lot of good things that are going on. And it's because I myself am a two-time graduate of LSU, pulled my master's and PhD from there. Originally a criminologist by training. We can talk about that trajectory offline if you'd like. But also I'm very passionate about LSU because I believe in this place. Currently have two college age kids enrolled there, something we're very proud of. The system is an extraordinary asset for the state of Louisiana. As you see up here, it's a $1.4 billion state appropriation budget. And then we have almost 19,000 employees across the state, a presence in every single parish in the state of Louisiana through our Ag Center. This last year, we passed $500 million in research expenditures, which has a significant economic development multiplier for the state, which we'll talk about a little bit more. And we essentially serve a prenatal to twilight function for Louisianans. And whether it's our health verticals, whether it's the fact that we oversee 4-H programming for the state, which annually has about 130,000 students involved, or whether it's the fact that we do continuing education and impact people that are mid-career and later career. We try to have an impact on every Louisianan, and I think hopefully you'll see at the end of this discussion that we're having tremendous success there, and we have opportunity to be more impactful, and we're going to continue. So just to provide, we'll start with the financial slide, if you would. You want to go back to that? I just want to point out here. So this is sort of overall budgeting, just so you have a sense of it. About $1.4 billion total system level budget. This is state appropriation. Self-generated and self-generated funding. So just to give you a sense of across our institutions. So as you know, we have 8 institutions. We have the flagship regional schools at LSU Shreveport, Alexandria, 2-year school at LSU Eunice, Health Science Center in Shreveport, Health Sciences Center in New Orleans, and then LSU Ag Center, which is a statewide enterprise. Just to give you a sense, at the flagship
The state appropriation part of the budget is about 22%. And then the other 78% is self-gen. And that varies some from institution to institution. I believe in LSU Alexandria, it's about 85% self-gen and about 15% state appropriation. And I think just to give you an example, LSU Eunice, that ratio is closer to about 42 or 45% state appropriation and probably 55 to 58% self-gen, just to give you a sense of how it varies across the institution. All right, next slide, please. We're going to start out talking about our research function. We're an 1862 Morrill Act land grant. We're also a sea and space grant institution, something we're very proud of. We are deeply engaged in research, but we remain wedded to our initial charge from the Morrill Act, which is basically to conduct innovation for the benefit of Louisiana. It just so happens that we're so good at it that we yield benefits not only for Louisiana, but well beyond our state borders. And part of the narrative I want you to pick up here is that LSU as a system is on a trajectory that is gaining velocity, and we are building not only a national, but a global brand in real time. And each year we're getting bigger and stronger, and that is yielding extraordinary benefits for the state of Louisiana and for our citizens. And it's something that we look to continue to do and to achieve new milestones there. So we've been gaining traction on our research function over the last couple of years. Most of our research occurs at the flagship, the LSU Ag Center, Pennington Biomedical Research Center, and then our two health sciences centers. And just to give you an example of how we're doing there, Pennington Biomedical Research Center, our director, Dr. Kerwin, is here with us. This is a crown jewel, not only in the LSU system, but in the state of Louisiana. It is one of the foremost nutrition-based research centers, not only in the United States, but in the world. We have several faculty members there who are among the most cited scientists in any discipline in the world. But this is an elite group of folks that have significant federal funding year over year. And they're doing impactful work, making new discoveries related to metabolic health, nutrition, and so forth, that are not only benefiting Louisianans, but are yielding impacts well beyond the state and globally. They have a global reputation. It's truly extraordinary. And they're also, though, directly engaging with Louisiana communities. And so, for example, they recently put together a program called the Grow Healthy program, where they have a bus that's outfitted to do basically biomedical diagnostics. They're going out into communities that don't have easy access to healthcare, and they're helping supply health nutrition-based educational information to community residents in Louisiana communities, and as well as doing some basic health-related measurements to give people kind of diagnostics and so forth. So they're literally taking science on the road for the benefit of Louisiana, which is innovative and something that we're very proud of. They're bringing, basically the hospital and clinic out to the people, which is something that's a differentiator. And when you think about how they're doing that at the local level and doing science that is world renowned, it really hits home what part of their tagline is, which is cells to society. You're doing just really extraordinary work there. As well, the LSU Ag Center, currently the National Science Foundation ranks LSU agriculture out of more than 320 colleges and universities as 16th in the country. And we believe that that's going to jump several spots when that comes up again in November, that new ranking. They conduct more than $100 billion a year in research at the LSU Ag Center. Really an extraordinary operation, remains true to our original designation as an A&M college, agricultural institution. And I'll talk a little bit later about the economic benefits to the state of Louisiana and to agricultural producers. But what many people don't realize is we're so good in agriculture that we are an international destination. I spent 3 years as the vice president for agriculture, and every couple of weeks you have another international contingent coming in because they want to learn how to do it from the best. It's really an extraordinary asset for Louisiana, where we're bringing talent that help solve Louisiana problems, but then they also come see how we do it. And I'll talk a little bit more about the specifics of that. So anyway, we're very, very competitive with federal funding. This last year, we set a new milestone. I think it was $543 or $544 million in research expenditures. That's putting us on footing to jump into the top 50 public institutions in the country, hopefully in the next couple of years in terms of research expenditures. That is an elite class, and when I refer to elite, I don't mean exclusionary, but I mean high performing. And it's something that is good for Louisiana because generally they say that for every dollar in research expenditures, it typically yields about $3 in economic impact to the state. That varies by discipline. The USDA estimates that it's actually much higher for agricultural research. But we are performing at an extraordinary rate. You can see from the graph there that it's growing significantly. And what we're doing that, we're solving problems for Louisiana and we're yielding solutions that are applicable well beyond the state of Louisiana. And you see this in various taglines that we use. For example, we often talk about we are building teams that win in Louisiana or the world. In agriculture, the name of the strategic plan is actually Louisiana Solutions, Global Impact. And that is we're addressing local problems that are yielding solutions well beyond the state. A good example of that is we are world renowned in plant variety development. We're an international destination for scientists that want to learn about this. And two areas that we do it really well are we develop new varieties of rice, which is a global staple, and we do it in sugarcane. And just to give you a sense of that, like in sugarcane, it's really clear, and I know we have a cane farmer over here as well. So in Louisiana, we're the largest cane sugar producing state in the country. We have been developing new varieties of sugarcane for 100 years. We've developed over 100 varieties. And when you develop a new variety, you're basically trying to get it to yield more per acre, to cost less to produce, so you're controlling input costs and so forth. So 70% of the sugarcane grown in Louisiana are varieties directly developed by LSU scientists. That harvest last year, the total harvest was about $1.4 billion at the gate value, of which 70% were LSU developed varieties. So that's about $960 million impact directly at the gate pocket into Louisiana, directly into the pockets of Louisiana farmers. So that's an example of the kind of applied science we do. And I could give you the numbers for sugarcane, or excuse me, for rice. I could tell you that we have the only research station in the country devoted solely to sweet potato research. And that if you go to Australia and you eat a sweet potato, it is almost certainly a variety that was developed in Chase, Louisiana at our research station and so forth. I could talk about ag all day. But the point is like we're doing real science that matters, that improves the lives of Louisianans. Sometimes it's in ag, sometimes it's in health outcomes, nutrition and metabolic research, one of the foremost burn treatment centers in the country, one of the foremost addiction centers in the country down in New Orleans Health Science Center and so forth. So in research, we're doing great. $540 million is good, but we're not satisfied with that. Just so you all know, we're making a run to get to $800 or $900 million a year annually in research expenditure. When I talk about our projected budget and what we're trying to achieve, we'll talk about what that would look like in the next few minutes. All right, next slide. Not only are we doing big time research, but we are remaining true to our land grant mission to produce talent for Louisiana. We are directly graduating students that are more and more, we believe, work ready and that are injecting talent directly into local and state level economies. And so we're graduating more students than we ever have before. This is aligned with the Regents master plan to try to get people credentialed and work ready. And we take that charge seriously and we're on board. And as far as I'm concerned, we're leading it. And we're very proud of it. And this is across the system. You know, it's not like we have, you know, here and there ups and downs. Across the system, we're graduating more people than we ever had before. LSU Eunice recently graduated 514 associate degrees, right? If you've been out on the prairie, we're out there educating people and they're doing a great job. LSU Alexandria recently brought in, again, another enrollment record. They're larger than they've ever been before, and they're graduating people at scale. LSU Shreveport recently graduated another 1,700 students. We have the chancellor here. Chancellor, didn't you just graduate the largest ever summer class that you've ever seen? They're knocking them out year round up in Shreveport. I mean, they're putting people.
We have our member here.
Yeah, that's right. So they're doing a great job getting people work ready and getting them graduated. At the flagship recently, 5,400 graduates at the flagship. So we're getting people graduated there as well. LSU Health Shreveport, the medical school up there recently had its largest ever commencement ceremony and so forth. So we take very seriously our charge for workforce development and to make sure that we are producing graduates that are work ready and that they are directly matriculate into the labor market. And we're doing it in a variety of ways. If you want to talk substantive degree programming for a minute, like we're way out front on cybersecurity. We are giving students the direct experiences to help manage cybersecurity for small businesses in Louisiana through one of our security operations centers, where they're actually working directly for small businesses to help manage them. We're actually an international leader overall in cybersecurity on the research side for small businesses as well. Up in Alexandria, they recently stood up an aviation related program to get students the tools that they need to be deeply engaged there. We're on a push right now to make our construction management program, which is one of the largest in the country, the #1 construction management program in the country. We're raising money like crazy for a new building. And we are going to continue to be a national leader in the production of talent for industrial production, industrial management projects. And the list goes on. So like we're focusing on giving people tools that they need to be exceptional employees and exceptional candidates in the workforce. So we're very excited about that as well. Let's move on to our freshman class. So just when you thought it couldn't get any better, it actually does. So we have had now at the flagship 8 progressive years of enrollment growth. And our freshman class at the flagship this year was just under 8,200 students. To give you a sense of that growth, in 2017, I think it was about 4,800 or 4,900. So it's been about 8,200 students. The first question we always get is, are you scaling professional support services and are you scaling faculty to be concomitant with that? And the answer is yes, we're doing everything we can to make sure that the quality of their educational experience not only remains constant, but actually gets better, as well as scaling, the enrollments themselves. In the freshman class this year, 458 valedictorians, average high school GPA of 3.85 for the whole class, not just the valedictorians, the whole class. So the quality of these students is extraordinary. Just so you know as well, 5,100 plus of these students are Louisiana students. And so we just brought in our largest freshman cohort ever of Louisiana students. So we're not growing by just bringing in out of state. We are growing by bringing out of state, but we're also increasing Louisiana students that are enrolled at the university as well. And that's important. And then we're bringing in so many out of state students because our bell tower is like a bright shining light where people see opportunity and they feel like our future is going to be made when I go to the flagship at LSU. And so they're coming to us in droves from out of state. And when I mill around campus, I was doing it today around lunch, asking students where they're from and what they expect to get here. And what they expect is to get their future. They're looking at this like, this is where I'm going to work with exceptional faculty. This is where I'm going to get prepared to go into the labor market or go to graduate school. And they're just super, super excited. And that's again, because we're building a global brand that is based on quality and excellence in everything that we do. And just to be clear, this enrollment growth, the reason it started is because we completely changed our recruitment strategy. We got away from promoting LSU as a football school or a place with cool extracurricular activities. And we started promoting based almost exclusively on the quality of our academic programming. And when you do that, all of a sudden your enrollments go through the roof. Because at the end of the day, parents and students, they vote where they're going to go based on the perceived quality of the academic program. People always say, well, They go there because it's a good football school. That's actually not true. That's not what people are, that's not what parents are voting with their pocketbook based on. It's based on a perceived quality of the academic program. And when we really started promoting the fact that we have excellent faculty and the students get graduated and they're getting jobs and that they're getting into medical school and that they're getting into law school and that they're going to get PhDs, that's when all of a sudden our enrollment started to really jump. So we have progressive enrollment growth going on. The quality of these students is just absolutely astounding. And it's not just at the flagship, just so you know. LSU Alexandria, LSU Shreveport, Eunice, all three of them just set enrollment records in the last couple of weeks again. Because it's a united brand where we're emphasizing quality across the system and we're achieving really great things there. And it starts early. We're in the dual enrollment game. Just at the flagship, we have almost 4,000 students engaged in dual enrollment programming as of last week. So that's a chance for students to basically try it on for size and see how it's going to work out for them, and gives them a chance to envision once they're successful in a dual enrollment class that we offer, they realize, all right, I can be successful going to LSU. So they're very excited about that. So we're doing well there as well. Next slide, please. Overall enrollments for the system, for the first time in history, we've broken 70,000 enrollments. So we're educating at scale, doing a great job. At the flagship, total enrollments between undergraduate, graduate, face-to-face and online are about 43,000. So about 37,000 students on campus, about 6,000 online. At the flagship, 70,000 overall for the state. And just being really honest, I just don't see it slowing down any. We're on a roll here. My own interpretation of the climate of higher education in America right now is that the commissioner and I were just talking about how uncertain it seems almost everything is. And I think the one thing that's not uncertain is the great American higher education sorting machine is going to continue. Huron just released a report saying they're expecting several hundred rural private schools to close in the next few years. So it's a battlefield out there for enrollments, and we're winning on every front, and it's because of the quality that we emphasize in everything we do in the brand. So we expect that to continue, and our goal, of course, is to continue to elevate the student experience, to continue to ensure that we are providing a top quality educational experience, and that is clearly visible in our outcomes, whether it's graduation rates, whether it is mid-career earnings, or what have you. So we are focused on outcomes all the time, and we're continuing to make sure we're laser focused on it. So that's enrollments. Go on to the next one. We're going to talk about health education just to give you an example of how we are just relentlessly aligned with the workforce needs of the state. The healthcare industry in Louisiana is like a sponge that it doesn't matter how much water you pour onto it, like it's still going to continue to soak it up. And we realize that this is a critical moment for Louisiana, that we need healthcare professionals across the spectrum. Every one of our student-centered institutions is providing health-related programming. We have 2 health science centers that provide a full complement of everything from graduate medical education to dentistry to public health and to everything in between. If you go out to LSU Eunice, and they are doing their 2-year degrees and their technical certificates in a variety of healthcare program areas. And I went and checked it out, and it's amazing what they're doing. They have state-of-the-art equipment to teach the students on, and every one of their classes is packed. You know, they're limited because they're very hands-on types of things, but every one of them is packed, and these students are psyched because they're like, I'm walking out of here into a job as soon as I'm done. They have great connections with local healthcare providers, and we're doing it all over the place. And what I think is what I'm most proud of is that our institutions are collaborating with one another in a way that they haven't done in the past, so that they're making sure at LSU Shreveport and Health Science Center Shreveport, they have a variety of 2+2 programs that they just stood up to make sure students aren't getting gummed up in the process, but they can do a stair-step procedure and get right from one institution to another and get their skill set in place and get ready to go out in jobs. LSU Alexandria, I mean, they're building a whole health campus right downtown right now. I mean, they're for real. You guys just put like $16 million you guys pulled together to do that. Alexandria is, I think, it's fastest growing institution in the state right now. I think that guy's probably the best chancellor in the country. He's really, really extraordinary. And he's not here, but you can pass the word along. Dr. Correll is an exceptional leader. And he is pulling together people in configurations to solve those kind of problems like we haven't seen before. That's kind of leadership we need, and he has a great leadership team. So they're doing amazing things, you know, and they have 3+3 program with Health Science Center, Shreveport in occupational therapy. They've got a big hero grant for workforce development for nursing. Health Science Center in New Orleans just stood up Bachelor of Science in Nursing here in Baton Rouge. It was the case that students were coming to the flagship and then moving down to New Orleans to finish up their studies. Now they can stay in town here and do it here. That's going to grow to probably 90 students in the next couple of years. So all of our institutions are just laser focused on trying to basically fill that delta in terms of needed talent in the healthcare space, and they're doing a great job at it. And I could not be more proud of them. So, you know, just around the state, they're doing a great job. Next. Talked a little bit about the sugar cane and the rice. You know, we just are laser focused on fulfilling our mission here, which is remember the Morrill Act specifically states, the 1862 Act, it says these land grant institutions are to educate the sons and daughters of toil. What that means is it was geared towards the industrial classes as a response to the elite private schools that were keeping everybody out. And it's meant to provide accessible and practical education that will drive economic growth for the state. And we stand on those principles every single day. We are locked in. I mean, we're tight. We're locked in on this. And the entire system is doing it. And I'm just very, very enthusiastic about it. And whether it is we're giving farmers the tools that they need to make more money, or we're working with the state to help solve the insurance crisis by coming up with new building codes that, you know, provide better, you know, roofing and storm protection for housing, or whether it's that we're out front in cybersecurity, right? And we're giving small businesses the tools that they need in an economical way so that people are not stealing their data or stealing their customer base or trying to undermine the launch of their business. So we're doing very practical and applied work. It's something that not only sets us apart at the state level, but only as well national. And the other thing is we've got students involved in this every step of the way. We've got students working, you know, out at the labs where we're doing plant variety developments. We've got students that are directly involved in the cybersecurity piece of it. And in all of these other areas, like our students are walking out work ready. And I could not be more proud of that. So I guess, yeah, going to the next slide. At the end of the day, when you're talking about the scale and scope of what we do, it's hard to get your head around it when you've got 19,000 people running all over the place in every single parish in the state, that they're adding value, and we're developing the next generation of leaders through our 4-H programming. We're developing the next generation of innovators and the next generation of talent through our educational programming. And we're providing tools that are helping everybody make more money and be more successful in business. That's all really complicated, but it actually just comes down to two things at the end of the day when you're in a position like mine. You have to have talent, and you have to support that talent. And you have to have the infrastructure, whether it's the equipment, the infrastructure, the instrumentation, the buildings, what have you. And so basically, all of our ongoing budgetary requests, they focus on, we have to pay the people that we have, and we have to continue to attract talent. And I'll tell you, the kind of faculty we're attracting are like nothing I've ever seen before. It's extraordinary when you get this kind of momentum, how people start throwing their hands up in other states and they're like, we want to come work for y'all because y'all are getting it done. And so we're attracting talent like crazy. We're attracting students like crazy. We are doing everything we can to maintain our facilities and build new facilities as well. So we have a variety of new projects in play. We're raising money for construction management and advanced manufacturing building because we are going to be the #1 construction management institution in the country, pretty much by definition in the world. So we're going to make that happen. We are continuing to raise money and cobble together resources with the state to provide a new, what most people are calling a library. You know, people want to go in and smell the books and, you know, get that feeling. Honestly, what we're trying to do is build a information commons, a learning commons. That's going to be a next generation student support and student success place. That's going to be AI driven, and it's gonna be applicable to our students, faculty and staff in 10, 20, 30 years out. So that's how we're conceptualizing that. So we're gonna start clearing that block out and breaking ground on that next year. We just broke ground on the new public-private partnership dormitory to make sure that with our enrollment growth, we are continuing to provide first-class facilities for our students to live in. Anecdotally, you'll be pleased to know that the percentage of our housing stock that is new for our students, I believe, is greater than any other school in the SEC. So we're actually doing quite well in terms of the amenities and living arrangements that we're providing for our students there. In other parts of the state, continuing to build like crazy. LSU Alexandria has the Martin Family Center and just broke ground on a new housing development on the other side of the state. LSU Alexandria is about to add on to a building to make it a science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics building. So there's their STEAM building they're adding on there. And we're adding facilities, just finished a $50 million upgrade of the dentistry school. Got $100 million of renovations going on in the science labs on Health Science Center in New Orleans. Up at Shreveport at the medical school there. They just bought a Sears building. They're gonna turn this out into an extraordinary biomedical research complex. Imagine a Sears building that all of a sudden is devoted to how big these places are, right? It's crazy. So it's devoted to nothing but improving human health. And that's what we have going on there. By the way, those guys just got a $7.5 million NSF grant. Hadn't even been announced yet. Well, now it is, obviously. But that's not really out there yet. But I mean, this is the kind of stuff that's going on. It's just like every day, more great stuff is going on. So I think with that, I think the last slide, we need facilities, we need people. We're working on that. And we are committed to doing everything we can to offset the cost of the state and do whatever we can ourselves, whether it's bringing in grants, whether it is raising money from our donor base, which is really committed. I think we just had our largest cash fundraising year ever last year. So our donors are coming off of the sidelines and investing in excellence because that's what they see going on here. And we're skating to get in this top 50 in research schools because what that does is it continues to attract top tier talent. It'll continue to draw down federal funds to support research. It's going to continue to allow us to innovate with tools that will improve the human condition and ameliorate human suffering. It will give students top tier learning opportunities, experiential learning opportunities that will prepare them to excel in the workforce and prepare them to go on to graduate school and to become the next generation of leaders and provide them with career opportunities. And so in practical terms, we have some sense of what this looks like here. Like when we get in the top 50, what this means is we're going to be a top 10 agricultural school, and we are close to doing it. And when we get that close on things, we just start doubling down. We are going to attract a National Cancer Institute, and we are close to doing it. We just had the federal leaders of the National Cancer Institute program here, and we're moving like a military unit on this. I mean, I'm telling you, we're tight. We're good, and that's going to happen, very soon, I think. We have declared that we are going to be America's energy campus because this is the epicenter of energy. We have the companies here, we have the geology for it. And we're going to do both traditional oil and gas as well as new energy, because you know what? All those companies are doing that, right? It's net new revenue for them to be in new energy, right? So some of that gets politicized, but we're going to work with everybody on it and continue to elevate America. And in cybersecurity, we're doing this not just for Louisianans, but as a matter of national security. And I look forward to, honestly, the next couple of years, I look forward to the opportunity to announce that we are now America's national security campus. And I think that would be something that Louisiana could be very proud of. So I think that's the end of our slides. With that, hopefully you can feel my enthusiasm. We've got a lot of great things going on here.
We need you in the locker room on Saturday night.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I should have worn my coach's uniform. Normally I did.
And Dr. Lee, that was really impressive. You ought to be commended on all the great things that are happening at LSU right now. I do want to ask a few questions, and I'm a double LSU grad, as is the commissioner, and probably a bunch of us here. But so some basic questions I want to know kind of out of the gate. What's the 6-year completion rate right now?
Should be right around 70%.
Great, thank you so much. What are the plans for New Orleans?
Okay, so legislature put an act in place to move UNO back to the LSU system. They were with us for a long time and they were out, now they're back in. So my beginning posture on this is that New Orleans is a great global city and they deserve a great public institution to elevate that city. So we have begun our conversations with the president, Kathy Johnson. She's aligned with that completely. And I think that we're putting together the transition team now. We've been talking a lot about it. And we've met, several of the board members and I went and met with her provost, her leadership team, and just kind of socializing everything. She's been delightful to work with. And I think there's a couple of things that are going to be first steps. One is we have to talk about the adoption of LSU branding, because I think for this to really work, it's going to have to be LSU New Orleans, because you're marrying two well-known brands. New Orleans, as we were talking about, is a global brand and everybody knows it. They don't know where Louisiana is, but they know about New Orleans. And so this is very important. LSU is a global brand. These are three letters that are known throughout the world. And I can tell you, I've been in Honduras and Belize, and people walk by, because I'm always representing, I'm always wearing purple and gold. So people walk by and they say, go Tigers. I've had it happen on the North Shore of the Big Island in Hawaii and everywhere in between. So we're a global brand as well. And I think if we can get those brands married together, that's an important first step, because that will help get all eyes on New Orleans for that institution. The second key step, which I've also begun talking with the president about, and we're going to start meeting with their faculty leadership on this is we have to get a very clean understanding of industry and labor market sector needs in that metropolitan area and make sure that we're getting alignment between the academic programming they're providing and what those needs are. And so historically, it's been an excellent engineering school. And we need to make sure that we still have those engineering needs in that area and that we have alignment there. It would make sense. And I'm just, don't fully emblazon this in writing, but there are some other things. For example, it's on the river, it's got the port, and you would think that maritime related programming would be a really good or important fit for that, whether it's logistics or whether it's other things. That seems like an important one. It is a significant service industry city. So hospitality management and things like that seem like that would be a good alignment there. So we have to kind of do this assessment between what they're doing and what the needs are and make sure we get that in lockstep. So I think those are like the first two critical steps to really get us launched. And that doesn't mean that everything else they do is not important, because it's all mission aligned. But we've got to identify a few of those key areas and then start really drawing enrollments into those verticals to prepare us then for like the next steps of growth.
Thank you. And when you talk about earlier, $540 million in research monies and wanted to be 800, I worry about Pennington and I worry about federal dollars and cuts. You didn't seem to have those concerns, at least in your talk. Tell us what LSU's plan is for potentially not getting some of the federal grant money that we're used to getting.
So that is frankly part of the anxiety that just sort of hangs over you like a full storm cloud, but a little bit of a cloudy day, because it's just uncertain at the moment. Our scientists at Penn, since you mentioned Pennington, our scientists at Pennington are going to continue to submit proposals to the programs. They're going to continue to make sure that they are aligning with what they understand to be the programmatic priorities of NIH, but also with other federal agencies. It's going to be competitive, but we have among the most competitive people in the country. As long as we stay really focused on applied work, outcomes-based work, I think we're going to continue to be okay. And we're continuing to bring in the talent that we can. We're aware of what the potential impacts will be. And I'll look to the executive director at Pennington for a minute. Dr. Kerwin, I believe you all normally bring in about 30 or 35 million, 40 million annually in federal funds. Is that right, or is that low?
That's about right.
Okay.
It's 40% of our budget. And so it's a major part of how we operate. It's been of concern with changes in federal funding, as I imagined. We've managed, I think, to weather some of that storm quite effectively. good support from Regents and from our congressional delegation. So we're hopeful that we can continue with that. We have taken some hits, but I think we're managing reasonably well. It's the budget that's to come that we're concerned with. And depends on how that budget plays out in October, whether there's a continuing resolution, how that would impact our revenues. The important thing, I think, for Pennington is that we have opportunity here for growth around metabolic health. Many of you will be familiar with the law initiative, which is really centered around metabolic health. It's a growth opportunity for Pennington and for LSU and for Louisiana. And we're hoping that we can hitch our wagon to that initiative and that eventually it will take off. Most importantly, it is likely to be the program that has the most impact on the health of the nation. And this is what we are working on every day. And President Lee has alluded to the work that we're doing both nationally and internationally. We are recognized as leaders in this space.
That's right, that's right. Thank you, sir. And Pennington's a good point to talk about because they don't have students, and so they don't have that self-generated revenue from student tuition like most of the other institutions do. So they're the most vulnerable along with the Ag Center. And every time we talk, that's all we talk about is how they're continuing to assess their resources, position themselves to be successful. And you know, it's tough. It's tough. He knows exactly how much money they're going to be out if this indirect rate ends up getting cut. And so forth. So like they're locked in on it. And it's just, but we're a research institution. We don't just walk away from it. You know, like we're gonna stay, you have to be at the table. And so we're gonna continue to do that.
So, I mean, to see your across the board increase in undergraduate enrollment by 15% is just astounding, especially when you talk about the quality of student you have at the flagship. Are you concerned? It's really nice for the first time, I've been doing this for 10 years, to be here. We haven't talked about LSU football. It's nice to talk just about the academics. I'm gonna be there in Oxford. I'm a big fan, but are you concerned at all? And LSU could absorb it much better than some others about this NCAA settlement, the fact that you're probably not gonna get any more money from the athletic department back to the academic side with the restructuring of how that's working.
So am I concerned about the House settlement and NIL? Is that piece of it? Not really.
I mean, from a financial standpoint, only for the academic side of the school.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about that on the academic side really at all.
Yeah, we can talk about NIL all day long. We don't talk about that today.
No, you know, they haven't been giving us really much money on that side, on the academic side, and they're managing their operations. We have one of the best athletic administration groups in the country, if not the best. I mean, they pulled in 6 national championships in the last few years. They are unrelentingly focused on their mission, which is basically one word: win. And so that's a very uncertain landscape. When I meet with the SEC presidents, which is literally every week, that's all we talk about. But they're doing quite well, and it's not going to have a detrimental impact at the moment, as far as I can tell. And frankly, the whole space is going to continue to evolve on the collegiate athletic space.
And so we talked about the research side, but I'm sure Regent Sterling wants to ask, if we have Medicaid cuts, how's that gonna affect our health science center? And really all of our students.
Sure.
But yeah.
Sure. So Medicaid feeds directly into clinical revenues for the health science centers, and that will potentially be very difficult. And so, you know, as always, we're continuing to make sure we're keeping our relationships with our external health partners as tight as possible. Continue to do everything we can to monitor that situation. They have estimates of what it would look like if they start to limit, you know, that Medicaid related funding. And again, it's like we're in the business there of, there's a few businesses like we're just not ever getting out of. And, you know, providing healthcare related services, clinical related work, especially as it relates to our research programming, because those two are, you know, pretty tightly integrated with one another. And it may get tough, and we're just gonna have to kind of figure out how to weather the storm. I understand that's probably not a super satisfactory answer, but it's, you know, it's the reality. And, you know, our chancellors of both of our health science centers are really quite capable, and they are keeping a close eye on this.
The out-of-state students pay the most in tuition. It's, we've been saying for years here, it just seems like LSU with its brand, especially with these kids in Texas, who may miss out on A&M in Texas, or these kids in southern Mississippi, there's not a whole lot of fun options there, and in southern Alabama, and even in parts of the Panhandle. We feel like the LSU brand would really recruit some out-of-state tuition. Sounds like y'all are doing that right now.
So we are, we are 32%, 32% out of state, is that right, or 37?
It's at 37.
Excuse me, 37% out of state right now. We're gonna stay about that, I think. That would be my intention. And then, but I anticipate frankly that we will continue to incrementally grow our freshman classes going forward. And of course, then we're also trying to do better with transfer students. And so that's a different kind of problem to solve though, because the machine was basically never designed that way to begin with. So that's a little bit tougher.
What's that problem? What does that problem involve, the transfer student?
Well, so transfer students, if you've ever like really been not even down the weeds, I'm talking like getting down in the soil and the roots. If you ever really dig into dealing with transfer students, it's almost never, hey, I like my situation. I went to a community college and then I transferred across the river to the four-year school and it was seamless and there was no problem. That's actually not the way most transfer students are. They've been to 5 or 6 different colleges. They picked up a class here. They picked up a class there. We don't have a common numbering system. They've lived in 3 different states. And none of that is typically very easy to disentangle to determine alignment between a class they took 7 years ago and whether or not that content would still be aligned with their current construction management major, for example. So those are things that take a lot of time and energy to disentangle. And when LSU, was continuing to grow over, many decades, we never really built ourselves to that. It was built as a very traditional institution. But we've been making strides on that. And of course, the Regents have done a lot of work with this transfer stuff as well. But it's a big lift to be good at it.
Yes, yeah, go ahead, Darby, sorry, dominate the conversation.
I don't know where you came from, and I like the energy. Really good job.
Two-time LSU grad.
But it's okay, I like it, so keep it up. I'm positive, cause I advocated for this. We needed to find a way to, a pathway for LSU at the flagship to be able to partner and give out nursing degrees.
Yes.
I'm very ecstatic about that. But you brought up transfer students, and I don't know where I got it from, but so much paper we got there.
Yeah.
Somewhere I've seen there's some exponential growth in transfer students at LSU and Alexandria. Now, I do a lot of business in Alexandria with AT&T. I don't see a lot of business growth. I don't see a lot of residential growth. I do see in your notes partnerships.
Yep.
And we're doing some things, but I think 500 to over 1,000 to 1,500 in a short period of time. Where do these transfer students, how are we getting to those kind of numbers?
Looking over your shoulder at our CFO there, I suspect a good number of those are related to the growth in your online programming. Is that correct?
It is, yes. Most of those transfer are coming in online. Even those, around 70% of those are from Louisiana. So they are transferred from Louisiana somewhere into LSUA. It has been exponential growth over the last few years in that. And Dr. Lee was mentioning it's difficult to narrow down to define exactly how they came from point A to get to point B. On average right now, students coming in as transfer students have been to 4 universities. Looking at data yesterday, the highest we have is 15. They've been to 15 universities, they end up here. Well, our goal is we're the last stop. We don't want them to jump and go anywhere else. We want them to graduate from us. Does that help us in some of the funding formulas? No, but it's the right thing to do for that thing. So we have many that are 6, 7, 8 transfer institutions that they've been from. But like I said, our goal is for us to be the last stop on whatever journey they are.
Are there specific programs that are hot that are to drive those numbers up that fast? But I do know Shreveport also has a very strong online presence. Are you seeing a demand for on-campus traditional at those regional institutions?
So our on-campus growth this fall semester is just over 12%. That's excluding dual enrollment and everything else. That's our true on-campus students. We were up 12% over last fall, which was up 7% over the previous fall, which was up 10% over the previous fall. So it has been steady growth on campus as well. Dr. Lee, Dallas, others, we had groundbreaking last week on apartment complex on campus. That's our limit right now. We've been maxed out in our on-campus residence hall for years. One of those speed bumps is housing, so we are breaking ground on that. It's actually, they're doing work on that right now so that we can continue that on-campus growth.
And a little bit further over your right shoulder, Regent Aubrey is our Chancellor of LSU Shreveport. Want to tell them a little bit about your on-campus?
Absolutely. So a lot of our growth has been driven by our online graduate program. We give more graduate degrees than anybody in Louisiana right now. And that's largely two programs, our MBA and our MHA. Our MBA has grown so quickly. Last year, we pushed Harvard off the top 10 list in the country.
That's what I'm talking about.
In the last year and a half, our undergraduate programs, I mean, everything's grown, but our undergraduate programs are growing at a faster clip than our graduate programs. And it's because we have programs that students really want and are meeting workforce.
That's the focus, workforce demand.
That's right. And this is the kind of stuff that inspires me. I mean, when he gets up here and says, our expectation is that when they get with us, that's their last stop. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is working for Louisiana. That's what we're committed to across the board.
Commissioner, then we have a program that we were seeking people who had begun college but didn't finish. And wouldn't these kind of students fit into that? I forgot, complete.
Dr. Gallo speaking about it.
Okay, well, I just know that that's been one of the initiatives, and certainly if they're going after a population, bring them in and they've been dancing around, that's really gonna help us get to our attainment goals a lot quicker.
Yeah.
So why can't we replicate this? And what could we do as Regents to help you amplify this even more?
Well, I think that let's talk with these guys about how we make sure that pipeline is opened up. Sounds like they've been building out the mechanisms to get these students in. And that takes significant, but what Darren didn't mention really is it's a significant wraparound environment you have to provide to these students, you know, really high caliber advising, really thoughtful career coaching, and making sure that they have all those tools in place to get them to their degree program and graduated. But we're happy to continue those discussions.
Because those, just by the nature of how many institutions they've been at, shows you very quick, they're gonna jump ship the first time something goes wrong. So you have to have that support structure built around them so that they stay and they're retained and they eventually graduate with you guys.
Regent Sterling,
right.
Go ahead. Regent Sterling has a question, then Regent Hickson, go ahead.
So again, congratulations on winning. Nobody loves winning more than I do. But this may be more of a question for us. When I think about it, there are 6 undergrad programs in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Do we have the population to support 6 schools? It's not all ours. You've got privates, the Xaviers, the Dillards, but 6 institutions of higher ed with a very strong community college system in Delgado. And when they're winners, there's something on the other side and they're losers. And so I just think we have to think about it. I don't know if anybody's studied, what does it take to support our schools? And as we think about potentially a future where we have fewer dollars, what that looks like. And I think that's more a question for Regents and for our legislature than for you. But I think, you know, LSU has always, in my tenure, 3 or 4 years, LSU's presentation is always the high point of these conversations. Because they have the funding, they have the resources that they need, they have the scientists and the researchers and all the structures and processes. And so we just have to think about the global picture of higher ed while LSU is winning, and nobody loves winning more than me.
I feel like we have a lot in common.
So I'll add one thing and then of course yield to Dr. Wade. So we were in a several of us have been in a conversation, our chair and finance chair, about New Orleans. So the analysis of education to population isn't important. And what we see in New Orleans is separate from Tulane. Since Katrina, most New Orleans schools have struggled to rebound, right? A Delgado, a UNO, a SUNO. And so every system that comes forward, we have a targeted conversation about what's happening with that blank school in New Orleans, right? And so I do think that this sort of analysis of population to education is critical as we think about resource reallocation and how do we do this work. On the flip side of that, you look at the no wrong door, the labor market participation rate in Louisiana, and what Secretary Showen is going to be doing with the Workforce Commission around every conversation being about a work conversation. And how do we move people from public benefits to employment? So to wrap our head around that and our assignment around get people from poverty to prosperity, I think that's an important additional layer. Because as you've heard all day, the individuals who are under-resourced need us more than ever, but it is expensive to serve them and very expensive to not serve them, even more expensive to not serve them. So we do have to have that discussion. I appreciate that, Regent Sterling.
One of the things that I really enjoyed about you is, first of all, meeting you the other day. It was a privilege, and your enthusiasm and passion is it's contagious, and I think that's great. I love the fact that you want to focus on cybersecurity. We talked about AI and all the great things that can happen from artificial intelligence. Well, part of cybersecurity is the not so good things that happen. JLR, Jaguar Land Rover right now is crippled. And so, I mean, they literally are shut down. This is a major company, a global company that's now been shuttered basically because of cyber attacks. And so whether it's communications with Regent Aubrey and AT&T, whether it's the power company with power grids, whether it's, so many other institutions that are vulnerable. I love the fact that the AT&T global brand, I was in Jerusalem not long ago, and I see a vendor selling LSU stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like unbelievable. And so I love the fact that the LSU brand is going to be associated with cybersecurity and a hub where people can come from around the world, because we're going to be the cutting edge entity in Louisiana to be able to deal with that. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be well suited for LSU. Here, we're located, you're ready to go, we're going to put the resources into it, and it's only going to get more and more important as we go forward. So I just love that. I like forward-thinking growth.
Thank you. We're very, very excited about it. We look forward to being the national and global leader in that area.
We have a great student over here, who's part of the LSU system. He has a question.
So, yeah, and I have to say, this is wonderful. Like, you guys have we both teams that win in Louisiana for the world. It's really amazing to see what you're doing here in the LSU system, from cybersecurity all the way to agriculture. My question is, I've noticed from the reports here that we've had pretty stable funding and financing wise and budget wise for all of the universities that are part of the LSU system. But specifically, whenever we read about LSU Health Sciences New Orleans, you guys have mentioned that New Orleans is requesting more funding because it receives the least amount of funding from the formula as of now. So what's going on there? Like, we know New Orleans's health center to be one of the most top-notch health programs. The dental schools is down there, and most of the LPNs, and even I think half of my doctors that I visit or I'm friends with have graduated from New Orleans. So what's going on there?
You have insight on that?
So it's the funding from the state side. They're well underfunded on that side. So that's what it is. What they're saying is they have a unique formula. If Commissioner Elizabeth Smith can explain it to you. But it's not funding at the level of, and really our higher ed formula is an after the fact formula, right? So it's not like the K through 12 where they run a formula. The legislature has them to give them that money constitutionally. For us, they don't have to. And so we have a great formula, but it's well underfunded. And so their portion of it is very underfunded for them. So that's what they're talking about in their budget request that you're looking at.
So
I'll support that. Thanks, Tommy. So the specialized formula, which is separate from our 2 and 4 year formula, the specialized formula is specific to our health science centers, Southern Law Center, our ag centers, and of course, Pennington. It's handled a little differently. All of our institutions, and I'm gonna repeat that, all of our institutions are underfunded. Whether it's the 2 years, whether it's the 4 years, whether it's the specialized, each and every one of them are underfunded. With that being said, LSU Health Science Center in New Orleans is clearly underfunded. When we make a request within our budget request, we have to, you know, take into account what Commissioner Barra has requested of us, but also be very mindful of the administration and how they are very mindful as well with fiscal responsibility as well as our legislators. When we do that, we have to ask for a certain percentage of what would fully fund our institutions. For example, last year, our request for all of the specialized institutions was $20 million. That's not enough for any of them, clearly. With that being said, of that $20 million, the greatest percentage would have gone to the Health Science Center in New Orleans. So it's fully underfunded. We recognize that, and that's exactly what they were stating in their budget hearing documents.
The only thing I'd add is that I think what we've seen over time is the health science centers' budgets are more complicated than the rest because they're subject to what's happening with the federal budgets, right? And so as it ebbs and flows, this need for research and general medical education is consistent. But what we see is, you know, they've changed the reimbursement or this or that. And so we're constantly in a conversation, I would say, not only as we present our budget in November, but during session. As things are changing, we're in that conversation because it continues to move. Pennington's behind you. I mean, the indirect cost changes are significant. If you go from 50% to 15% indirect cost, significant for everyone who does research. And so again, it is a lot of variation. But we recognize that everyone's underfunded and it's our responsibility, as Taylor mentioned, to prioritize and to advocate.
Well, what's the subsidy from the healthcare side?
In terms of the clinical revenues,
Yeah, what's this, how much revenue is coming from your clinical partner?
all right, so on top of my head, I think I'm quoting correctly. The Health Science Center in New Orleans is about $1 billion a year annual operation. Most people don't realize that. Like these places are super expensive to run. And I believe about 600 million of that is clinical revenues. And so that's money where they're basically doing fee for service work that helps offset the cost of the operation. I don't have the chancellor from the Health Science Center.
Or that work is being subsidized by a clinical partner.
I don't want to misspeak, honestly, but I'm happy to get us in conversation with our chancellor, who would speak more lucidly on this.
We'll be down there for the meeting.
I don't know how big your international student program is. Has that been affected at all this year?
So, not terribly yet. And it's at the flagship, it's fairly substantial in some fields. For example, in agriculture, typically about 48% of the graduate students are international. So with their visa process slowed down a little bit, but now that's okay. With the recent announcement in the last couple of days about $100,000 fee associated with an H-1B visa, that's gonna cause significant problems for international hiring. And that's not just gonna be us, it's gonna be all of higher ed. And it's particularly problematic for us as a research institution because that is global talent that comes to solve Louisiana problems. And so that's a real conundrum for us. But we do everything we can as a public institution that is in compliance frameworks like you would not believe to remain compliant with federal and state laws. We're audited constantly, which is a good thing. And we're always, right down the middle of the road, and we're going to remain compliant and work with what we have.
Any other questions, Regents?
Yeah, I have a question about about AI
and your initiatives in the future as far as AI and how it's affecting learning and teaching?
Sure.
And what kind of expenditures are you guys making towards that reality that's happening on the campuses? And then I was going to ask you, obviously you're very enthusiastic. A lot of the material that we read as lay people and on the news, if you read, is about the attacks on higher ed.
Yeah.
And you have a peppiness that's opposite of what we're reading that's going around the rest of the country.
Yeah.
So what's you're not feeling this attack on higher ed?
I am, but let's start with the AI thing first, right? So, I'm glad you mentioned reality because I often have to start out with meetings saying, as much as I dislike it, I actually am forced to live in reality, given the nature of my job. And so, we can't act like problems don't exist. Our faculty are rapidly evolving their view of artificial intelligence relative to learning in terms of when it was first coming around, we felt like we were combating a wave of using artificial intelligence to cheat. And the faculty's views on that are evolving to how artificial intelligence here, it's a tsunami you cannot outrun. And everybody needs to be on board with this, like this is just reality. So faculty are quickly saying, all right, how can we harness the power of artificial intelligence to augment the learning experience? How can we say, hey, in this class assignment, it's fine to use AI and use that to elevate your learning experience, to provide better answers, to do your work more quickly, what have you. So I think we're going to continue to see in the learning space that adoption of it. And as well, my understanding is that currently something like 30 to 40% of the output of AI models is still basically unvalidated and potentially wrong. And so you need human intelligence with eyes on the output to make sure that it's actually reliable or that it makes sense, So, but we are going to continue to, I think, harness that. In terms of our research program, my sense is our faculty are not going to focus so much on artificial intelligence development, but rather application, because we have a well-defined set of 5 focal research areas: ag, biomed, coast, defense and cybersecurity, and energy, and that we're good at application. There's some schools that and industry are out front on the development piece, so they can own that space, but having the tool and knowing what to do with it are 2 different things. And so we're going to focus, I really believe, more on the application side. So that's good. And then in terms of the operational aspects of the institution, we actually had a committee that made a set of recommendations to adopt AI technologies across a variety of verticals and basically back office transactional types of things. And so happy to share that with you. It's actually really interesting and useful. And it says, like for advising, we could use, a tool that would do this. For some of the accounting business, procurement, we could use it for this and so forth. So we actually do have cost estimates, pinned onto those things. And whether it's low cost, high value, high cost, low value, it's like a 2x2 matrix, which is super helpful. But I want to be clear, the goal there is not actually to displace human workers. The goal is to make our overworked staff, to make their jobs a little bit easier, because I'll be honest, we're putting a lot of pressure on the institutional infrastructure with these enrollments and this hard drive to grow research. That's a lot to manage. And we have continued to scale up staffing, but it's still a lot of pressure on the professional staff. So we want to give them AI tools to make their lives easier. So that's the AI thing. In terms of the uncertainty of the national higher education climate, it is true that in some aspects of the culture wars, higher ed has become a little bit of a punching bag. However, I will note that over the summer, two independent surveys were released that showed public confidence in higher education actually turned around and jumped 6%. And that was equivalent across 2 independent surveys, and it was across the aisle among both Democrats and Republicans. And so that, to me, that's a good sign, because they're focusing, we're extricating ourselves from the culture war. We're getting people to understand when we teach in the classroom, just because we teach about something, that doesn't mean it's ideological indoctrination. Like, I'm a sociologist by training. People do some jacked up stuff, and we talk about it in the classroom just so they understand the human condition. And it doesn't mean you're being ideologically indoctrinated. It just means some people are of this religion, some people are of that religion. Some people are this place in the stratification system, some are in that place in the stratification system. So I think we're doing a better job focusing on diminishing that perceived ideological bias that people were perceiving to take place in higher education, and to really focus more on workforce development and making sure people had the proficiencies to be work ready, they come out the door. It is both a tremendously uncertain time in higher education on the academic side, on the research side, at the federal level and the state level, but also an invigorating time because, as I referred to it before, I think American higher education is kind of in a great sorting machine going on right now. I think there's a lot of institutions that are not going to survive this phase of our evolution. And I think those institutions that are growing like crazy and are doing work that actually provides value to their states and that improves the human condition are going to win. And that's why we're knocking Harvard out the list, right? I mean, we're doing that, and we're doing it across the board. And we're committed to that. And across the state, I've never seen a team like this across the state. They will all tell you that. Like, we're moving like a team. And we're devoted to supplying value to the state of Louisiana. And we're going to continue to do that because we're elevating the state. And I will just wrap up by saying, if you want to see what winning looks like, take a look at LSU.
Regents of the, now we release, oh. I just want to say again, I appreciate it looks and feels like you took this presentation very serious.
Absolutely.
The content that you provided, the breadth of capturing the essence of what we're really trying to look at, where you're going, the passion, and not running from those difficult subjects, very pragmatic. And of course, me, not only are you winning, but you're growing numbers, growing program, but you didn't shy away from saying, we're going to achieve this because we're going to terminate this program. And you have the team behind that stands with it. So I don't want it to be underscored. I never met you, but I appreciate the manner in which you brought this to us. It seems like you have a plan and everybody's on board and about winning. So thank you.
You're welcome. And to be clear, we have a team.
I understand.
I just happen to be the guy in the room.
I understand.
I'm claiming the credit.
But you articulated
a big group
well.
of people.
Right, but you articulated well. That's.
Give a couple of quick ones. I know we're lost in time.
Want to make a comment. Y'all see why it was bittersweet when he was appointed interim first, losing him from the Ag Center?
Chair Cordell?
But I love that one of your goals, I wrote these down, to be a top 10 ag school.
Absolutely.
So that's still in your heart. Also, one of your goals that you mentioned was to attract a National Cancer Institute. How does that work in with the NCI designation that LSU been working?
Yeah, so that's coming along. There's a set of criteria and we're rapidly making progress on those. I think you need to have around 20 or $30 million annually in National Cancer Institute grant making to kind of as a foundation to get that designation. We're working on making hires across institutions. LSU Health New Orleans is the lead on it. LCMC is currently the main partner on it. And but we have folks at Pennington, folks on the main campus, folks at the veterinary school, because people forget the vet school isn't just cats and dogs, it's a biomedical research institute.
I was a 4-H kid.
Yeah, all right.
So I love all the things that you're saying.
Yeah. So we're coming together, the Health Science Center, the Shreveport, coming together to focus on cancer. Unfortunately, Louisiana is a good laboratory for this problem, and we want to elevate not only the research component of it, but our ability to provide care in such a way that Louisiana families don't have to take their loved ones to Texas to get care, but we can elevate our ability to provide that care here so people can stay close to home while they're convalescing and getting their treatment.
Great work. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Take us time today. Thank you all.
Thank you all. It's a privilege.
Thank you.
Remove the word interim.
From your title.
When you go, I gotta get out. You on the slack, check on, please check on him.
He's setting the tone.
Is it?
That's that.
Postgraduate, down to the.
What are you doing? Don't worry about it, read about the paper. Keep gaining ground.
Oh, well, you think you guys doing that?
I'm gonna have to come out there. Your provost down here, and he's better with Ron.
I know you.
I'm good.
All right.
He made the response.
Not only you, but you have the other system.
And then whatever they plan, I'll say August.
I think if we don't sell them ours. Thank you all for being here.
Awesome.
All right, you're the last, saving the best for last right now, right? Including our system reports for the UL system, presented by System President Dr. Rick Gallo and Vice President for Business and Finance, Eddie Mesh. President Gallo, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here. And we look forward to talking to you about all things University of Louisiana.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, Commissioner, members of this board. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to go last.
Best life.
So I'll go ahead and jump. You want to jump there?
Yeah. There you go.
Let me make sure, hold on one second. LSU's gone, best for last. Okay, yeah. Got it.
Oh, there we go. So again, thank you all so much for, are you saying something before I start, Chris? You sure? No? Okay, all right. So as I'm now in my second year as system president, certainly a lot of lessons learned over this last year, but certainly really exciting work. And I can certainly understand President Lee and his enthusiasm and how critical this work is that we both have the opportunity, the privilege to do so. As we think about the University of Louisiana system, one mission. We're 9 schools, soon to be 8. But ultimately, we all have the same goal in mind, and that is the success of our students. Certainly am grateful to have an incredibly supportive board led by Chairman Mark Romero and the other 15 members of the board. As I'm sure you all are aware, we lost one of our members last month, Speaker Joe Salter, who passed away. He has been replaced by Mr. Ron Hogan from Jonesboro, Louisiana. And so our slate is now again full. So we certainly are grateful for a supportive UL system board. Regent Pryor, I said you must have looked at my slides when you asked that question about, isn't President Lee's enthusiasm. And yes, we do face a trust challenge, and he's correct. Over the summer, there have been some indications of a slight tick upward in the trust factor, but there are still headwinds that we face all in higher education concerning the value of a college degree, and is college worth it? But I would suggest that it is worth it. That we know that having a degree from a college or university, and especially one from the University of Louisiana system, is very much still valuable. So as we think about the numbers, and of course, quite often we get caught in the political dialogue about whether or not there's this war against higher ed. There's liberalism or political issues all around. But when we look at the numbers for the University of Louisiana system, and we hear about brain drain and our best and brightest are leaving the state of Louisiana, 65% of the University of Louisiana system graduates remain in the state of Louisiana. And certainly we're grateful to be the leader in terms of numbers of our graduates who remain in the state of Louisiana. And these statistics that I'm providing are the result of a study we commissioned with Lightcast, who of course has done work for most recently with Louisiana Economic Development. They've done work at LSU. They've done work for a lot of institutions. 75% of our TOPS graduates remain in the state of Louisiana after graduation. And when we talk about social mobility, and that is, where students start along this journey. So when you think about a student who is a Pell eligible student, and the family income criteria for that is approximately $60,000 a year, that upon graduation, the data shows that our graduates are making between $60,000 and $80,000 a year. So I think that reflects social mobility in action. It's not in theory. These are our graduates who are actually going out, landing good jobs, good careers, and earning a good living. So as I sat before you all last year, again, I was only a few months into my tenure, and we had begun the process of developing or starting a strategic plan. And, I wanted to include this quote: if we don't know where we're going, any road will get us there. And so, I thought it was important, and as we as a team met, and of course with the full support of our board, engaged the partnership with Emergent Method, who again is another familiar firm who's done work for LSU's. They were a part of the LED strategic planning as well, to see where are we as a system and where are we going. And so the result of almost 100 one-on-one interviews, countless surveys and focus group meetings, we developed 4 strategic priorities for our roadmap for the University of Louisiana system. So as we look at the first set of goals, operational efficiency and excellence. I mean, we've talked a lot about efficiency, and I think it all comes down to how do we do more with less, right? And I think we have been hiring here in the state of Louisiana have become experts in how we do, unfortunately, more with less. But we're looking at system coordination. And one example of that is, we're all required to develop new or to meet the new criteria for web accessibility. And this is something that we have engaged in as a system. I know LSU has done some work in that area. We as a system came together, and we're thankful to the Board of Regents and staff for providing additional support to us as we've gone forward in making sure that we comply not only with the Department of Justice requirements, but that all people, regardless of disabilities, will be able to access our soon to be launched website and other digital tools. Student access and success. So of course, mentioned earlier, I think maybe it was Regent Aubrey who asked about the Compete LA program. We have still over 600,000 Louisiana residents who have some college but no degree. That program has been phenomenal in terms of meeting these individuals where they are, many of whom have stopped out, dropped out, life happens, right? And so Dr. Katie Dawson and her team of coaches do provide those wraparound services that were talked about earlier. It's not enough just to be able to enroll them into a class. A lot of times there are other barriers that they face, and Dr. Dawson and her coaches are able to help these students navigate that pathway. Graduation Alliance is another one of our strategic partners in reaching out, connecting, and getting those individuals back into one of our University of Louisiana system campuses to complete their degrees. Now, when we talk about AI literacy and micro credentials, and it was interesting that the Governor Landry recently issued an executive order on AI, and I wanted to quote from it. And it was, whereas recent innovations of artificial intelligence and generative AI are transforming work, commerce, and society, and whereas those innovations will technologize the way in which the state will serve the public in the near future. I mean, I think we all recognize that AI is a game changer. It is here to stay. And so as we as a system have learned how to adopt and some of the work that's being done, and I'll highlight University of Louisiana at Lafayette, Dr. Ramesh Kalaru and his team over there have done phenomenal work in terms of not only identifying, but they have built AI platforms that are helping students to navigate their direction and their journeys within the healthcare industry. So as we're trying to get more students directed into healthcare careers, they have found a way to actually apply this technology to helping students figure out that journey. And then, of course, we don't necessarily talk about it as much as we did post-COVID, but that is still a real issue that we face on our campuses. And it's not just our system, it is all systems. in how we can address the mental health concerns that that our students increasingly are having. So that is, again, one of our pillars of our strategic plan. Research and talent development. So, as we position ourselves as a, as an innovation leader, and, I list the Louisiana Maritime Academy at Nicholas State. Last week, Governor Landry was recognized as Maritime Person of the Year by the New Orleans Port Propeller Club. And he talked about the state support and investment in the Maritime Academy that we will launch at Nichols State. We think about all the mariners, the blue water, the brown water pilots, and others who are part of that maritime ecosystem. And we've had to send our young people out across the country to other maritime schools in order to get those credentials. We will be able to provide those right here in Louisiana. And so again, we definitely want to thank all of you, because of course you played a part in helping us to move that program forward, and of course the governor and legislature for supporting us wholeheartedly as we move forward. When you think about LNG and the work that's being done collaboratively between McNeese State and UL Lafayette, and again I spoke about the healthcare program that we're developing there as well. And finally, external affairs. We have to make sure that we're communicating well with not only our internal but our external stakeholders as well. So we're really excited and putting final touches on our UL system website, and we will be going out to visit each one of our system campuses to talk about the strategic plan and how each of our institutions play a pivotal role in their respective areas. So these are the dates that we will be we'll be going out to all of our system schools, again, to talk about not only our strategic plan but also the impact that each of our institutions has in the respective areas. So we as a system are up. We're at 84,139 this fall. Of course, Tech was there on the quarter system, so we were a little bit pressed to get these final numbers to present to you all today. We are still the largest four-year higher ed system in the state of Louisiana, and certainly we applaud and we are we're happy for LSU and their growth, but we are still the largest four-year systems. And I would also say, and I don't think I put it in the slide this year, but 88% of our UL system students call Louisiana home. And so when you think about 88% of our students are Louisiana residents, we are the engine that's driving and providing opportunities at scale for Louisiana citizens. When we look at by campus, some schools are certainly doing much better than others. I want to talk about a couple of them. McNeese and President Wade Bruce has just been, he's on fire over there. And basketball program is doing great. Football program. He and his wife actually live on campus. The president's home has still not been renovated because of hurricane damage, and he and Angela live in a dorm. And they walk the campus, and students really, love them. It has really just changed the culture and climate of the campus, and so they are certainly seeing growth there. Northwestern has the highest freshman class in 4 years. Their on-campus housing is at 100% occupancy. So again, there are things that we're certainly really excited about in terms of our overall growth for our system this year. When we talk about dual enrollment, again, we continue to see an increase in the number of dual enrollment students that we are serving across all of our campuses. And of course, some are doing more than others. I highlight Southeastern, who has over 4,000 students in dual enrollment. And they've been incredibly successful in converting those dual enrollment students to real students upon their graduation from high school. So President Wainwright and his team there are doing a phenomenal job there. In terms of our dual enrollment numbers, and I want to be clear, these are our 24-25 numbers that we're showing you here. But we do think that this year's numbers will be pretty consistent just in terms of the number of students that we serve as compared to our other four-year systems across the state. And top students, we serve more top students than the other four-year systems as well. And again, these are 24-25 numbers, and we suspect that that our 25-26 numbers will be consistent. Degrees to Pell students, again, we continue to lead in terms of the number of Pell students. And again, as a state that that has not seen significant financial growth in households, to be able to say we are doing a lot to provide that social mobility for our students is something we're incredibly proud of. Our completers, we're still graduating over 15,000 students every year. We were incredibly excited about that. And again, when you think about that 15,000 and 65% of those are staying in the state, we are in fact contributing to a more educated workforce in our state every year. So again, I referenced the Lightcast study, which talked about the alumni pathways, but the economic impact study shows that our impact across the state of Louisiana is $13.6 billion. So let's think about that. Our total budget is just north of $1 billion, but the state's portion, as you all well know, is roughly $300 million. So if you think about a state investment of $300 million and a return of $13.6 billion, I think that's a pretty good return on investment. So although there's a lot of rhetoric around the importance of colleges, or whether we have too many colleges in the state of Louisiana, I would argue to the contrary, that our universities have a direct financial impact to our state, and having our schools is good for the state's economy. Now I'll turn it over briefly to Eddie Mesh, our Vice President of Finance, and he will go through some of the numbers.
And thank you, Dr. Gallo. This first screen is really our budget overall. As Dr. Gallo mentioned, it's over $1 billion. State funds, state appropriations to the system total is about $338 million, which is a decrease of $9.4 million from last year. The decrease mostly is a result of a decrease in non-recurring appropriations from 2025. System institutions were appropriating $31 million of HB1 line item appropriations this year. Most notably, non-recurring HB1 appropriations to the system include $15 million of state appropriations, plus $5 million in statutory dedicated funds to UNO, and $4.5 million state funds to UNO. Self-generated revenues, campuses increased their budget self-generated revenues by approximately $18 million over last year. This increase was for Act 790 tuition and fee increases. Campuses have estimated tuition increases would generate about $45 million annually. However, some of these increases were within existing budget authority. On expenditures, budget allocations for expenditures generally remained relatively stable when compared to 25. Budget expenditures increased by less than 1%. The most notable increase was to other charges, which increased by about $4.1 million. This was mostly for scholarship and other student aid related to Act 790. For revenue, total revenue increased by about $9 million from $1.023 billion to $1.032 billion, mostly from 790 increases, offset by state appropriation increases. Self-generated revenues, budgeted self-generated revenues increased by $18 million over last year, again, mostly from increases in budget authority for Act 790 tuition. This chart shows $9.4 million decrease in state funds and FY26 as well as trends of the last one. Average tuition and fees will increase this year as authorized by Act 790. Average tuition and fees increased by $560 for the academic year, or about 6%. This pie chart shows expenditure percentage allocations. Personal services make up about 68% of the total budget. And other areas of the budget make up about 32%. Personal services were up 69% last year. The UL system is nearing completion of a financial warning policy. The policy is intended to provide for policies and procedures for monitoring fiscal health of institutions, identifying fiscal warning triggers, reporting, and responsibilities for fiscal action. Policy is anticipated to be approved by the UL System Board of Supervisors at its October. In 25, the UL system began using a more comprehensive quarterly financial report, which provides information for monitoring for fiscal health of our institutions. The quarterly report information includes detailed status of operating budget, non-operating fund revenues, expenditures, and changes in accumulating reserves. The report also includes analytical tools for the UL system analysis and inquiry, including reconciliation analysis of current year revenue estimates to prior year actuals, monthly cash balance trends, interfund transfers, and accounts receivable, accounts payable. Quarterly report functions as a tool for implementation of the financial warning and inquiry implementation on initiation policy.
And on that note, and I recall a meeting in this room, actually, with the commissioner and the chair, following the filing of the request from Speaker DeVilliers and President Henry to study the transfer of UNO from our system back to LSU. And the commissioner was pretty straightforward in her questions about, well, what do you do if you become aware, or how do you become aware that if one of your schools is in some sort of financial stress, and what do you do as a result of it? And so I walked her through what has been our practice, at least since I started in January of last year, of what we were doing. I said, but we are developing a policy that will show in writing what our practice has been. And so this is a result of work we've been doing since that time. And certainly I appreciate you challenging us, Madam Commissioner, to be clear that these were questions that we as a system would need to be able to answer. And although, again, I felt like we were doing a significant amount of work in practice, we needed a formalized policy. So we look to have that presented to our board at the October meeting. So again, I wanted, for the benefit of all of you, to know that the commissioner challenged us significantly, and I appreciate and took that challenge, and I believe we'll see that this is the right policy to ensure we're holding our campuses accountable. So one of the questions we were having is funding priorities for the upcoming year. Again, the Maritime Academy at Nicholls State is a top priority for us. The healthcare employment advancement for Louisiana, or HEAL as we refer to it, which again is a project that we've grown from UL Lafayette to really look at how we can get more healthcare providers in the pipeline to provide for increasing healthcare needs across our state. We certainly will need investment in campus IT infrastructure, campus safety and security, and that's physical safety as well as our technology security, cybersecurity as well, and of course deferred maintenance, which is a concern that we all have. So those will be big, the big buckets of categories we will be looking at funding priorities for going forward. And with that, I'll put down the clicker and be happy to answer any questions that you all may have this late in the day at 3:35.
Thank you, Dr. Young. We appreciate that presentation. I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked everybody first. What's your 6-year completion rate across your system?
Our 6-year completion rate is just above 50%, I think about 55%. Of course, as a system, we're not all the same. And I'll highlight Louisiana Tech, for instance, that has not only the shortest time to graduation. And I don't know if it's just because of the quarter system or the fact that the admissions criteria have continued to be raised, and so you've got a better prepared student who tends to apply to and go to Louisiana Tech. But President Henderson, we're sitting here, he would certainly talk about they have the shortest time to completion, across all of the state of Louisiana. So, but that is for all of our students.
Thank you, Dr. Gallo. I live almost on ULL's campus. I'm right next to it. And I know this NCAA settlement's been tough, particularly across your system. I look at the stats y'all gave us and look at Grambling. Their operating fund and housing had to give $5 million to athletics to cover deficits. La Tech had to give $7 million from their operating fund to cover athletic deficits. And these have to pay $4 million from the operating fund to cover athletic deficits. Nickel State 2.7, Northwestern 3.9, Southeastern 2.7. University of Louisiana at Lafayette, it says there's an athletic fund balance reported deficit of 45 million. They're building a stadium. I want to hear about that. Monroe, it looks like about $10 million from the university to athletics, and UNO 2.1. I'm sure my colleagues are kind of losing their minds like I am. This is completely unsustainable. I know you probably are too. Tell us, how do we stop this and how can we help? Because I know several of your universities are dipping into reserves to pay last year's athletic budget. And this is a bad idea. So what needs to be done to stop this? Is there a way to opt out of this NCAA settlement? Is that all? Does the NCAA settlement account for these numbers?
So first, let me say that not all schools are created equal, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So across our system, we have FCS schools as well as FBS. And so the FBS programs obviously are more expensive to operate. I think when you look at ULM, for instance, they have the smallest budget among the Sun Belt Conference. And so despite their attempting to control the spend, athletics is expensive to operate. And as we all know, there's only one athletic program in the state of Louisiana that turns a profit, and that's LSU.
Yeah.
Right. And I guess if you dig a little deeper into that, only their football program is profitable. As you go through men's basketball, women's
The national championship baseball team does not make money.
Exactly.
It's just crazy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a complicated matrix. I will tell you that, I guess probably more qualified to speak on Grambling, right? With the $5 million. Grambling has no debt, okay? And so when you think about, the fact that during the COVID period and the HERF dollars that all of our schools received as an HBCU, they received additional funding, and so we were able to have the loans on the student housing forgiven, and so the university has no debt. So when you think about the importance of athletics to the Grambling brand, and talk about Eddie Robinson and the World Tiger Marching Band, the Bayou Classic, which by the way has continued to be more and more profitable over the last 5 years. You'll see that actually over the last 8 years, this counting has become more.
Why was you involved?
You said it, I didn't. But has become more and more profitable. So from the standpoint of having no debt currently and having auxiliaries that are cash flowing significantly every year, I viewed it as a cost of doing business at Grambling, because it was such an important part of of the university's identity, who we are. Now, we've been, Eddie, bless his heart, we have some pretty tough conversations, and this is, you ask him what keeps him up at night, he's gonna tell you athletic deficits. So this is something that, we believe we are getting our arms around. NIL and the house settlement and all of that, are things that I don't think anybody fully has their arms around it just yet. Of course, we will see some relief through the online wagering bill that was passed in the legislature this year, and each of our schools will receive a distribution from that. So we don't have, I can't sit here today and tell you that we have one comprehensive solution for it, because all of our schools again are different. And I'll talk about McNeese as well, which is where Eddie was previously. We have a son playing football at McNeese, and I mean, when you look at the community support for that program, and you walk through the newly constructed press box area, and all of those suites have been sold to local business people. I mean, the weight rooms and everything that they've raised money to be able to support, it is only out of the generosity and the love that the local community has for Cowboys football. And again, I'm grateful to be a part of that through our son being a player there.
What's the explanation for UL Lafayette's the $45 million deficit? I know they're building a stadium or building a new wing, part of the stadium.
Right. Well, I do think the decision, and obviously this predates me being in this role, was out of the necessity of the previous structure having essentially outlived its useful life. So the space is phenomenal. I don't know if you've been in there, if any of you have been there, but it is an incredible multi-use facility. So even though it is a part of the stadium, last week, Speaker DeVilliers has a statewide tour going, and they held it there, on the campus. It is a phenomenal. Obviously, we're in transition right now at UL Lafayette. After 17 years, President Savoy has retired, or he's President Emeritus and
Our former commissioner here, yeah.
Yes. And so, we're still going through, really trying to do a deep dive to have a better appreciation for everything, UL Lafayette. I can tell you that, the research work that's going on there is nothing short of amazing. We think that they've gone from, 60 million to in excess of 250 million in terms of, research.
Breaking enrollment records every year. That's why I didn't
Yes.
know we had bad news until we got this
I agree.
this information. Yeah.
The number of the deficit with that payout, oh my word.
Yeah, I mean, it is a challenge. And again, this is something that we will, when I sit before you this time next year, I'm optimistic that we will have not only new leadership in place, but also a better roadmap for how we're going to address this at all of our institutions.
Yeah, 'cause I guess you got 5 of them with just tremendous deficits, maybe more than that. I'm just trying to figure out what's the plan. There's got to be some austerity measures, some major cuts in place. I know some people have had 10% reductions in pay, but with Raw Tech, UNM, ULL, ULM, Northwestern, Nichols up there. Just what's the plan?
Yeah, and that is something that we look forward to coming back and being able to give you a more definitive roadmap for each of our institutions. And look, our board has been very clear to our presidents as we met at our president's retreat back in August that, we're looking at everything from shared services. How do we as a system leverage our institutions to be more efficient? And I'll use one example. Just the cost of transportation has grown exponentially. The cost of and I think it was President Clune at Nichols that year over year, just the cost of buses was in excess of $300,000. And I think Jay has done a tremendous job of really getting ahead of trying to contain, bring down expenses. Obviously, in that region, they still have not gotten their population back up, and their base of students comes from that 5 parish area around, around the first parish. And so that was just one example of how his costs have, have escalated in athletics to be able to move his teams, just because the cost of the buses have gotten to be so expensive. So we're looking at every area of expenditure across our 9 schools to figure out how we can do it more efficiently.
And so with our constitutional mandate, with our legislative mandate, we're here to listen and to help in any way we can. And to, be with you through these struggles. But if there's no plan right now, what's the plan to have the plan? Like, when can we, because what's gonna happen is the session, if there's all kind of, ULL or ULM or anyone else is going there saying, we need a bailout because we're not gonna make it, they're gonna look at me and us and say, why didn't you tell us
We
about
didn't,
this?
we're supposed to.
So tell us what we can tell them. Tell us what we can do to help y'all and what we can do to report back that where we're gonna be in a month and definitely by the end of this year and going to the next year.
Yeah, and again, that is something that we're working on daily, and trust me when I tell you, Chairman Romero and the board have been very clear in terms of our and the other thing I will tell you is that with the exception of President Clooney, most of our presidents have been in place, for less than 3 years. Most of them are 1 to 2 years, and so many of them have inherited, with the exception of President Lavelle, who inherited pretty good.
Shameless plug. Say so much, yeah.
But many of them have inherited this, so I'm not trying to dodge the question, Chairman David, but I will tell you, it is complicated, and we feel the pressure from our board to find a plausible solution.
Can we get a commitment at least to keep us in that loop?
Yes.
So we can have an ongoing dialogue, so we're not finding out with newspaper stories, and I'm not blaming you, but
Sure.
in previous administrations, that's how we find out things are going on through newspaper stories. And I want to be here to help.
If I could tell you how many times I've been summoned from one floor up, to come and explain something to the commissioner and the chair. Which, again, I know we all have a role to play in this, and ultimately, we've got to have accountability at every level, but it didn't get here overnight. I mean, this has been accumulation over time that we're still, again, trying to get our arms around.
And I do want to give you kudos also because there were a lot of meetings, especially right after everything came out with UNO. And you guys met and put together a plan, and you're working the plan. And this is some of the fruits of it. I was talking to the commissioner earlier. I was like, well, did we really think that we were going to see all good news? There were some struggles to overcome, and you guys have met those and put these fail safes in place. That's why we know about them earlier. And I do appreciate that work and how fast you guys have acted through this and communicated. So I look forward to that continuing. I have no reason to doubt that it will.
Thank you, Chair.
President Gallo. So there's levels to this. If you want to play big boy ball, like Louisiana Tech and ULL are trying to, the salaries, there's a huge salary difference. Louisiana Tech's football coach, if you walk through this door, nobody would know who he is, but he makes $1 million a year. The coach at ULM makes $700,000 a year. He walked through here, nobody would know who he is. ULL's coach makes right under $1 million. Walk through here. So that's the levels. Now the schools like Nickel State, Grambling, their coaches make about $250,000 a year. What you would expect of those levels. Southern's coach, 250. So there's the levels. Now the Louisiana Tech coach that I just said makes $1 million. He's at the low level of that range of that level of football schools. The coach at UAB, which is be a similar University of Alabama at Birmingham, he makes $1.5 million a year. So Tech is at the low level, even though it's breaking its bank to pay one coach that, plus his staff, plus the travel. It's never gonna go down. So each school and their boosters have to decide, is this the level we want to play ball at? Or do we need to go to take and be humble and go down a level and play with Nickel State and Grambling and Southern, or you stay in the big boy league and chase after what LSU and Texas A&M with the mega boosters that can dump money into a program, and that's what you're chasing. Should there be eventually some type of guardrail of actual attendance numbers by an independent auditor to determine your level of athletics you're diving in Louisiana?
So Regent Pryor, those are all great points, and that's a great question. And again, you must be living in my head, following me around, because these are the exact conversations that we're having with our presidents right now, many of whom came into their institution with the coach already being in place. So it's everything from what do the contracts look like? Are there guaranteed extensions and increases? Now, I will say many of the ones you've mentioned have foundations and athletic foundations that do provide significant support. And of course, in the case of Louisiana Tech, I mean, there are a number of local supporters who have been very generous to Louisiana Tech. But for their support, none of this would be possible. And so, but again, they're all different. I mean, no two school is the same, but we're looking at everything from coaching compensation again to the terms, extensions, incentives, and all of that in all of those contracts.
Question. A couple of things. First, as I look through those numbers, one of the things that concerned me is you could take one of those large deficit numbers and consider that a large number for a system. And so when you take it cumulatively and look at all of those, it's just a large number. But one of the things that worries me for you is you talked about, you do have a diverse system. You do have diverse schools. And so I think that's what the challenge is. If you had a single institution that you could drive your focus towards solving that one problem, it's a whole lot easier. And you know where I'm going with this. And one of the things we spoke about all day long that we've heard the similar saying is human capital. There's only so much of you and your staff and the people that you're working with to go around to solve. And I realize you got people in each institution. But if the people in the institution were going to solve the problem, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it. And so it's left up to you and your board to give direction to solve these issues. And so it does worry me that the human capital is being divided out among so many institutions. Diversity is the key there in so many different areas with so much of a loss. And then it concerns me that the institution, the educational institution, bears the burden that fair or not, it bears the burden. And so I think about Southern. I attended some classes at Southern whenever I was at Louisiana Tech. And to have an institution debt-free is just a privilege in today's world. That's just not a common entity, or at least as far as I know, it's not a common thread. And so to see them have to take money and pay a deficit, that's just, I want to see that money used for additional educational things and other things that need to be done, obviously.
And that's Grambling.
I'm sorry, I meant Grambling. I said Southern. I meant Grambling, excuse me. I meant Grambling. And so I apologize for that. And so Grambling being debt free. And so when I was at Tech, we shifted back and forth, and they attended classes and us to them, and it was a privilege to be there. And so I just don't want to see them take that money to fund a deficit, for athletics. But I go back to what Regent David said, and you may not be able to articulate that today with, you may have to go back and come back to us. How can we help you? And so one of the things we will do is you know, help us help you. We will help you in whatever way you call on us to do that. I will guarantee I'll do that. So.
Trust me, the questions that you all are asking are helping me.
Sure.
Because, they are helpful. I will also say, Regent Hickson, that, you know, when I was, I guess, probably 2 months in, guy told me one day, he said, well, you're really not a system, you're more of a federation. Which in a lot of ways.
I agree with that. Yeah,
Was
I
true,
do.
you know, and so as we are building out with our new strategic plan and developing not only this, you know, this feeling of being a system, but actual systemization of our business operations and things like that. So again, this didn't develop, you know, overnight. You know, Southeastern will celebrate its 100th year.
Yeah.
This year. Okay. I mean, we've got you know, Grambling will celebrate 125 years next year. I mean, you know, our institutions have existed, but they've existed pretty much in isolation.
Correct.
And so as we're moving forward, you know, trust me, we are being very intentional about developing a framework where we really are a system, and it's going to take some time.
Yeah.
One question, back line, so, yeah, President Gallo, just, and we've heard all the other presentations and you know how the experience.
I'm listening, I'm getting some more.
Yeah. A lot of this that we're discussing and attempting to unpack, basically most of it, nearly all of it, is systemic issues across your federation/system. It's just been institutionalized almost to that point. But when you think about knowing, I mean, close, you know, the Grambling thing, again, you need to know the history, Thurgood Marshall, the advocacy on the federal level, the funding source, and I was working with President Gallo at that time on some things, you know, the Trump administration, at the very end, it was a blessing. I mean, you take 65 million approximately, and they just go away because of the sign of the pen of the president. So thank you, President Trump. Thank you, all who were involved with that at the end of his first term. But like you said, it's to see they have to use all this money, and they had a lot of debt dealing with athletes even before that. But knowing that you've had all these changes, McNeese president came in, had to address fiscal things. Poor Kathy down at UNO, fiscal. At least what we're hearing, at least what I've heard, in ULM, new president, consolidate college and let people go. We know what happened with President Jones before he came back to the system, you know, closed programs, etc. We know at Louisiana Tech, we know about the booster increase in dollars. But we'd expect something out of UL Lafayette, or are there some things that are gonna come up because while you're still working this, are we to anticipate continual right size and staff, and may we hear of some other consolidation for programs, staffing, because overall there's growth, but it's flat. And we know that inflation is not keeping up. And we heard, I would assume it's consistent. Every dollar you get, almost half of it is going to pay for all debt and all these mandated costs. So are there anything out there we should expect that might be some additional adjustments for staff that may garner some media public attention? That just, you know, I'm not asking the specific schools, but we know UNO will go over there, but hey, we're looking at that enrollment down. I mean, they got some things go have to be tightened up, but anything else in some of the other institutions on the campus?
I think you can expect that all of our campuses will be required to right size their workforce to reflect the enrollment and the mission of the institution. What may be you know, a little bit different about, say, UL Lafayette, for instance, is that in addition to the university proper, there's the New Iberia Research Center, which is doing, phenomenal groundbreaking work there in biopharmaceutical research, the primate center there. Of course, I'm sure all of you are aware, they were at the forefront of developing a COVID vaccine and doing other things, there. So that is an expensive operation to run. So I think there's always going to be some sense of, wow, this is a big operation, because it is. As we're going through the, leadership transition, and I will tell you that, interim president Aver, who served as provost, I think was in a great position to hit the ground running. But there is still work, to be done there and at all of our institutions. I think everybody is continuing to look at how they can better optimize the business operation and service our students, number one, in an appropriate way.
Well, I think I had met that use AI to kind of help extrapolate what you said, but we heard from the other systems. So Monty, all of them, everybody is flat. And I didn't hear that there were these numbers. When you look at legislative, we had supplemental appropriation for nearly all of your schools to help balance the budget above and beyond the formula. That's not consistent in the community college. Southern, yes, but not at LSU, but they have some other things to cover. So I'm just want to make sure you have the support, what you need, if there are going to be some serious changes that are going to be made at the campus level. And that's the only thing, because I don't know that people really still understand this accounting. While we talk about the athletic part at UL Lafayette, at least what I've heard is that UL Lafayette has more debt overall than any school in the system. And like a lot of schools, housing, parking garages, and everything else, that it's loaded. And so that's a very nice school, nice Carnegie classification. And I don't want to just gloss over it, because again, we're looking to you to be the leader to allow us to help you.
Well, and I can tell you that as I sit here to the day, September 23rd, I'm a lot more knowledgeable about UL Lafayette today than I was September 23rd of last year.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I would venture to say in probably the last 3 months, I've become increasingly more informed about, just about the current state of affairs. And as we, again, go through this transition period, trying to identify the right leader to take the university forward. I think all of those things will be necessary to make sure we're getting the right leader who can provide the leadership that this R1 institution will need. That happens to be, also an FBS member of the Sun Belt Conference. I mean, there are all these. It's complicated, and if I sat here and told you all that this was easy work, it's not. And so I certainly value and appreciate the questions. And again, it will certainly help, in some of the tough conversations we continue to have across our entire system, and what the expectations are of not only the Regents, but of the governor, who's usually pretty vocal about what his expectations are, and the legislature as well. So again, I welcome these questions and ideas, and certainly we'll be taking those, back to our campus leaders.
All eyes on this UL system.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate the conversation and the challenge, right? So Regent David, I think, has, pointed out that the athletic situation for most of our campuses is not sustainable. And however we right size and address that, it has to be done. I know that you've been in this job 2 years, but you're also a former legislator. And so what we hear from the legislature is, do not allow another UNO, right? Use your early warning system to get ahead of it, right size it, set an expectation, and work the plan. that's the only way they'll have confidence in us coming forward to do that work. So as you know, we have to submit a budget by November 1st. We're partners in this work with you. I do agree with you. I think we have better information than we've ever had before. But the information has to be actionable. And so I appreciate that you're moving your policy forward and really wrestling with these really tough decisions that have to be addressed. Because I'm like Regent Hickson, I want to see, I know donors put their money where they want to be, but Regent Aubrey and Regent Pryor and I sat between each other and had a spirited conversation about NIL boosters versus academic donors. And how do we ensure one is not sucking up all the money from the other? And how do we have a robust support for the educational mission if the athletics is not going to be sustainable? We love cheering for our teams, but we cannot allow athletics to tank the academic mission of our institutions. And so we have to find a balance. And so I appreciate your work. I know there will be no surprises, that you're going to continue to work with us, and we're going to work with you. But this is not going to be easy. And I want to make sure that there's full transparency in it, because the legislature has continuously said, we're going to address the UNO challenge. Do not send us another UNO. Make sure you get on top of it and right size before you get there.
Well, and to his credit, Mr. Mesh has developed a quarterly reporting requirement that is far above and beyond anything that our campuses were required to report it in the past. And so, again, do we think just the quarterly report alone will solve it? No, but I do think that we have better information today than we had this time last year. And so my commitment to all of you is that you will continue to see improvements across our system. Our processes will be better. People will perform as they're expected to. And these issues that you all are highlighting will not be the same issues this time next year. You will at least see improvement in everything that you all have brought forward today.
I appreciate it.
Questions? Yes, and I don't want to keep hampering on it, but the NIL, that's the detrimental part of it with the smaller university. They just can't compete. I had a coach, one of the coaches that I played at the school, Southeastern, that called, how can we raise money, some more money for NIL? And I said, you want someone that did against NIL. But was these institutions in that financial crisis before NIL? What? They not?
Oh, yeah. Yes,
They
sir.
were?
These accumulated deficits that are being discussed have been accumulating over years. So this is not a new phenomenon. Now, what I will tell you is that I suspect with the Power 4, Power 5, whatever they're called today, as they move to more, and we're primarily talking about football, when they move more towards an NFL type roster system where they will no longer have walk-ons, those student athletes who can't get into an LSU or Texas A&M, et cetera, they want to play. And so there will be some who even still go to the junior colleges because they simply want to get on the field to be able to play, get some stats, and to then be able to go to one of the bigger schools. So I do think there will be opportunities for schools like Southeastern and really all of our schools to be able to still get a good quality athlete, because the pressure is going to be coming down that they won't be able to go walk on at some of the other schools that they've traditionally been able to do. So I do think there are still some opportunities there.
But that we talking about football. What about your minor sports and your girls programs? That's gonna be the first thing on the chopping block.
Well, and that's always been a challenge. And I think when you look at schools across the nation eliminating sports. I think Stephen F. Austin eliminated 2 sports recently, and I know that all of ours are living, but of course, there's still some Title IX requirements that you have to be equitable in terms of if you're talking about trying to eliminate a women's sport, then you gotta have some equity in that as well. So I think there are still some checks and balances in that, but again, even at LSU, other than football, all of their programs lose money.
Other questions, Regents? Sure. Well, thank you all for being here. Please keep us in the loop.
Yes,
When you have
absolutely.
update information, tell us so we can help y'all here, across the street, anywhere.
Yes, thank you all so much.
Thank you.